Before we get started today, we just wanted to give our condolences to all of the victims, family and friends of the Bondi tragic event over the weekend. And just let you know that you're absolutely in our thoughts in this extremely trying time.
Just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar. And the great Gurino, he's not here. He's had prior commitments, but he'll be back next week. Don't worry about that. So I've got my main man, Timmy, a little bit closer, a little bit more intimate, mate.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Bit of space with to work with over here. And look, I'm always a bit nervous when Roo's off. I've got to do a lot more talking. I've really got to step up to the plate when he's gone. So we'll see.
Need like some tea with some honey in it just to get the vocal cords going. The great Hammy, how you going, brother?
Very well, Kempy. Main man, Timmy, what's going on there? You said your main man. Well,
I got two main men, three.
Yeah?
I've got a lot of love to give.
Yeah. Nice save. No, I'm good. Good to be here. A little bit, not the best game yesterday out at Campbelltown. Made the journey out there.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit emotional, but had a little save after the game. Went back to the Campbelltown Leagues Club. Crumb lamb cutlets. Made a comeback.
No way.
Got the morale going again a little bit.
Versus Dolphins cutlets. Honestly.
Yeah, I'll give it to the Tigers are the better team. So I love to support the club. They didn't miss the hip pocket there, the lamb cutlets, but happy to support the club. I'll be back out there. We take on your boys there in a couple of Saturdays. So
Yeah,
I might even double down. But after what was a pretty tough game to watch, that was a nice little save.
And Matty, how's your weekend, mate?
Yeah, it was good. I was really tempted all weekend as blasphemy. This is blasphemy to channel channel the English cricket fan mantra to say, South's got a moral victory over the weekend because it was the best performance of the year and it was still a 12-point loss. But I'm not going to buy into that. It was still a loss. I'm disappointed, but a little bit happier than last week.
Oh, well, I went up to the Gold Coast, boys, God's country, and I tell you what, every time I go back, I say, man, if I wasn't working in Sydney, if I didn't need to be in Sydney for work, this is where I'd be living. Honestly, I went for a run. I nearly got lost in the Bermuda Burley Hill. Jeez Louise. There's a lot going on, let's just put it that way.
You're not tanned enough to be up there anymore, mate. You don't have the glow.
Mate, give me a week. I'll be glowing. And just on the Burley, I need to shed a few kegs. But I tell you what, Burley Bermuda Hill, no wonder the Titans are struggling. There's a lot going on for a red-blooded male, I'll just put it that way. A lot going on. I've got a sore neck.
It is, mate. It's a good part of the world, the goal.
Did you have the rig out up and down the strip there?
No, the rig's not ready.
Okay.
It's still in the garage, mate.
Yep, okay.
Tinkering.
Yep.
Get the Ferrari out.
Maintenance.
Maybe next year we'll get the Ferrari out.
Yeah.
The bloke Budgie strutting down Cavill Ave. What a sight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, see, that means he doesn't get it. That's, you know what? News travels so slow down to Canberra. Cavill Ave hasn't been cool in 20 years, mate.
Oh, mate, Kuma, it's another 5 years on top of Canberra. Get the news. Cavill Ave dead.
Oh, mate, Cavill Ave is just for the tourists, mate. The
Look,
locals.
I went to schoolies there 10 years ago, mate, and it was popping off. So.
Yeah, Schoolies was fantastic, actually. Great times. Anyway, let's just get into a bit of rugby league chat, shall we? To kick it all off, make sure to grab a case of Bloke beer from your local easy drinking, beautiful beer. But to kick it off look, if you're listening to this podcast, hit pause. Matter of fact, you don't even need to hit pause. Let it continue playing. Hear my voice right now. Let me hypnotize you. I'm hypnotizing you. Let it keep playing. Go out of this app. Go into your Sports Pep app. Hit more. Press feed. Hit more. Press feed. Hit more. Press feed. Hit more. Press feed. Are you hypnotized yet? Then give me a follow. Give me a follow on feed. Type Denon. Did I sound like a hypnotist there?
You do, actually.
Are you all hypnotized right now? If I don't have extra followers from that effort of hypnotization, I'm not here. Give us a follow on feed. It's going absolutely bananas there. Thousands of people are following the Beak on the feed. Look, it was a tough week. Not my best week. Better week before. But we've got the great Hammy here. About to do face some music, but I've got to personally face some music for some of my bets on the feed.
Let's have, and look, I like where your head was at with a couple of these, but you did mention probably not your best, and it's a good thing you're not dancing based on your feed tips because you'd be up there cutting shapes till the cows.
It was a bad week.
I just wanted to zero in on one of your bets here. I didn't mind the look of the Broncos versus Dolphins one. Corey Oates anytime. Happy with that. He got over. But you had the Brisbane Broncos to win by a margin, a halftime margin between 5 and 8 points.
Missed it by a point. It was that. I
just a
literally
point.
missed it by a point.
Bold punting, I like it.
It's bold, strong, dominant punting, and that's what you get on the Beaks feed. You don't get this little, I'm just going to go for little favourites. You get dominant punting.
You would have come away with 11.25 there, but it did feel that probably just felt a little bit niche to me. You could have the Broncos to lead and
yeah,
Oaks.
but that's what you don't follow me for this mainstream stuff.
Yep.
You get the pure, the true, real punting stuff.
Off the beaten
5
track
to 8, off the beaten track, 5 to 8, and I missed it by a point. And if Corey Oates had a friggin' just ran and scored the try,
Yep.
I would have got it.
Yep.
Anyway, it is what it is.
One to think about. But there, look, there was not much there that was under double figures value there. So if you like value, this is the guy to follow.
I'm
The king
a
of the
value
feed.
guy. As I said, look, I can give you favourites and the real easy stuff, and we can $1.50. Or we can go deep. We can go deep and dangerous and just live on the fucking edge, man.
Yep. That's what it's all about. Hey, a little bit of banter back and forth between yourself and Dan Gorringe down there south of the border.
Yeah.
Anything to say to him this week at all? It's been simmering
Look,
away.
there's nothing to say. He's admitted he's Sportsbet Nepo baby. I've already told him. He says he reckons he runs Sportsbet. But as I said, mate, read a book. Read a book. The last thousands of years of history, the bloke that thinks he's leading something, but the people aren't behind him, guess what happens to him? So pick a book up, Dan Nepo baby Gorringe.
Yep.
Dan Orange, pick up a book, because history would suggest the people, which are following me currently, are about to overthrow you, okay?
Yep.
So maybe read a book before you start giving out punting advice.
Yeah, good advice. Pick up a book. I like it. Let's get him, though. Go follow Denon. We wanted to continue to be the king of the feed.
I will say the AFL community is getting around him. So NRL community, if you want to
Stand
fight
up.
back, as I said, at the moment, there's a civil war going on. We're currently winning it with numbers. And he's about to be overthrown. He's not a good leader, really weak, limp-wristed. He's a limp-wristed leader. Is that what you want? Is that what you want as a red-blooded Australian, a true blue Aussie?
Could he even
Limp-wristed-
pick up a book with those wrists or not?
That's why he hasn't read history. That's why he doesn't understand that to be a leader, you need the people are what make you a leader, not you just saying you're a leader. The people qualify you as a leader.
Yep.
So there you have it.
This is all good advice, Dan. I hope you're writing it down.
Well, if your wrist isn't too
If you
sore.
didn't pick up a pen.
Yeah.
All right.
Limp-wristed Dan. Nepo baby Dan and also lip-wristed Dan.
I think that's going to stick, Dan. So just have a think about that before next week. All right, let's get into these results this week, shall we? For Face the Music. Now, it's going to go right down to the wire, folks.
Oh, no.
Folks listening and watching at home, you are entitled to a whole seat, but you're only going to need the edge of it this week for Face the Music. 'Cause that's how far down to the wire we're going.
Oh, my God.
That's how far down. Round 6 results. It is going to go down the wire, as I was just mentioning. We'll kick off with Thursday night footy. The Connor Watson Cup. The Knights 20 were defeated by the Roosters 22. Not a great start here for everybody on the panel. We all had the Knights and the Knights covering the 3.5 line. How wrong we were. A donut for everybody to kick off round 6. Krispy Kreme reach out. Could have been a fantastic little integration there into Thursday night
Absolutely.
footy.
Seamless.
Yeah. Friday night footy, the Storm 16 defeat the Bulldogs 14. The Storm win, but it was a lot closer than Guru, Timmy and Matty thought. They had the Storm winning by minus 17.5.
17
It was
and
a
a
huge
half.
line.
That's bad tipping. That is bad tipping.
It's not great. But blokes like yourself and me, Denon, who get footy, we helped ourselves to 2 points because we had the Dogs covering.
Because
we
we
had the
understand.
Storm winning.
Yeah, we
Two. Shout out Desmond Tutu if you're watching as well. Then the second Friday night game. Broncos 28 defeat the Dolphins 14. Guru, Timmy and myself all had the Broncos winning and covering the 10.5. Denon, you don't fully believe in your team. You had the Dolphins covering. And Matty, you just copy whatever Denon does. So you had the same thing as well. You both walk away with 1 point for the second game there. Super Saturday. The Dylan Walker Cup. Nobody picked a draw in that one. 22 points
bad
each.
tipping. That was obvious for everyone to see now. And
Yeah.
now that you think about it, I think it was quite obvious.
That was a bad miss,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
But, we're here to learn. We get better and we move on to next week. So no points for that game. The next game, the Eels 27 defeated the Cowboys 20. Now, everyone had the Cowboys and the Cowboys covering 3.5. Bar Timmy, who had the Eels, and we all relentlessly bullied him on the show last week for tipping the Eels. But like Icarus, we've all flown too close to the sun and we've been burned because Timmy gets the 2 points there.
Hammy, can I protest for a second?
Go.
I believe I tipped Manly. I gave Manly a 4-point start or a 6-point start.
You did. My apologies. And
Thank you.
I've factored that in because
Okay, great.
you
I
said
just
it in
wanted
the
to make
green
sure.
room before the show, and I did miss that one. But
That was my only highlight of the week. So I
So
wanted it to
you
be.
said it before the show?
yeah.
No, whatever.
No. He just reminded me of it. So he had Manly.
Oh, remind
he
me. I
had
was
Manly
going
plus
to say,
5.5.
that is real weird areas going, I said it before the show. No, there's 4 hours to say it in.
No, yep.
and then that's it.
No. He just reminded us before
Okay,
we hit
fair
record
enough.
today. So you did get a point because you had Manly plus 5.5.
Thank you, Hammy.
But everyone else was Warriors till the cows came home and didn't pan out that way. All right, now onto your team, Matty. South 22 defeated by the Sharks 34. Everyone had the Sharks. Rue and myself were a bit too ambitious. We had the 13 plus. Denon, Timmy, and Matty had the Sharks covering the 6.5.
Good honest tipping.
So you get 2 points each.
Good honest, pure and true tipping.
Bit of a Pyrrhic victory for Matty, though, who once again has tipped against his own team. So don't really know how he sleeps at night there.
I need something, mate. I need something.
Seriously, disgraceful.
With the 2 points. Sunday, the Tigers 12 defeated by the Dragons 24 in the Matt Head Cup. Tigers robbed, unfortunately. Denon and Rue, you guys had the Dragons, Dogs. Timmy, Matty, and myself, we all had the Tigers, so no points for us, sadly. Then the William Zillman Cup to bring us home.
Sexton also getting booed this game as well, which is interesting.
It's been a tough slog this year for Toby Sexton. Hang in there, mate. We're thinking of you. The Milk 21 defeat the Titans 20. Absolute nail biter in the Zip Zillman Cup. Everyone had the Raiders. We all had them covering off 13 plus, which they did not do. So everyone gets a point to finish the round out there. So that's how the cutlet crumbled on this occasion.
The rubber meets the road.
Do you get punished for 13 plus or not?
Nah, not at this point.
Which I think we should actually we should have a look at because you're just throwing it out there willy-nilly.
Yeah.
Just for a potential bonus point.
I think that we should give it more points, but also you lose one point.
That's fair.
If you anyway, we'll go to the green room.
like the new short dropout rule. Like you can't be punished for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that. We'll talk about it in the green room, but love
Just
that.
try and let the tips flow, but that's fine. I'll take it back to the bunker and we'll see where we land for next week. All right, so this week's result. The second week in a row, Kempy and Timmy joint winners on 8 points. So well done to both of you guys.
It is what it is, I guess.
Rue actually got sacked this week.
Yeah, he got sacked for his terrible tipping.
Rue's not here
Does
today.
he even watch rugby league? Seriously.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder, to be honest. He was nervous that he might have to dance this week. There was no need for him to be. He was second on 7 points.
He's third.
He's third. And we've actually got a tie for last. So we're gonna have to
Could this be the first week?
have to do a rock off here. So Matty and myself are both on 6 points this week. So we'll rock off here. If Matty ends up dancing, he will be dancing to Take Your Mama Out by the Scissor Sisters. Okay. And if I face the music, for what will be the first time, I'll be dancing to Weird Al Yankovic's White and Nerdy. So plenty on the line here. I can't see Matty, but we're going to do
Matty can come around.
A rock off.
Here we go. For the audio, Matty is currently walking towards us.
Which is what? Scissors, paper, rock. Okay, we'll do it like that. All right, you ready? Scissors, paper, rock.
Oh, so Hammy's gone scissors.
Yep.
He got scissored. The scissor man got scissored by Hammy.
He's too easy.
That's so obvious. Reverse psychology in him.
Poor old Matty.
Oh,
Always
my
big
God.
scissors.
You scissored all weekend and you didn't fucking come on here and scissor. Unbelievable.
It could have been history in the making.
Wow.
2 on the trot.
Oh, no. And he started so strong too.
He requested the New South Wales rules, but regardless of all that...
Oh, my God. That's so bad.
Shout out to WrestleMania last week.
There we go, WrestleMania. Hey, good sport. He got the job done. He turned up for family, mates, and good times. All that good stuff.
Yep.
Look, great start to the year from Matty.
Yep.
But last couple of weeks, terrible punting.
Yeah.
And I think that's the punting gods for tipping against his team.
I think so. And it's 2 weeks in a row. Do we re-explore the extra punishment for 3 weeks in a row of losing Face the Music?
Ooh.
There's got to be something.
There was talk of an ice bath last year. Maybe we get him in the ice bath.
Ooh, that's something. Yeah, absolutely. In the green room, we'll discuss extra punishment for terrible tipping.
Yep. That's the way the cutlet crumbles. Tips coming up at the end of the show. Also, we're going to get a bloke multi happening as well. That'll be announced on the show on Friday. We'll get it up in the app before then. But we're just going to try and bring the community together. Get on board something together.
Get on board. So give us a follow on feed because we are going to have a bloke multi that you can get on. That's going to be specifically built by us. And give us a follow on the feed because then you'll be able to see when we get it up.
I'm no dancer, but that one did feel particularly bad.
Look, it was weak. It was very, very weak.
And you know what? You were so excited. You said before the show you thought you were in a bit of trouble, so you were G'd up. You had something prepared. You thought it was going to be good.
But I didn't practice it, and then when I was doing it, I felt like an idiot.
Oh, well, you win some, you lose more, mate. That is Face the Music, brought to you by our partners at Sportsbet, absolute legends. Make sure to get around it. As I said, get around the feed, guys. There's also plenty of other personalities to follow. Alex Volkanovski's on there.
He's on there. He's just doing rugby league tips too.
He loves his rugby league.
He
loves his rugby league. There's plenty of other people.
Randy Wanless, the great Randy Wanless.
The great Randy Wanless. Hopefully, Hamiso's on there in the near future.
Yep.
Now let's get into it. Bloke Beer's Team of the Week, brought to you by Bloke Beer. At number 1, Manu. Wow. Breaks the meters made in a game, NRL game, ever in an NRL game by 370 meters. 70? 71? 70. Incredible stuff. And out of all that, like, we all know he can do that, but it was the try assist that I was like, ooh, okay.
The meters to me were like, kind of felt that was going to happen. The try assist and the ball playing, you just went, dear God, how good can this bloke be?
Oh, mate, if he can get that ball playing going, scary stuff.
He holds the international record too.
400 plus meters, I think, against Tonga. Mate.
Was it? Didn't he get 399? Because I remember on the show we were pleading for the stats.
No, I think it ended up being over 400.
I think it updated.
Okay, right, gotcha.
So Statman was wrong and we were right. Said, mate, give it to... Or maybe he listened to the podcast and said, you know what, I'll just tick her up a little bit. At number 2, Mulatalo, who is having an outstanding year. Far out, he's playing some good footy. At 3, Selwyn Cobbo.
Yeah.
At 4, Bronson Sherry. At 5, Fox. At 6, a huge battle between Brimson and Strange. Initially, we had Brimson, but that last play to win the game from Strange got him over the edge. At 7, another huge battle. DCE versus Sean Johnson. So, like one of the best 7 battles, like direct 2 sevens playing incredibly well that I've seen in a very long time. Like usually when there's a battle of the 7s, 1 7 usually just takes it. Like they play really well. I couldn't believe how good both played. And also, DCE would get a repeat set. Sean Johnson would get a repeat set. Like they were just going back and forth. So, but DCE pips Sean Johnson. At 8, Tarpanet running for over 300 metres. At 9, Cheese. At 10, Barnett.
How good's his season
going? My God. At 11, Crichton. At 12, Kickout. At 13, Patrick Carriganosius. At 14, Terrell May. At 15, Sewer. At 16, Willison. At 17, Jolliffe from the Titans. I mean, there were some incredible performances over the weekend. Like, I mean, you look at even just Jolliffe, 55 tackles, 0 missed. Like, you know, a massive, massive knock. Obviously, Kickout, talk about coming into your own.
Yeah.
Carrigan, Mr. Consistent. Barnett, like the fact that Barnett's making the side over Adam Fennell-Blake, even though Adam Fennell-Blake's playing really well, shows you how good he's playing.
Yeah.
We'll get to it shortly, mate, but could be a few spots up for grabs in the front row for the New South Wales Blues.
Yep.
Very interesting to see how that plays out.
And I think the only
6 or so
lock
weeks.
would be Payne Haas, would it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I don't think anyone in that front row would be locked in.
Yep.
Okay, that is the team of the week, brought to you by Bloke Beer. But now it is time for Menulog's hungriest player, and I think it's pretty obvious who the hungriest player is because he ate those meters up. It's Joey Manu. That is right. This week for Menulog, the offer this week is insane. It's actually insane. It's $10 off Guzman E. Gomez. Guzman E. Gomez. 10 buckaroonies. 10 big dollary dudes.
Aye.
There you go. So use code MANU, M-A-N-U-E-U. I know why I said I was going to say E. M-A-N-U. Use code MANU and you get $10 off Guzman E. Gomez.
They could almost rebrand to Manu Log this week, couldn't they? Oh, is that good?
great.
Is that hungry?
Yeah.
That is hungry. I like that.
Yeah.
Manu Log. So this week it's Manu Log. Code Manu, $10 off. And talking of Joey Manu, as we just said, meters have never been an issue for him. But the fact that I was seeing some good ball playing on the weekend, it starts to make you think, like, I know other clubs would have thrown a fair bit at him to get him to not go to Union. I know that's not official yet, but it looks like it's a done deal. But put it this way, it makes me think, initially I thought, he's going to go to Union and we won't see him again. He's just going to go and enjoy his life. But is there a world where he goes away for a year? I think Teddy's off contract 2025 and then he comes back and he's their fullback.
Yeah, there is. And I'd love to see it if he does end up going to Union, that he does come back to rugby league because we're so fortunate to have him. And like you, Cam, you sort of mentioned before, but my opinion of him changed in that one pass that he threw for the try to Tupu because I just went, he's a, I don't know, ballpark an 800K a year centre in the NRL. He will run for like close to 300 metres a game, at a minimum 250 plus at fullback. He doesn't even have to be a superstar ball player, but if he can get his ball playing going as well and start adding the touch on the end of the back line, like, name your price.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at Dylan Edwards. Look how much he's worked on. He's not the greatest ball player, and I know it's a different system, but it's serviceable. It does its job. And so if Manu, I have to remember, guys, Manu hasn't had a full preseason at fullback. Like, so surely a full preseason at full preseason at fullback after seeing just that little deft touch he did on the weekend, surely he can get his ball playing up to a standard that's good enough to be a top tier fullback. You'd have to assume.
Yeah, I think so. And I really want to see him now with that preseason. Like, he's 27 years old. I'd love to see him with that full preseason of ball playing and practicing and just working on it. Like, he's a freak and he's naturally incredibly talented. Like, he's got a great offload on him. So with the time, there's no reason why he can't do it. It's just terrifying as to what he could do at fullback.
Him being 27 just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Like, I always get reminded of it. I have to like really look, like Google it and just make sure. I can't believe he's 27.
Yeah, and it's not like he's gone back to fullback and every now and then he has like a huge meter games. He goes back to fullback, you can guarantee 200 plus meters. Matter of fact, I would love random stats guy, Rando, to go back and look at his average meters at fullback, because I'd be shocked if it isn't 200 plus.
I reckon you'd be pushing 250.
Probably 250.
Fullback.
And I think, we always talk about Teddy, sometimes he can get on the ball too often and it like ruins plays. I've got to say, Manu, especially in this game, he picked his moments perfectly.
Yeah.
Like every time the ruck slowed down a little bit, or you could see, okay, the forwards aren't really, not that they're not there, but they might have taken the 3 hit-ups before. That's when he would jump in and go, I'm just going to get a quick play the ball for the next play. Mate, he was absolutely phenomenal. And I hope we haven't lost him. It makes you wonder as well. The $1 million mark that they were talking about with going to the Dragons, was it unders? Again, not like unders for like unders for what he could be. Like right now, it's probably about right, not knowing. Before we could see him ball play a little bit, it's probably about right. But after seeing on the weekend, and then imagining a full preseason at fullback, then also adding on to the fact that there's Dragons are desperate for all fullback, you go, maybe they should have thrown 1.2, 1.3 at him.
Got some sad news, boys. They've docked Manu a couple of meters, so I don't think he's got the record anymore.
No way.
And I've checked both NRL and Fox Sports. So NRL have him now at 347. Fox Sports is 326. So I think they've docked him.
How does that happen?
Why?
There's
Why
gotta be
would
an
you do it
investigation.
to him?
It's got to be an
Quite the great Jeff
investigation.
Dewey.
What's he on now, Matty? 340.
347.
347.
How? Where do you get an extra 30 meters from?
So Chance was 346. So Chance almost beat him after all that.
Oh my God.
Should we change the code? Change it to someone else?
No. No, he was still incredible.
Code Chance Nickel Clockstad. That's CHA.
And you get $1 off your whatever you purchase rather than 10.
Manu log is too seamless of a product integration to go back from now.
Oh man, what a like now everyone thinks that Manu's got, because what's going to happen now is that the next time someone does heaps of meters, like let's say they do 360, someone that is deep in rugby league is going to go, they broke the record. The wider audience is going, no, Manu broke the record. What are you talking about? It's 370. And then there's going to be arguments in the comment section. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Anyway, regardless of all that, Manu was incredible. The ball playing, I'd love to see him with a full preseason, because seriously, which leads into our chat for the game. Roosters. And as I said, don't forget, guys, use code Manu for $10 off Guzman y Gomez. Now let's get into the round review. But don't forget, Kayo Sports is a place to watch all 8 NRL games each week. There's also plenty of other great content you can watch across so many different sports. Make sure you jump on Kayo to watch your team play. Also, when it comes to fights, just a quick side note, if you didn't order the fights on Kayo, like we told you to on on the DMP, you are the one that lost out, because Max Holloway did the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. Probably the greatest knockout I've ever seen in my life. So just for the people, the silly people that decided not to buy UFC 300 on KO. So Max Holloway goes up a division to 155. He's already been up a division and got beaten by Dustin Poirier. Goes up to fight Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje is like one of the most dangerous strikers in the sport. So Max is essentially winning the fight 3-1. So they're in the 5th round. He's already winning 3-1, so he can just coast to a victory. Doesn't coast. Not only does he not coast, so there's like 30 seconds to go. It is done. He's gone up a weight division, beaten Justin Gaethje. It's one of the great, comeback stories. This is a guy that got completely dominated by Alex Volkanovski a couple of years ago. Goes up, the fight is done. 30 seconds to go. Justin Gaethje's not the one that points to the middle of the ring or the octagon. Max Holloway points to the middle of the octagon where I think it was a big can, monster can, and says, let's just plant our feet and bang. So they both plant their feet and just start swinging for the fences. With 1 second to go, Max Holloway, who is not known for his power, knocks Justin Gaethje's lights completely out. We're talking face plant on the octagon. So he risked it all to knock him out with 1 second to go in the fight. One of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. And then to top it all off, the next fight was, it's okay. But then the main fight, Alex Pereira, they're fighting in the first round. He gets nut-shotted. The ref comes over to stop it. Pereira goes like this, like that to him. The ref steps back, and then Pereira steps in and knocks out who he's fighting. So he kicked in the dick and says, I don't need the ref to help me. I'm going to knock this bloke out. I think it was in the dick. You just never know, all right? Anyway, look, was UFC off its head on the weekend? Yes, it was. But let's get into some rugby league. Roosters defeat the Knights 22-20. Look, I know people are going to be so sick of us talking about this, but it has to be mentioned. Every time Sam Walker plays by himself, he kills it. Every time Luke Keary plays by himself, he kills it. Every time they play together, they don't play poorly, but it just doesn't seem to click. Here was another example of Keary playing some of the best footy he's played in a couple of years. And it is like Trent Robinson might be the only coach I've seen coach in a long time has too many guns that is giving him too many headaches. Honestly, his decision-making would be easier if he had to pull one or two players out of that roster. And it begs the question, now maybe Keary and Walker eventually do click this year and we're all just sitting there going, because there was a period last year where they went on a bit of a run. I don't necessarily think they clicked, but it was working to a degree. So maybe they do click mid-year. But I tell you what, the question of you've just got to go with one or the other is getting louder and louder.
Yeah, what I saw from it, Kempy, was I do wonder, like we saw, and we still obviously see it very much now, but back in the day, early 2000s, even prior to that, the 90s, you had your old school, your halfback who was the first receiver, got the team around the park, directed to the middle of the field, and then you had generally a ball-running 5'8" who'd sweep out the back, would link up with halfback and do that. And then for more than a decade, you've had very much a left side half and a right side half, and it's shit me to tears at times because I think it wastes a lot of playmaking talent in the halves. The last few years, you've seen teams go back a little bit more to one bloke running the show and then a gun 5'8", think sort of Cody Walker at the Bunnies, and certainly when he was with Adam Reynolds, and he'd be sweeping up both sides and, much more enjoyable to watch football-wise. Do the Roosters need to just go Keary on the left, Walker on the right, don't overcomplicate things, don't let them step on each other's toes, they both run each of their edges, they're dominant on their respective edges, and just simplify it? Because those two players who, a lot of the time they are like ball running 5'8" who go side to side, and it's hard to keep up with it. What's the game plan like? How can you stay in sync when you're both running over the field like headless chooks? Do you just say, boys,
pun intended.
Yeah. No, pun intended, actually. Do you just say, boys, stay on your side of the field? You got Teddy who sweeps out both sides and plays off the back of them. I'm not saying it's the right option, but on what we've seen, they both go better when they're controlling the side. So if they're just controlling their left and their right, maybe that's the option.
Yeah, see, I reckon it's more, you've just got to say to one of them, whatever the other bloke wants, you do. So wherever he wants you to get and be, because watching on the weekend with Keary, the reason why I felt like he was so good is he was just dominant. Whenever Connor Watson played second fiddle, and Connor Watson actually played really well, but his job was just like, where do you want me, Keary? And I'm just going to run the ball hard. And I just think Keary is the kind of guy that he needs to be on the ball a lot. And
Keary and Walker are both really strong ball runners, despite being little fellas. let's compare it to, say, someone like the Cronulla Sharks, where you've got Nico Hines, who's very much the dominant playmaker in the halves. He runs the show, he gets the ball, and Trindle just plays his role really nicely, and they're having a lot of success with it. And again, we've sort of touched on it before, but do you just go, one of these two is dominant, the other one has to take a back seat and play as more of a 5'8"?
Yeah, well, it's tough, though, because if you're a Roosters fan, you're sitting there going, we did try that. We gave Kiri the 7 jersey. And so that's why I think that, like, obviously I've just put that forward of, like, maybe you just tell one or the other, you do whatever the other guy says. But I think that both players just don't have it in them. I think Sam Walker grew up being the guy. Kiri has won 3 premierships. He's the guy. And I just don't think they naturally know how to play second fiddle to someone else.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest concern. And so your solution of left and right is probably the closest you're going to get to a solution, because it's like you can still be the man, but you just stick on your side of the field. Because I just can't for the life of me seeing Kiri being second fiddle. And second fiddle, it sounds insulting. It's not. It's just roles in a team. And I also can't see Sam Walker doing that either.
But even like Penrith Panthers, Cleary and Luai, very strong. Luai on the left, Cleary on the right. Cleary certainly more so towards the back end of last year and leading into the final series. He started sweeping and playing a bit more on the left on Luai's side and playing off Luai, which is terrifying for oppositions. But they've got a simple game plan, and that they stick to their edges and it works for them.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is really tough. Anyway, the good thing is Kiri, like, he's a game and a half now, he's been outstanding. And, a few weeks ago, a lot of people, and there were questions in my mind too of like, oh, should have they re-signed him? And look, we've still got more games to see. But, geez, like, a lot of people I kind of felt heading into this year were like, look, I want to see how Kiri goes for the first few weeks. If he's not as good as we think he is, maybe he is past it. But he's just proven he's not. He's really not. Last game and a half, he's been outstanding.
Even Connor Watson looked good at 5'8", partnering him, didn't he?
I loved the combo too, because it was real simple. Connor just ripped and teared, really good ball runner. So it's a tough. And then we haven't even mentioned Sanders Smith yet. So it's just a really weird, tough situation for Robson Bean.
So you reckon when they're both fit, you definitely bring them both back in? They're both playing 6 and 7, or would you consider leaving a guy like Connor Watson in there? And
I think you have to bring them both back in.
Yep.
But I do think at some stage you've got to give yourself a time frame of, if this doesn't click, I have to make a tough call.
Yep.
And the tough call isn't you aren't playing good enough to play first grade. The tough call is you just don't click. Like remember when they had Milford and Cody Nikodima at the Broncos? Individually, great. But they just did not click. Like they tried to make Milford a 7, then they tried Nikodima there for a little bit, and it just didn't work. Even though they both individually were going okay.
It's like trying to milk a horse. Some things just don't work.
There you go. Maybe Robbo can use that. Guys, it's like trying to milk a horse.
They'll really understand it if he uses in that terminology.
But look, the positive is, as I said, Kiri played extremely well. We've already spoken about Joey Manu. I've spoken about him on Packer Up Boys, but Terrell May's performance. Another smoky for Origin, in my opinion. It's Mitch Barnett, smoky for Origin now. The good thing for New South Wales is they're probably like last year, it was like a little bit of depth in the front row that was questionable. Hopefully, if these boys continue playing the way they are, your depth is really building up for New South Wales. If put it this way, if you've got a guy like Terrell May that continues to play like this and he doesn't make the side, that says something about your depth.
We're we're somewhat short on like really informed front row forwards at the moment. We've got options there. Junior Bolo, like Campbell Gillard. There's a few. Payne Haas is obviously the locked and loaded one. But in terms of formed front rowers in the game across both states, Terrell May, like
he's got to be up there.
He's been as good as anyone this year, hasn't he?
And just the unique point of difference that he offers when he comes on the field. Like he has such a good mixture of post-contact meters, good in contact, solid defence, and that offload.
Mate, how good was his ball play on the weekend?
Craziness.
Was it Radley you put there or someone? Like it was.
Radley hits short, and then he doesn't. So he hits Radley short, and a lot of front rowers go straight to the middle and get back and reset to get into their shape. For some reason, he just knew footy IQ. I need to go and fill that centre spot. Runs directly to the centre, and then gives it to Tupou to score a try in the corner.
Crichton to May to Tupou. What a combination on the edge.
Unbelievable. So, you have to say Terrell May is up there in regards to, at least in the conversation.
Imagine him coming off the bench and ripping and tearing for a half hour, if not more. Like
absolutely, and they've just extended him too, haven't they? For another little while,
which is a huge get, especially with for a period there, I thought I didn't think there was no chance, but I was like, it's not looking good, especially when they started talking about, if you can sign all three of us. And I was like, oh, crap, like maybe they do lose him. But I think, look, I don't know what happened in negotiations, but surely the Roosters initially, because when the contract negotiations started, they were talking to, a youngish forward front rower that has started to play a bit of good footy. Now, this point of contract negotiations is gone from a young footy player playing some good footy, he may or may not continue, to, this guy is the replacement for Hargreaves. Like, this guy is the next guy up. And so they're two very different conversations that you're having with a player.
Yeah, I just think it's as simple as that, Kempy. In that the first, 6 weeks of the season, he's gone from exactly that, a young forward showing promise, to potentially one of the best front rowers in the game. And they've seen that. And I tell you what, the value of that contract, he's signing it at a good time, because from round one, or over in Vegas, round 0 to right now, he's added a few dollar signs, a few zeros, hasn't he?
Oh, surely. And I just think that the Roosters probably initially had a bit of leverage to kind of sit back and go, mate, this is what we're offering. Whereas now, I just don't think the Roosters had much leverage to sit back.
How much do you reckon he's put on his contract in the last 6 weeks?
Oh, at least $100,000 or two.
I reckon probably 200.
Yeah, seriously. Because last year you're going, all right, we'll give you 400 probably.
Yeah.
A good solid front rower coming off the bench. Whereas right now you're going, this guy could be the front rower that leads us to another premiership. So you're going anywhere from 6 to 7.
Yeah.
So great news for Roosters, because seriously, unbelievable form at the moment. I will say though, although great win for the Roosters with all the injuries, that first try, that's the part of the Roosters game that they just got to fix. So basically, the first try was simply Cogger just ran the ball. So they got to just outside the right goalpost. Cogger just runs the ball, and then they just go 2-pass for a Hastings dummy for a try, early in the game. That stuff has got to be sorted, because that's the softest kind of tries you can give. And I know that, not saying that you have to be machines and you can never make mistakes, but when you're the Roosters and you're pushing for premierships, put it this way, you very rarely see, and when you do, at the Penrith Panthers, remember a game against Penrith where it was against the Eels, that they got those tries through the middle, and we commented on it. We were like, that's very un-Penrith-like. And with the Roosters, they've just got to get that kind of stuff out of their game.
A try like that, a half cutting through, especially Jacko Hastings, not known for his speed as such, to cut through the middle 5 minutes into the game.
First set on the line too.
A half doing that, if it's going to happen, be in the back end of the first half, but more so the second half, and their fatigue set in, boys are gassed, there's a bit of a lazy effort. You can't use fatigue as an excuse there. There wasn't even really runners around him. He would have had one bloke on his outside. Yeah. It was so poor.
It was literally the first set down on their try line. And the Roosters, we know how tough they are. That's not what the Roosters are about. And look, I'm being hypercritical, because when they get it together and they click, they're a premiership threat. And I've been riding for so long. Did their performance blow me out of the water? No. But it definitely was a good building block to get to the point where I'm going back to what I thought at the start of the season, that they are a premiership threat. I'm still not ready to say that they are again. I've kind of come off that a little bit. I just haven't seen enough from them this year to think that they're going to be able to put 4 games together in finals footy to beat the Broncos, Penrith, Warriors. But that's a really good building block for me with the players out.
They had every right to go up to this game in Newcastle. Obviously, always a strong home crowd in Newcastle, very vocal. On the short turnaround, it was a 6-day turnaround from that game against the Doggies, where they lost half their team. Players were forced to play bigger minutes. They played the majority of the game, a man down with the send-off. You look at it, they lost their 1, they lost their 7, they lost half their bloody team. In those wet conditions, it would have taken so much out of the players in that game. Yeah. 6-day turnaround, going up to Newcastle against a night side that were finding form. That was a really gritty win.
Yeah, really, and it's just a good building block. Because then here's the foundation, guys. Because they played a different style of footy too, fast pace. Why did Cheese have the best game he's had in a long time? Because these back three were giving him quick play the balls through the middle, and he was finally, basically playing the way. That's what he got paid and brought to the club for, is fast tempo footy.
At the start of last year, when we were sort of sitting there going far out, there's so many so many playmakers and attacking weapons in this team. How are they going to try and put it together? We still haven't really seen how they're going to do that properly or effectively, but we sort of thought they were just going to try and knock down the front gate, just play through the middle, Teddy, Manu come in roaming, and then off the back of it, just cheese, just running.
Yeah.
And that's what they did the other night, didn't they? It was a much more simplified style of footy.
Really simple style
They
of
weren't
footy.
spreading too early. They weren't chancing their arm. It was just like they knocked down the middle door, and they were relentless.
Well, look at the try that, was it Radley or Manu scored? It was purely quick play the balls and just up on the advantage line.
It was... Oh, the one I'm thinking of, it was Manu taking this unbelievable run just straight through the guards, flying, busted tackles, got a quick play of the ball, and Cheese just went, thank you, strolled over.
Yeah. And so, that was that one. But there was also the other one that was on the halfway line.
Yeah, that was the Radley try.
That was a Radley try. They just got out. Kiri was on the front foot. Manu was on the front foot. Radley. And I think that's how they should play. Like, look at your team. You got big outside backs to get you. I thought their outside backs were friggin' amazing. Just quickly as well, what I loved about this game in the forward pack, it was youth versus experience. So the first 10 minutes, and look, the Saifidi brothers aren't that young anymore, but when it comes to experience, I would say that Knights forward pack, it's not on the same pedestal as the Roosters forward pack right now. Now, you get technical and look at games played or whatever, but I think we can all agree the Roosters forward pack on paper is known as, the experience, top tier forward pack. What I loved about it was first 15 minutes, especially Leo Thompson, they really attacked the Roosters forward pack and were dominating them, like just going all very aggressive, hyper aggressive. But that's youth. Experience is, okay, we're getting bashed, but can you do it for 80 minutes? Yeah. Can you do that for 80 minutes? And that's what I thought was so impressive about the Roosters' performance. And I do think that the Knights started really well, then they dropped off for about 30 minutes and they came back into it in the front row. But the Roosters' experience of understanding, we can weather the storm. The storm is here right now. It's going to go away. They can't do this for 80 minutes. And I thought that the Roosters were really good at just absorbing the pressure, the physicality, and just hanging in there, and then eventually just, basically dominating the Knights pack towards
the Roosters' back three averaged 270 metres each. And post-contact, Suoliti got 99, and that was the lowest of the three. So they all basically got 100 post-contact
metres. They were
minimum.
incredible. Like, for me personally, I know they had players out. That's the game plan for the Roosters. Super simple, and just you're physically better than most sides. Just bash them through the middle.
Suoliti on the wing. He's just
he's
different
so good.
beast. He's so much better there. But, with Dom Young and Tupu, he's got to play centre, essentially.
Crazy. Now let's get on to... So, really good win for the Roosters. And I actually don't think it's getting enough appreciation for how good it was.
Yeah.
Like, did they set the world alight? No. But when it talk about grittiness, toughness, no excuses, they had a bunch of players out, short turnaround, very physical game against the Dogs, go up to Newcastle, and also the opening of the game, they got bashed, they found a way. And I say it all the time, the Roosters, they are a glamour club. They are in the eastern suburbs, for sure. But they don't get enough appreciation for grittiness and toughness. And if this same Rooster side was coming out of, Western Sydney somewhere, we'd be talking about their gritty and dogs and alphas. And look, I know the hardcore fans know that, but Roosters, super gritty, super tough. Now, onto the Knights. Such a mixed bag. Because had these really great signs of a great performance. Knights completed 94% in the first half, finished the game with 87% completion rate. So you look at that, and you look at the stats, and you go, that's a really good sign of finding that steal and playing for your coach. But geez, there were some moments in this game where it was like literally the polar opposite. Now, look, was it a shocking performance? No, not at all. It was actually quite a solid performance compared to where they've come from. But there were some key moments by some key players that I just could not believe. The game's on the line. KP makes a line break. He ran past nearly 5 Knights players.
Get there.
You know what? Don't even get there. Just try to get there. I couldn't believe that. Put it this way. You always got to ask the question, boys, if this was a grand final, would you have been chasing KP? So why... Look, I understand if one of you was so gash you couldn't do it. But 4 or 5 of you, not even one of you could get on your bike after KP. And look, maybe you wouldn't have made it, but at least you're trying to get there. So he makes that line break. Then they get down the line, and Adam Elliott running across field, and Hastings just watched him run past. And look, KP's ball, he definitely should have pushed up. He didn't. I can excuse him a little bit because he's in his 6th game of NRL. It's still not good. He should have pushed up. But he had such a good game. I'm like, okay, he had such an incredible game. That was just one lapse in error. But I've got to say with Hastings, like, mate, you are the leader. Like, you're an experienced veteran. The game is on the line. It is literally the last play. And you're watching Adam Elliott just run past you. If he had have just backed Adam Elliott up, would have been an offload. And at the very least, he would have been held up over the line, if not had won the game.
Well, that's where the Sevens get paid their bucks, isn't it? It's to shut games out. In those final 5 minutes, when everyone's gassed, the game's on the line, that's where the Sevens, if you're in front, it's closing the game out. And if you're behind, it's chasing points, getting a bit of creativity in the side. How do you do it? What do you show?
I was... what did you think of it? Did you think they had moments like that or not? Or am I just fucking...
Absolutely, especially when the game was there to be won. And especially if you were like myself and you had Knights -4.5 as well. Particularly frustrating. But yeah, the game, that definitely stood out. Just the amount of people that KP ran past.
Seems to be like the Knights all the time, though. Like, they can play 75 minutes of great footy, but they just have these moments where people will just fade out of games on individual efforts, and it just can prove so costly. Like, even KP, who did what he did with that hit pointer injury and he looked done for a while there, he was terrific in this game. But even on that cheese try when Marnie got the real quick play of the ball and he was at marker, he sort of was on the ground, he sort of meandered up and he was facing the other way.
Yeah.
They all were.
Yeah. They all, and Cheese just goes, thank you. Like, again, I acknowledge it was a good play of the ball from Joey. He did some damage. But there was just no scramble there, and he just took off. He went straight past KP. He was facing the grandstand.
Yeah, so was Saifidi. So was
it was like 3 or 4 of them again.
Elliott might have been one of them.
It's just surprising because they show such toughness at times. Yeah. And actually, there's a game, Warriors versus Manly. Manly ended up scoring off a crazy Tommy Turbo offload. If you go back and watch that, and look, I understand KP had the hit pointer at this stage, so it's not necessarily directed at KP to a degree. Like, could have he still turned around for sure? But go back and look. It's when Tom Trbojevic, I think, offloads out the back. Chance is involved in the half line break they make. So as soon as the tackle finishes, you can watch, go back and watch Chance. Actually, I think I've got the time that it happened. I didn't write it down. Anyway, so Chance is involved in the tackle. As soon as the tackle completed, you see him get back and he just sprints straight back to the line and then gets set again for the next play. And I just think, like, that's the difference between the Warriors and the Knights right now is, like, going into this season, they were both pretty equal to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like, matter of fact, I think a lot of us thought the Warriors would maybe slide a bit more.
So on our preview, I can't remember who picked what, but Guru asked who's going to finish higher, Warriors and Knights. We deliberate over it. 2 of us said Warriors and 3 of us said Knights.
So there you go. And that's the difference. Like, a quick play of the ball and you've got 3 players with their back to the ball. Now, I understand it is it's a technique that, you know, a lot of teams use where you don't want to run backwards to get set again because that's a slow retreat to then get off your line. But at the same time, like, I did not see urgency when that... Like, I didn't see forwards just getting... As I said, if it was a grand final... Would you get there? Yeah, you would get there.
Yeah.
Were you so gassed that you couldn't get to the line to defend again? Now, if he takes off, the cheese takes off and bumps you, we go, you know what, it's the cheese, that's what he does. But yeah, so, and look, Knights fans, it sounds like I'm being super negative, but like, there were a lot to like about this game. It was just these key moments where I'm just going, what, like, you're letting yourselves down. You've been so good for so long in this game and then just switching off. So I'm sure Adam O'Brien will get on top of that. Now, the positives. Kai Pearce-Paul was absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Outside of that little blemish at the end there that, you know, he'll slowly, like, again, it's his 5th NRL game. So he'll learn that every second of every minute of every, you know, hour on the footy field, you have to be switched on. But outside of that, to do that against the Roosters as well, and also they're just starting to realise he can do all the tough stuff. We're starting to see he can do the tough stuff, but just the little bits of magic that he can offer, he was outstanding. Well,
we've been saying for the 5 weeks leading into this, weren't we, that with Kai Pearce-Paul there hadn't been attacking stats, there hadn't been these big moments, and it came with that big run and that try assist, didn't it? He is so devastating, and he's done, for the majority of the time, the little things right in his first season in the NRL. He's obviously an athletic freak, like his fitness to go 8 in his first season down here quite easily by the looks of it.
Yeah.
He's been tremendous, and that left edge of the Knights just a few signs of what we saw in the back end of last year. And we said that particularly with Kai Pearce-Paul and, Ponga, they've had different halves come in and out on that left edge. The combinations are starting to develop there.
Bradman Best was great.
Yeah, Bradman Best was great. I did find it a little bit interesting that Greggy Marju, first game back from injury, got shifted to the right edge because a bloke who we know how devastating he can be in attack. He's one of the best finishers in the game on the wing, but defensively over the years, he's had his issues, and he sorted a lot of them out for the majority of last year on the left edge with a nice combination with Bradman Best. They were terrific. I was surprised that, like with Tuala, who can play left and right edge quite easily, like he started the year on the right edge, to go Marju over there and then have to form a new combination with Dane Gagai, didn't really understand it, but...
Yeah, maybe Tuala's just been playing so well that they were just like...
Yeah, but like Tuala's still fine on the right wing, but it was purely just around the defensive combination of Marju and Best.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, it is very interesting. You would have assumed he would go straight back there because he's played there so much with Bradman Best. But, yeah, I'd love to know what...
Maybe he only got called in captain's run or something. Marzu. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it was a late...
But even if it was a late, wouldn't that be more reason to put him where he's been playing for last year?
Yeah, true.
On Bradman Best, 274 metres, 107 post-contact, line break, a try, didn't miss a tackle.
Yep.
Incumbent New South Wales centre. What do you reckon? Do you reckon he'll keep that spot?
Oh, look, I just think... Obviously, it depends how Latrell comes back.
Yep.
If Latrell comes back and plays solidly or it just looks fit, you probably put him there.
Where they want to play Tommy Turbo.
Yeah, if they want Tommy Turbo at centre, then you'd probably go... Like right now, I think Trell may struggle to make the side just with everything going on. And so if that's the case, you'd probably go Bradman Best and Critter. But I think that it'd be right now it'd be between Bradman Best, Tungor, and Critter. Now the reason why let's just say Tommy's out and Latrell's out, if you were to go anyone, you'd go the two blokes that have played well in Origin, which is Bradman Best and Critter. I think Critter is more of a lock than Bradman Best just because of his versatility.
Critter will be there.
Yeah. And also
big
games. He just plays so well in big games. And he was one of your best players in last year's series.
I'm happy with Critter and Latrell for now. I actually think Latrell looks fit. I thought he came back looking like he'd done the work in the off season. Hasn't been the best start to the season for him, but look, it's obviously on the proviso that he comes back and shows more than he has. But
I'm more mean just like mentally.
Yeah.
As in the whole look. I don't think he's the fittest he's ever looked, but at the same time, I don't think he's the unfittest he's ever looked either. It's just more at the moment. Like, let's say you would have selected tomorrow with the headspace he looked in that last game.
I wouldn't select him tomorrow. I'm backing him to come back and return form and kill it and then get picked. Especially leading into Origin, which, Trell hasn't played Origin for a few years because of injuries. And I think he made himself ineligible last year or the year before. So surely he's stinging to get back in that team. And he knows the spot's not his. He's got to win it. Yeah, and also I think that all the noise that's been around Trell lately, he'll react to that. Yep. I really think he's going to come back and rip and tear. And who knows, if Jai Gray keeps killing it, maybe he comes back at centre, which will be even easier for him to go, oh yeah, we can pick him at centre. Because the thing is, Trell could literally go on the footy field asleep and play well at centre. He's that good. What do you think Queensland are thinking? Do they want the Trell there or anyone else?
It's a good point.
They want anyone else.
Yeah, it's a really good point, especially in Origin. He's just fucking unbelievable in Origin.
Trell's, and I'd have Trell there 100%, even if he's not in form, he's a gun. But you're right, Tim. He's only played one of the last 4 series, which is
killed it in that series.
Oh, and he was probably man of the series.
I thought he was man of the series.
I thought he was too.
Yeah.
I think going in, not to harp on about the trouble, I think going in Origin camp could do a world of good for him as well.
Yeah, just be
change of environment.
The main thing I want to see is just is he happy when he comes back? Is he happy to be there? Is he ripping and tearing? Is he just really focused in? And I think he will be. Whereas that last game, he looked super unhappy. And you never want to see that in a footy player, regardless of whether you think he deserves or he doesn't. He's still a bloody human being, and it can be tough. But back to the Knights. I have to say, I'm going to sound like I'm not nitpicking, but being quite negative. I thought their halves kicking game and just their halves in general were quite... Poor is a strong, probably a bit too strong, but definitely below average in my opinion.
Yeah. Again, they have their moments. They've been okay, but Cogger's a good footballer. He's certainly NRL quality, but I do feel as though there's
been built up a little bit.
Yeah, I do feel as though there's been this very unfair expectation on the back of one half of football that was very good in the grand final. But the reality before that is that he was essentially a backup half playing New South Wales Cup at the Knights in his first stint. Got a few games, obviously, but was in and out, playing backup fair play to Cleary and Luai at the Panthers. But off the back of that one, like 20 minutes of footy, people have just gone, he should go to the Knights and kill it. It's like, well...
No, it's just, it's... In saying that, though, like, I never expected, Hastings or him to go and kill it. But the things that they are known for is, like, really solid kicking game, get you around the park. Even a little bit earlier, the game was in the balance, and they get a kick at maybe 40 out, and it was just a bomb in the middle of the field that their own team couldn't even get to. And I'm like... This is your bread and butter, guys. It's not the Alfie Langer chip and chase, and it's you're in the 40-metre mark, you're trying to build pressure, the game's on the line. Got guys like Cogger and Hastings, we've seen it, make the right, safe call, not I'm just going to bomb it so no one can even get there and try.
Neither of those players are the quickest, neither are the strongest, but between the ears, they're two of the sharpest footballers in the game. So decisions like that, they're the ones you have to be nailing.
Have to be nailing. It's your bread and butter. It's almost like, me as a smaller winger, I'm not going to go out and make 250 metres like just scooting out of my own end. It's like me like bombing a try that I should score. It's like Alex Johnson, for example, bombing tries. Yeah. It's like, mate, that's what you get paid to do. Obviously, Johnson's way better than me. I'm just using example as a smaller winger. I got to say, I did think they were quite disappointing, especially when the game was on the line. I'm still pretty convinced that Hastings, to me, doesn't look 100% fit with his injury. He's not moving the same way we saw him move. So hopefully they can bounce back. But, yeah, it was definitely a disappointing game from those two. Another guy I want to talk about, Leo Thompson. I thought he was outstanding.
I thought there were two in that pack. I thought Leo Thompson, who a few of his effort areas as a front row forward and a big boy, there was one chasing someone down the sideline, coming across in cover, and then there was another one just knocking a ball dead and scrambling behind the line that he had no right to do. Two amazing plays from front row forward. And Adam Elliott was the other one. Adam Elliott's ball playing in attack has really come along in the last 18 months. Defence been okay, but Judd, if you meet pies this season, but just his ball playing, particularly short ball playing in there with a few of the other forwards, it's been so effective. So him as the link man between, Brayley, who got through 71 minutes on the weekend as well, a good sign. Some promising signs in the pack.
He also, when this game was kind of there to be won, or that there weren't much of a chance to win it, he kept popping up. He obviously scored the try in the 76th minute. He was there again at the end if someone was going with him. I know stuff kind of just happens when he's in and around the ball. Doesn't
leave anything on the field, Ads, gives everything.
Alrighty. Now it's time for Storm v. the Bulldogs. We didn't do our 3-2-1. So 3-2-1 for this week was Manu at 3. It was DC at 2. And at 1, it was Kickow.
I had Kickow in there.
I had Mulatalo.
I live with Kickow. Yep.
So I'll go Kickow because it was against the Storm at Storm. So 3-2-1, it's Manu, DCE, and Kickout. And so that means at the moment, I'm pretty sure DCE is our player of the year so far.
He's gone back-to-back points. So.
Going back-to-back. Okay, now to the Storm vs Bulldogs. LDV T60. Our LDV T60 power play of the week is Sean Bloor for his match-winning try against the Bulldogs. The LDV T60 has 160 kilowatts of grunt, which makes it one of the most powerful utes in its class. Auto from 38990, drive away for ABN holders. 7-year / 200,000 kilometre warranty, whichever occurs first. At that price, why go second hand when you can have a brand new LDV? Let's talk about Sean Bloor's fantastic line running for that try to win the game. What I'm liking about Sean Bloor is just building and building and building. And it's almost following that similar-ish trajectory for Katoa, where he got down there. He didn't explode onto the scene, but he just got better and better, more well-rounded. And what a moment for Sean Bloor personally, because, comes through the grades as this next big thing, captains his state, I think in nearly every single age group he can. For some reason, just can't seem to get on the field, obviously with injury, but also just didn't seem to be a lot of players at the Tigers during that time, no offense, Hammy, development just didn't seem to go as well as, you would hope. Goes down to the low blow. Goes down to the Storm and has this moment in a big game. And, a lot of people wouldn't have thought it was a big game, but it ended up turning into a big game. I think that's great news for the Storm that another forward is going down there and reacting well to their system.
Yeah, and what did we say last week with Storm edges? They go for defensive back roles. We know that Sean Bloor can attack. We certainly know Eli Katoa can, but like Sean Bloor, 40 tackles, he had one miss in there.
Yep.
And to get the match winner, as you said, he's early on in his career, it hasn't hit the peaks that we'd sort of been hoping for, but the confidence this is going to do him, it looks incredibly fit, actually. He looks terrifying to tackle.
Looks strong through the big legs.
Yeah, and he'll benefit with, if that would have been probably his first game with Cam Munster, maybe trial or something, but the signs are good. That'll do the world of confidence for him.
Like, if Bloor now begins to hit the trajectory we thought he would, a Bloor Katoa edge back rower is just like, oh my God, like scary, scary stuff.
Don't have to play around with this. I mean, I know Soft Solomona, he sort of hasn't been in around there yet. Bit of injury, a few things going on, whatever. But, in the past, because they've been light on, they've toyed around with putting Soft Solomona on the edge and that. Don't have to do that if these two can stay fit. Won't need to, won't even think about it. So he stays through the middle when he comes back. Good sign.
Really, really good signs.
That, far out, Kidione Katoga. So excited to see him come in again. Big future in him. Speaking of destructive forwards, what was going on with that? With the Bloor try, he just didn't make an attempt at him.
Wasn't that Salmon that missed him?
No, I'm pretty sure it was Katonga.
I thought it was Salmon that missed the tackle.
Katonga, unless it was a deceptive camera angle or something, he keeps his arms down. He doesn't even reach for him.
Yeah. Oh, is he trailing from the inside?
Yep.
Okay. I'm pretty sure it's Salmon that misses a tackle, though.
He doesn't miss it because he doesn't have a crack at him.
Oh, it's in Katonga.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the initial contact, I think it's Salmon that misses it. But,
probably is.
Okay, and so he just doesn't even try to tackle
it. Was like
maybe it's a weird camera angle that makes it look like he's closer than he was.
Maybe that was it, but I hope it was.
Yeah. Look, it's just that's like such a rookie error.
It was a weird one.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So
he didn't go through him. He went through Salmon, but it looks like he doesn't throw his arms out.
No, but okay, so for the listeners, he goes, like the line runner is on Salmon, he misses the tackle, but then Katonga doesn't trail in from the inside.
He's trailing. He just doesn't try and tackle
Doesn't
him.
put his hand out. That's weird.
Anyway, you'll learn from
it.
it.
Just a brain explosion, just not thinking in that moment.
That's what I put it down to. Like there's plenty of ability in this kid. He looks like he could be a star potentially, or he certainly has the attributes to do it, but hopefully it was just a brain explosion and on a one-off thing that, I haven't seen enough of him in the lower grades, but...
Yeah, he trialled really well. He trialled really, really well. Okay, let's get into it, though. Okay, question. Was Storm not good or the Bulldogs great?
There's probably a bit from column A, a bit from column B, but I think the Dogs were better than...
We thought they would be?
Yeah, that's what... Yeah.
I think you got to give the Dogs a heap of credit.
I thought the Dogs were frigging outstanding.
So did I, yeah.
I think, like, the Storm, they're not as good as they were, 2016, 17, and we keep unfairly putting that weight on their shoulders of, like, you guys should be going out and toweling teams up.
Yeah.
But they're still one of the best teams in the comp, but I think the Bulldogs look phenomenal.
The Dogs were great. The right edge of the Storm defensively, like, Doggy's left edge, kick out, Birdo and co, they were tremendous, but there was just like a free passage through for them nearly the whole game. I think Adokar had 6 line breaks or something down the edge. So defensively on the right edge, bellyache, there's going to be some rockets sent to those boys because that was so far from Melbourne Storm defensive standard.
Do you think Kickout's getting into like Mike Tyson areas where they're almost psyched out before they get on the field? Because it looks like when he was playing against the Roosters, they genuinely were jockeying off him because they didn't want to make the contact.
How destructive has he been? I noted in the pre-season trials he came back and like he looks, by Villiamy kick-out standards, so small because there was like not an ounce of fat on him. He was so shredded and just looked so fit. That is now translating to form in the NRL and at the Doggies. He looks tremendous. He's leading the Dally M's with Ponga.
Mate, he has been outstanding. And it just reminded you, like, all I'm seeing, when I see him be destructive on that edge, all it reminds me of is that a few years ago at Penrith, where they would spin the ball to him and Luai would just go, boom, give him the ball, and then they just get a quick play of the ball and they just be at you after it. And we're seeing it now to the Dogs where, of course, you've always got to work on your defence as a team, but sometimes the best defence is an attack. And so when you've got Kickow on the edge, getting you momentum, you obviously have to defend less. You're obviously more confident going there. Whereas if you don't have a Kickow on the edge there, being able to break the game open, and you're just taking hit up after hit up through the middle and not getting anywhere, that takes it out of you in in defence. And I just think that the Kickow, he's not in Tom Trbojevic areas of importance, but I tell you what, he might be one of the most important forwards to a team in the comp.
Yeah, and you look at, in a comparison to Manly, the Doggies, mainly on their left edge, are doing these early spreads, and they're going, you've got Josh Adokar, one of the fastest players in the competition on the wing, and then we've got Kickow, who in his current form is one of the best back rollers in the game. They spin early ball and take him by a bit of surprise, and they go, Kickow's going to draw in a couple of defenders here, or he's going to beat the first one and then another one's going to have to come in. Yeah. They give Fox an inch and he's gone, and they're having so much success with it.
Yeah, it's just he's finally doing what he was signed for. I'm sure a lot of Dogs fans are sitting there going, and look, he has had injuries, so, it's not, but I'm sure a lot of Dogs fans the last couple of years are going, we signed this incredible back rower that's supposed to come and just absolutely skittle teams, and we haven't really seen it. Whereas, now you're seeing it.
Just going through his last 5 weeks. So, round 2 against the Sharks, he was easily their best player. Round 3 against the Titans, he scored a try, set up a try. The Roosters game, he was one of the best performances of the year, certainly with the best first halves of the year, and then last week, he's been on.
How old is Kickow? 26, 27?
Look.
And he can skin you, he can destroy you in so many different ways.
He's 29. 29.
There's a lot of back rows who might be sort of relatively one-dimensional where they're a solid defender and they run a really good line.
Yeah.
And that's it. He can run that line and go over the top of you. He can skip across field and just fend blokes off and just, cause disruption of the defensive line. He can sweep out the back and ball play and tip on. He can grab him behind the line. He's so well-rounded.
Even if he does skip across the field and he doesn't break the line, he's still going to get a quick play of the ball because he's so strong. He just falls to his front and he just gets straight back up. I mean,
you mentioned the Mike Tyson factor. Would you say face tattoo coming soon for Kickow? Is that what you're thinking at the moment? Or
I'm thinking. Yeah. I think it wouldn't look bad. Maybe a bulldog there or something.
Yeah, nice.
Like that.
Got that dog in him.
Kickow has just been phenomenal, and just his ability, nothing is on. There's literally nothing doing, and then just gets the ball, and then something happens. It's just amazing. Okay, we'll speak about the Bulldogs first, and then we'll get to the Storm. What a performance. What a confidence-building performance for the Bulldogs. And devastating they lost. Because, seriously, if they had won that game, it might be one of their best victories since their grand final. Seriously.
Would you say that line was 17 or 14 or something stupid?
Yeah. They were paying $6.70 or something like that head-to-head. So, massive. And they've had big wins against the Storm. I mean, they beat the Storm last year, literally.
In Melbourne. It was the last game they'd lost there, yeah.
I guess the only difference is I'm pretty sure they were relatively full strength then.
Yeah.
Whereas here, they're decimated by injury, and they go down to Melbourne and nearly beat them.
Yep.
And so it's hard to say, is Melbourne not as good as we think they are, or are Bulldogs just improved a lot? I think Bulldogs have just improved a lot.
If you're a Dogs fan, you've got to be happy with this, haven't you? You just kind of see them week by week just getting a little bit better. Things are starting to gel, particularly their left edge, which cause all sorts of headaches. But they're on the right track for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Even look at the starting pack. Chris Patolo, couple of games back from injury, played a handful of minutes this year. Josh Curran starting at prop alongside him. Curran, who has played a lot of his career on the edge. He's plays as a lock. He's been coming off the bench, starts in the front row. Jake Turpin, a number 9, starting at lock because they're so short on players. Jamin Salmon was a 5'8", turn centre, turn lock, turn edge back rower, starting on the edge. Coming up against the Melbourne Storm, down in Melbourne, fully fit, ready to go. It's a tremendous performance.
Their win against Storm last year, Storm had no Pappenhausen, no Munster, no Coates. So significantly better this way.
Yeah, significantly better.
Minus Sof Solomona, Storm had full strength, eh?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And also Hughes obviously in the bin for 10. Hughes went to the bin for 10?
Yeah.
Did Pappy get binned as well?
And Pappy got binned a bit later.
Yeah, both
3 or 4 minutes later. So even out. But your front row getting binned, it's the last thing you need. Fullback, usually you've got an outside back that can kind of jump back there, but a front rower when you're already short in the middle there. And also, we have to remember, Storm are the Storm. If there's one team that can cover 10 in the bin, The Melbourne Storm.
Yeah.
Bulldogs already decimated, already got their backs against the wall, being able to cover for Hughes. It's just what I love so much about the Bulldogs' performances is like they're fully bought in. Like they're fully bought into Serraldo's systems and the way they play, and so that's what's really exciting.
And look at like their depth and their selection headaches at the moment. You've got Blake Taaffe, who'll come back this week. He'll play at fullback. Connor Tracy, who was excellent on the weekend. You've got Jacob Kiraz, who's been going between wing and centre.
300 metres, 88 post contact.
300 metres. It's like Bronson Sherry, he's been outstanding.
He really had the game of his bloody career.
The way look at this, he enters Melbourne down there, 2 line breaks, 3 line assists, 2 try assists. Defensively, what do you have?
209 metres. 3 line break assists, 2 line breaks. Fuck.
How do you drop Sherry from that team? So it's like when Critter goes back to centre, what a good problem to have for Serraldo.
What are our thoughts on Critter's performance?
It's good they gave him that roaming licence because we kept saying it last week and the week before. Like he's just got to it'd be great to get his hands on the ball a little bit more. So
I love to see it.
I love it as well.
Yeah.
But like that was our concern. Like last few, like the opening, rounds was he wasn't roaming. He was literally just sitting on his edge and barely touching the ball, touching it with hit ups and that. But I felt like he was playing fullback at times. Now maybe he wasn't playing actual fullback, but he was just roaming. But I definitely recall him bloody roaming around back there. What are our thoughts on Connor Tracy at fullback? Which is someone, what's crazy? So Connor Tracy, 22 runs, 126 metres. Critter, 14 runs, 131 metres. So they must have shared it a little bit because surely Connor Tracy, if he's playing fullback for the whole time, he'd have more metres than that.
Yeah, and Tracy he was coming in this game with a calf injury or something. Like, it looked like he wasn't going to play.
Yeah.
Not only did he play, but he went back and played fullback for the majority of the game. Oh, he was good. What a valuable player to have in your squad, Connor Tracy.
Yeah,
A bloke
so
you can slot in anywhere from 1 to 7 and he'll do a great job.
Well, it's funny, like a lot of people gave Serraldo and the Bulldogs shit for signing all these utilities. And look, I get it. To a degree, I agree to some extent. But games like this, that's where the utility value comes in massively, where you can move blokes around. Like you've got Salmon, who can play 13, he can play edge. You've got Curran, you've got Connor Tracy, you've got Critter outside back to a degree, can play multiple positions. Like
how is having a bunch of blokes who are, high quality across numerous positions, in what world can that be a bad thing?
Yeah, I mean, in these situations, it's fucking massive.
Yeah.
Critter, his most touches of the year easily this weekend.
So he definitely was roaming around, for quite a bit. Yeah, because I honestly, there was periods there I was watching, I was like, oh, Critter's playing fullback.
Yeah, so the first 3 weeks, it was all under 17. Then there was the Rabbitohs game where he had a lot of touches at the end.
Because he played fullback.
Yeah, and then last week he played fullback when Taff went off for a bit.
Yeah.
And then this week was even more than that. So the last 3 weeks have been...
See, I like that.
For sure. Well, he's a superstar.
Yeah, get him the ball.
He needs to get hands on the ball.
Get him the ball. I wonder, will they continue that kind of, not necessarily swapping role, but with Critter and Taff, but will they let him roam as much with Taff at fullback? It'll be interesting to see.
I hope so. I do.
Bloody oath, I hope so. But yeah, he definitely played a much different role too.
All right, who drops out? Let's assume Taff's coming back in at fullback. Who drops out of that back line? I'm not dropping Bronson Sherry. I thought he was
You're not
terrific.
dropping Karaz.
Not dropping Kiraz, no. Not dropping Fox.
Probably Connor Tracy, unfortunately. Which is like tough gig for the poor fella.
Unless you wanted to...
No, I'm dropping Sexton.
I was going to say, he'll be right there with Sexton.
Mate, get out of that 18 jersey.
And they'll be booing him too.
Could go to 14 role.
Yeah, okay. So
I mean, because Kurt Mann's out. Like
I don't mind giving Bailey Hayward time, though. That rookie, he played really good in the trials. I don't mind building that combination with Reed.
Bailey, Chris Keating, Hayward.
Yeah, I thought that as well. I was like, what's going on here?
Anyway, but as you said, great problems to have.
Because, great problems to have. But, if I'm the Dogs, I'm going, okay, if Connor is our if there's a chance Connor can be our 14 for the whole season, then put him at 14. But if it's just like a stopgap because he played so well, I go, let's build the game plan around who is going to be our 14. I know Bailey Hayward, it was his first game of the year, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Was his debut as well?
Debut.
Yeah, debut. If he is going to be that 14, which I like, because as you guys always know, Reed Marnie, I want him to have some minutes off the field. But yeah, Bailey Hayward, look, he didn't actually end up, don't think he played hooker. I think he come on for Turpin. Bailey? He would have come on for Turpin, would he? Because Reed played 80.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think he just came in, played through the middle, didn't he?
Yeah. So 42 and 38. Yeah, so him and I'm assuming by those minutes he came on and played 13, which is fair. Unless Reed played 13 for a period. Fair
Friday,
whack,
6
though.
p.m. feels about 3 weeks ago at the moment.
Oh, mate. Watched so many games trying to remember
Yeah.
who got taken off for who.
Oh.
But I will say that if he did come on and play 13, geez, that's good signs for the Bulldogs, that they've got a young guy that's normally a hooker, can play a bit of 13 as well.
Yeah. Just on Toby Sexton, 0 run meters, 0 tackles. You can understand the treatment.
Yeah.
That's some of your best.
Oh, so your best. So look, really, really good stuff from the Bulldogs. And what I love so much about it, you can see some DNA being built. You can see systems slowly coming together. If they can just land 1 or 2 big front rowers, not even big, just good front rowers, this team, then they could be challenging for your 6 to 10 kind of mark. Because I think it's been a great start to the year. I really do for the doggies.
Sure.
They got a couple. They got next. They got the Knights. Their value there, $2.10. They are against.
Bit of
the
value
Knights.
there. Bit of value.
Higher than the Tigers. So a couple of winnable games. They could start to get their mojo working.
Great stuff for the doggy. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with Critter. Does he continue to roam in that fullback centre kind of role, or does Tap? Because the only thing I'm thinking is, because Connor Tracy came into the game with an injury, because these numbers for Connor are way down. Usually he's fucking.
He was he hurt his calf last week. I don't think he finished the game, and he was in proper doubt.
Yeah, so I wonder whether that's why they've said to Critter, Connor can't get through as much work as he usually does.
Yeah.
We need you to pick up a little bit of that slack.
Big chance.
So I wonder whether when Blake Taft does come back, he goes back to sitting on the. It'd be interesting to see. Okay, now Storm. Look, I don't think Storm were bad per se, but I do think that if you're bellyache, you're sitting there going, obviously you don't wish you could get a loss, but a loss would make these boys realise we can't continue to be this scrappy, lose opportunities and let teams back into games. Because so far they've had 3 games where they probably should have lost, but they're so tough and gritty, they don't lose. So from a tough and gritty perspective, which we already know Storm teams are, that's already a given. You go, oh, that's great stuff. From a performance perspective, you go, boys, why do we keep doing this to ourselves? So look, a win's a win. You got it. You move forward, but very weird position for Bellamy to be in.
It's an interesting one because, every side, particularly every good side, needs a wake-up call to get rid of any complacency, any overconfidence. You look at Manly a couple of weeks ago against the Dragons. They were terrible, and they went out and then beat Penrith and drew the Warriors over there. 2 outstanding results. This one, was this the wake-up call for them where they go, the doggies coming down there, injuries everywhere, all the expectation was that Storm come out and win this game comfortably? Was this the wake-up call for them and they got the 2 points? Or was it, we didn't play that well and we still got the points? It'd be interesting to see how that. Knowing Melbourne, this should be the wake-up call.
Surely, just to get some, because they fade in and out of game. Sometimes you watch the Storm and you're sitting there going, holy, who is going to stop this spine from just rolling through you, just so quick, so on the advantage line. And then other times you're like, oh, they've got no punch. They look quite unenergetic. It's just very strange to kind of get a grasp on.
Even Pappenhausen tried 2 minutes into the game. Then there was the Remus Smith try off the freak coach kick. That was defensively not a heap more you can do about that. Then took him to the 74th minute to score. Again, the Doggies lost a bloke for a period. So did the Storm, to be fair. But it alludes back to a great defensive performance from the Dogs. But Melbourne, Do
you think it's because they lost a front rower quite early, or
what's that? Sorry,
they lost Kamikamitha quite early,
possibly.
And
in a side that are, as you said, they are lacking middles. If there's one spot in that team where they're probably short one quality middle. So to lose Kamikamitha, who's been enormous this year,
he's had probably his best year, I think.
It certainly hurt, but also probably not enough to be that's why.
Yeah.
So I don't want to jump too far ahead, but this Roosters Storm Thursday clash is super interesting because the Roosters are coming off a really bad loss to the Dogs and then a nice gritty win, and then the Storm are kind of meh about how they're going. It's gonna be an interesting one.
Huge clash.
Market can't split them, $1.90 each for that one.
No way.
Yeah.
Far out.
In Sydney.
It's in Sydney, yeah.
But some positives. Obviously, we spoke about Sean Bloor, but Xavier Coates. Mate, like, how many big plays has he had already this season? Like, he's had as many big plays as a lot of the best wingers have in a whole year. He's had him in like 2 or 3 games. That kick, like, how?
Yeah.
He looks,
freakish.
since that put down,
Yep.
he just looks so confident, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's realised that he's a freak.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah. Freak and big moments too. Like, obviously, the put down. Not to get too carried away again, but Origin winger.
Very exciting. I mean, at the moment, he's got himself locked in for Origin.
Just on Coates, so the last 4 Storm games have been against the Warriors, where he did that crazy try. The Knights, then they had the bye, so nothing. And then last week was the Broncos game, where he had more than one moment. And then this week. So he's had 3 or 4 huge moments in 3 or 4 big games.
He's averaging a huge moment a game.
It's ridiculous.
It's actually insane.
1 HM per game. Pretty good.
The most important stat of all, HM. So yeah, that kick was incredible. But also, what I'm loving is his tough carries. You know, he's realising how friggin' big he is. It's like someone woke him up and was like, hey, mate, you do realise you're an absolute giant winger. So really exciting for him. And that's like, Storm are at their best when they have a winger that is a top-tier winger. I think that, you know, they lost the Fox, and then for a year or so there, and that lost Vunivalu, and for a year or two there, you could make the argument that they didn't have the best wingers in the comp. Obviously, Warbrick had a great year last year, but now Coates is playing as a top-tier winger. Like, you put him in your top 5.
They've always had one just like elite, athletic, freak, speed, so like Corabetti as well.
Always got essentially an Origin winger. Warbrick, okay. Definitely a bit down on last year, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting what they do with him, because, again, he's another athletic freak, but just the defensive reads at times, like that edge was torn apart. We know Bellyache is not going to be hesitant to make any big calls, so interesting to see how that one all pans out.
Yeah, does he send a message, or does he try and sort that out for the long term?
I wonder who, I'll have a look, but who would come in for him, what the depths are sort of like there.
But yeah, we've already spoken about Bloor. The hard thing is like the performance. It was so mixed that even players that had good periods then had poor periods, and it's hard to really get a grasp on it. Harry Grant, 3 errors, probably got to clean that up a little bit. But you know, Harry Grant's probably the one hooker that you can go, you know what, I'll cop 1 or 2 errors because you're getting out of dummy half so often. But I do think that Bellamy will be trying to use this as a wake-up call moment. I really do.
Well, that's it. You can look into a few sort of half-decent performances, and not taking any credit away from how gritty and how, not even gritty, like they're impressive and they used the ball well, the Bulldogs. Like they played really good footy, but it was a disappointing performance from the Storm.
Like, look at this. The Bulldogs had 8 line breaks to 5 Storm. Like, who would have thought the Bulldogs would go down there and have 8 line breaks?
They completed at 80% as well, the Storm. So it's not like they couldn't hold on to the ball or anything like that.
Like the Bulldogs completed at 69%.
Yeah.
So if they completed at 80%, they win friggin', 1 to 12.
This dog side, who we all know they're lacking middle forwards, they ran for 235 metres more. Potentially skewed a little bit because they did have a lot of runaways, which would have impacted that. But yeah, still, it's...
Well, even post-contact meters, they won.
Yeah.
So it's just like, a team whose forward pack isn't known for... And look, I'm sure we could go through the meters and maybe their forward pack got beaten by the other. But it doesn't change the fact that if you were to sit there and say they'll win the physical battle against Storm, when you're looking at that team, you don't look at the Bulldogs and go, oh, they're going to win the physical battle every week. Probably does land in the disappointing for me for the Storm. I didn't want to go as far to say disappointing because I don't want to take away from what the Bulldogs did. But the Melbourne Storm, I'm sure Bellamy is walking into that change room. He's not smiling. He's not walking in going, boys, great win.
Especially in the last 20 years, we're so used to the Storm being so ruthless. And the Doggies were decimated. So from that perspective, it's certainly disappointing.
Decimated Dogs, fully fit Storm roster, in form, down in Melbourne. It should have been a scoreline.
Especially up 10-0 at half-time as well.
Yeah. On top of it, again, more credit to the Dogs, but the Storm, from there, you think they just go on with it, don't you?
the bounce back against the Roosters, that game is going to be unbelievable. So hopefully they can sort. Anything else kind of stand out for you with the Storm this year after watching them for a bit?
I'm all good, mate.
Enjoying Welshie's work, getting back into his work a bit. Obviously, had a bit more time when Kamikamitha come off early, but getting back there, getting back to his best.
That just come back from that ACL injury last year. It's like
I think it was ACL or Achilles.
I'll check.
I think it was Achilles.
Yeah,
Or maybe it was Achilles before. Anyway,
coming back from those big injuries, it takes time. Like they never come back as explosive or as good as they not that Welch is an explosive player, but as good as they were within that 1 year. Second year back, you can see it.
The last one was Achilles, but he has done his ACL in the past.
I will say the exciting thing for the Storm is when Nelson does get back into the side, and Kamikamitha obviously can play that full. That front row rotation is just going to be a nightmare.
I think as well, what's exciting for Storm is the spine, probably the best spine in the comp, if not top two. They've played 2 games together in 2 years, so by around 18,
they're going to
be slick.
Yeah, and that's why when I say you watch them for 20 minutes and you go, who's going to stop this Storm? And so I think that's that's a natural progression for a spine that hasn't played together for quite a while. So that 20 minutes, as the season goes on, it'll be 25, 30, 40, 50, 60. And hopefully by the time they get close to finals footy, we're seeing 80 minutes of just all-out attack from that spine and just working, well-oiled strength. So it's a good point at pointing out the fact that because they're such big names and they played together quite a lot before the last 2 years, everyone just thinks, oh, yeah, they should be good to go. But when you have basically 2 years of not playing together, it's going to take a little bit to get that going again. Look, if there's one team that can somehow get the win with the Bulldogs playing incredible and they're not playing so great, it's the bloody Storm. They're too gritty. Alrighty, now it is time for fan questions with the great Dwayne Bennett, mate. How'd you pull up after the unfortunate loss for the Dolphins on the weekend?
Mate, I was there, but look, the atmosphere was thick. It was great. You could smell it. You could taste it. You could have a spoon and just eat it. It was amazing. And I was there with all the fanatics, mate. I was meeting them all. But, tough night for the Dolphins, as you say. But Dolphins never give up. We'll be there to take it to the Broncos later on in the year. We'll see what happens for that battle for Brisbane or the fight for Finland, as we call it. But
mate,
that's fight with a PH then.
And what's the fan question for this week, mate?
Mate, it comes from Matt, young Matt. He's a Knights supporter, and he's asking you boys who should be selected as the fullbacks for State of Origin.
Oh, my God. This is super tough. Look, I need to see more. It's clearly between Reece Walsh and Kalen Ponga. Mm-hmm. And Reece, he obviously been out for a couple of weeks. He had quite a few errors on the weekend. So it's like, if I was to select it like right now, I would go with KP just because he's had, essentially a full season. But in saying that, it's neck and neck. It really is. You cannot ignore Reece Walsh's incredible performance last year. But at the same time, KP has done that in Origin as well. So at the moment, selecting literally today, you go KP because he has played every single game. He's got that match fitness. But in 2 games' time, I could be saying Reece Walsh, and we'll go Queensland first.
Yeah, it makes me genuinely crook knowing that you cannot pick one of these 2 players. Like, they're arguably the 2 best in the game, footballers in general. Like, certainly at the best they are, their best they are. It's so hard, Campy, because as you said, like, so much to play out between now and Origin 1. And whichever way you go, they're going to kill it.
Yeah.
As you said, there's just a few less errors in KP's game at the moment. In the Origin arena, that's probably the one I'd lean towards by a very narrow margin. But, like, Reece Walsh could come out this weekend and have 5 tries. And you go, it's got to be Reece Walsh.
Yeah,
I'll go Ponga.
You go Ponga?
I'm going Walsh.
You going Walsh?
I'll go Walsh. KP as well, he's played a bit more footy this year, but he had to go and get a jab on the weekend for his hip as well.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point.
I'm going to go Walsh, then I'd go KP. But if they're both injured, who do you go then? And I think I've got to do an honourable mention to one of the best centres in the game, Brimo. I reckon I'd be going with AJ Brimson as the fullback.
And keep Hammer in centre?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, now, New South Wales fullback. Selected today, right now, I'm probably going Dylan Edwards. I'm probably going Dylan Edwards.
okay.
And that's coming from a guy that has been very, bullish about Scotty Drinkwater. But I just think Dylan Edwards' form this year has been, insane. Absolutely insane. So is Scotty Drinkwater. But I feel like the game plan they're probably going to go with is going to revolve heavily around Cleary. Edwards' form is incredible. So if it wasn't Edwards, it'd be Scotty Drinkwater. But that would be, it just depends. Like if you're going for a fullback that's going to get through, 25 to 30 hit-ups and you want heaps of meters from your fullback, obviously you go Edwards. But if you're going more the Queensland-ish route where you want a guy that can just create try assists out of nothing, you go Scotty Drinkwater. Boys, who you got for New South Wales?
Well, mate, you've got your meter eater in Dylan Edwards, Mr. Reliable. You've then got your silky ball player in Scotty Drinkwater. Why not have both of those in the form of Tom Trbojevic?
So you'd put him at the back, not centre?
Yeah, and I just think we've got so many quality centre options to pick from. I'm like, Tommy's been at centre for us in the past in Origin with success, but I think he's our best option at fullback available right now. As you said, he'll have those 25-plus runs. He does a lot of the hard carries out of it, our own end. He's got the silky ball playing. I'm Tommy Trbojevic.
Yeah, look, I just assumed Tommy would be locked in at centre, but I agree with you. If you're willing... If you feel that you're going to gain more by having a centre there rather than Edwards there, then, yeah, Tom Trbojevic is the best fullback for me. If that is if you haven't got him locked in at centre. So if you're willing to move Tommy around, yeah, Tommy would be number one.
I'm going Tommy as well. I think as a Queensland fan, you got to go, when you get asked a question like this, who would you least like to see playing fullback or playing in that position? I think Turbo can hurt you a lot more. So Edwards had a great year as well. He'd do a good job, but I think Tommy Turbo.
What about do you feel that, okay, so whoever places Tommy at centre, do you feel they offer more than what Edwards can offer at fullback? For example, Edwards has been one of the form players in the competition. So are let's say, a centre can give you 7 out of 10, but the Edwards can give you 8 out of 10, and then obviously Tommy at centre can give you, 9 out of 10. You're actually having a stronger team across the board by having Tommy in centre and Edwards you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just think even though we've seen Tommy play that phenomenal roving role at centre in Origin in the past, he grows another leg with more opportunities, more time, more hands on the ball at fullback. And you look at our centre options, like Stephen Crichton's probably going to be one of them. Can obviously play on the wing if required as well. We've got a fair few wingers we can pick as well. Latrell Mitchell's obviously the big question mark. To be honest, if he had 12 poor games leading into Origin 1, you can pick him for Origin at centre where he's going to have 8 runs and I'd be confident he'd come out and do a job. So, look, you can have Critter and Latrell there. Not a bad centre combo.
Not a bad centre, yeah. No, I agree with you. If you're not going to play Tommy centre, you play him in fullback. But if you're going to play Tommy centre, right now, just by a little bit, I'd go Edwards, probably because of the connection with Cleary, but I wouldn't mind seeing Scotty Drinkwater. Mate, how's a Finland campaign coming along?
Mate, the numbers are building, Denon. The numbers are building. I was talking to a lot of Bronco fans on the weekend. I managed to convert a lot of them to become Finlanders, just to sign up straight away. They get it, okay? And look, for all the footy fans out there, okay, we know you love your team. We know you love your team, but there's nothing like having a second team. Watching the footy on the weekend, it makes sense to have a second team to follow when your team's not playing, all right? So why not just support the Dolphins? It just makes sense. There's no more sense you could make out of this. Just go to finland.com.au, sign up, get your digital passport, and hey, like exclusive members, you're going to be opened up to all these new prizes that are going to be unveiled this week.
There you go. Make sure to sign up to a Finlander, the Fin Nation, Finland with a PHINLAND.com.au. Sign up. Yeah, they're giving away 5,000 free Fins plus revealing all the prizes, or at least some of the prizes this week. So you don't want to miss it. Support the Finland because they're supporting us. And it takes 2 seconds. So many prizes.
So many prizes. The new budget direct fins are just crazy good too. They fit your hand like a glove.
As always, love it, Dwayne, and we'll see you next week, mate. Alrighty, Broncos defeat the Dolphins. And don't forget, guys, give us a follow on Sportsbet's feed. You can look at what I'm punning on, and you can copy my bets. Broncos defeat Dolphins 28-14. Look, when you talk about games where it's like, look, we just get the win and move on. This is one of those games. The amount of errors, oh my God, actually crazy. There was some really exciting footy, but there was also it's just a bad game. A lot of penalties. Just a bad game of footy, to be honest. Like, yes, there were exciting moments. Yes, there's a battle of Brisbane, but I think Broncos just go sweep this under the rug and just move forward.
Yeah, they both completed 67% in the game. The Broncos always have exciting moments, don't they?
Yeah.
Large part due to Reece Walsh, but because they've got so many superstars in their team and just like super attacking weapons in Mam, in Cobbo, in Walsh. They're such a great side to watch at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, not their best performance. You add in the fact that the Dolphins lost Hammer in the first half. They've been really injury riddled this season. They cannot take a trick. As you said, Brisbane, it was comfortable enough, but tough night. Not tough night. It's a hard one to put a finger on.
It's just hard because if it was any other team, you'd be like, you need to sort your errors out.
Yeah.
But Broncos always have a lot of errors.
They throw the ball around. They play attacking footy. They're not going to complete at 85% most weeks like the Penrith Panthers do because they play a different brand of footy. So the 67%, as you said, to them, it's different to what another side would be who relies on completion rates.
Yeah, rely on completion rate, rely on building pressure.
If the Raiders complete at 67%, we're in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah. And so it's a very weird, game to kind of judge. But, like Dolphins obviously lost some key players, which obviously makes the win not as, makes it a little bit hollow. But, the Broncos are going in without Reynolds, without Haas, without Piakora. So, look, you just take the win where you can. In regards to some great performances by the Broncos, obviously Paddy Carrigan was outstanding again. But Xavier Willison off the bench looked outstanding. And I wouldn't say he was a momentum swinger, but I would say that when he came on, the standard of go forward and standard of defence definitely lifted to what it was. And it's fast becoming a situation where not only has he cemented his spot on the bench going forward, in my opinion, but he may be pushing for a starting role quite soon when Haas does come back. Him and Haas and Paddy starting. You're getting back to, obviously he's not at Flegler's level yet, but you're getting back to that kind of, the ceiling is similar-ish. I thought Willison was outstanding.
I'd 100% say he was a momentum swinger off the bench, mate. He was outstanding in this game. 6-4 at half-time. He came on back end of the first half, I believe it was, and scored a try within not long of being on. I think they isolated him on, it might have been Cody Nikorima, was it?
Yeah, Cody. Yes, Cody Nikorima.
Cody, and just steamrolled over the top of him almost from a standing start. Willison was outstanding. And, mate, we were speaking in the green room before the show, and I was sort of saying, how's he not picked from the start of the season? Marty Taupau was getting a start there, but you made a good point on it.
Yeah, I just said, it's just about patience. It's about, you're a young gun coming in. It's about earning the jersey. It's about reminding them that, you've got to, just because everyone's talking you up and hyping you up doesn't mean you just get to walk into the side. And also, it's a really long season. The last thing you want is a young rookie over in Vegas against a red-hot Roosters pack to go out and get bashed and lose his confidence. Not to say that Willison, that would have happened with him, but the chance of it happening is not worth it.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
He was devastating.
Mate, he was unbelievable. So, look, fair. If you think he fully swung momentum, that's a fair statement. I just think he just lifted the standard. Each run that he did was probably better than what was before him at the time in his specific position.
So I'm just trying to I'll work it out now where he came on, but Matty's got it. But yeah, they were down. He scored their first try, so they hadn't scored a point.
Yeah,
the point that
he came on in the 25th minute, and so he came on when the Dolphins were up. 26.
Well, I mean, you know what? He did swing momentum then because they hadn't bloody scored, and he scored. And I just love some of his work. He just gets through a player like that, as big as that. With that much, that many people growing up would have told him he's the man. He's, he's destined for big things. But the fact that he does all the little things, you don't really see it that often with superstars that are coming through with all the physical attributes he has.
Well, put it this way: the came on 25th minute or 27th minute, whatever it was. The Broncos scored all 5 of their tries in a 25-minute window, which entirely coincided with Willison's first stint.
Wow. Okay. I stand corrected. I'll go from he lifted the level to he genuinely was a game changer.
It's all good, mate. I know your team better than you do. Do you watch the Broncos games? Or?
Oh yeah, just the highlights, just the highlights. Yeah, so really, really good performance by Wilson. And the scary thing is like this is just the start of the season. Him and Ben Takura by the end of the season, if they can develop, what a handy bunch of young forwards to bring into your side as the next things up. What do you think of the Broncos' performance?
Yeah, very, very. You mentioned it pretty well. Scrappy, I think, is the right word for it. But when it was sort of there to be won and it was a bit of a scrap fest, the Broncos just kind of did what they got to do. 4 tries in 15 minutes, I think, just kind of after half time. Very impressed with Selwyn Cobbo, just always kind of like being thereabouts, making stuff happen. He's just getting better and better kind of in that centre role. 200 metres he ran for again. Obviously got 2 tries that probably took the game away from the Dolphins. He really stood out for me in some.
Selwyn Cobbo is just as the key word is like make things happen.
Yeah.
Like there's very rarely a game, whether it's good or bad. Like sometimes he'll try things and they won't come off. But there's very rarely a game where you aren't on the edge of your seat or even standing up when Selwyn Cobbo has done something crazy. His ability just to whenever the ball gets to him and there looks like nothing on, it just there's just energy around him that just creates something.
Yeah, and he's, as we know, he's still so early on in his career. It's like this bloke is so early in his development.
Was he 22?
As a
22
as a
or
player. 21? Yeah. And what I found in this game... And
21.
You can look at it from a positive angle or a negative angle, whichever way you want to do it, but... they weren't the best, the Broncos in this. They made the Dolphins pay for all their mistakes. Like they had, it was something like 3 or 4 tries off the back of errors that they'd scoop up and go to the field. And Cobbo, I think, was a couple of those. I think one was Walsh. A bomb that went down and Walsh as well. So you go, all right, like in terms of Brisbane breaking the Dolphins' line and really threatening them with structured attack, not the best, but good sides make teams pay when they make mistakes, and Brisbane, they won the game off the back of that in a very short window of time.
And just like tries that just appear out of nowhere to a degree. What do you think of the Broncos, Matty?
Oh, I just wanted to point out one more thing about Willison. He actually doubled his output from his last game, which shows that he's constantly improving. But just some numbers. So against the Cowboys, and don't forget, he got concussed in training, so he didn't get concussed during this game. So he did play less minutes. But he ran for like 153 metres, whereas the last game he ran for 70. He doubled his tackle breaks, he doubled his post-contact metres, and he also halved his missed tackles. So for a rookie,
he ran for 181 metres.
Sorry, 181, yeah.
Yeah.
Improving week on week on week.
And 83 post-contact.
Yep.
It's just like...
21 years old.
21... In 43 minutes, he had a try, 16 runs, 181 metres, 83 post contact, 6 tackle breaks, a line break, 18 tackles, only 2 misses. And although he doesn't play exactly like Flegler, he does offer a similar, unique point of difference with the tackle breaks, with the offload. So yeah, look, he's just he's very, very. And any bloke that's Instagram is literally at Mr. Stand on Business. You better be standing on business.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Living up to the Instagram handle, which is good to see.
He only works in business days. 5 business days. That's what he works on.
Really? But sort of the Benji Marshall approach.
I'm so excited for Wilson and Takura. Like by the end of the year, by the end of next year, like we saw that All-Stars game, just what Wilson can do. So yeah, Broncos are in a pretty good spot when it comes to that.
Yeah, as long as they just keep progressing,
for sure,
they would. In regards to some other boys, obviously Selwyn outstanding. I thought Katoni was quite good. 16 runs, 160 metres. I think he's been, is it a contract year where he's off contract? I think he is. But you got to, what have we always said with Katoni? We want to have 15 to 20 runs each game. Yep. I think he's been doing that. He's upped his input a heap this season and started doing it last year. It's exactly what we wanted to see from him. Yeah, and so... for when he goes 10 games without that big moment, back in the day, you'd be like, Katoni's been really quiet. Whereas nowadays, as a more mature player, you go, okay, he may not have had the big moment, but he's doing all the tough stuff. I mean, he has 75 post-contact metres from the centre, and that's without a line break. And so, really good performance from Selwyn, in my opinion.
What about the big
Katoni?
What about the big Oats dog? One of the great mixed bags.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even call it a mixed bag, to be honest.
4 errors, 3 line breaks, a try.
No, he was love Oatsy, but that was a really poor game. Really, really poor game. And, I hate to say it, but it's justified their decision with Arthur's Dean Mariner.
Yeah.
Enormously.
Look, on the wing, I think he's a bit too old and battered to be on the wing. Some of those line breaks, the speed, he just couldn't hit the pace that he needed to hit.
I will say, I don't know what his training regime is, but when was the last time you saw a bloke switch between wing and forwards, like impact forward off the bench? It's like a damn hard thing to do. Like, you completely different body shapes and training and all of that, preparation.
Yeah.
Hard yards.
Oh, absolutely. I do think, though, going forward, if he wants a space in this team, it's probably going to be off the bench covering because on the weekend it was just, it was a really, really bad night for him. And he nearly cost us. Like, we should have, we should have probably been up 16-4 or something at half time. And look, everyone can have a bad game, but when you're fighting for a spot in a team full of throbbers, it's you've got to throb.
You've got to throb with them.
You've got to throb with them. And, so I do think, put it this way, if Dean Mariner is still out next week, I'd be putting Jordan Pereira probably in on the wing.
Yep.
Or looking at someone else that's a young, it doesn't have to be young, but someone else to give him a crack, because unfortunately it was just a really poor game.
Do they have to be a throbber?
They don't have to throb.
Okay.
It wouldn't hurt, though.
It wouldn't hurt, but just finish and catch the ball.
The throb will come.
The throb will come. Throb will come.
Speaking of throbbers, I know you just spoke about him, but just on Tony Sags again, second week in a row, he's had 16 runs.
Yeah, I think he's been outstanding. I really do. But yeah, Oatsy, I love Oatsy. I really do love Oatsy. Brisbane fans, we all love Oatsy. We all do. Incredible career. But I think if he is to fight his way into this current Broncos squad where his body is at, it'll most likely be off the bench covering either back row or on the edge.
We've mentioned the struggles, just being a little bit short on edges this year. Jaden Hunt, 3 runs for 33 metres on the weekend in 66 minutes, 150 metres across his last 200 minutes in the NRL. Talk about just work rate, just needs to do more.
Yeah, and also if you're going to be a battler like that, you've got to score a try when you get over the line. You can't have it knocked out of your hands. And I know everyone makes errors, so I'm not saying he has to be perfect, but if you're Jaden Hunt, he's a battler. He's a battler. So if you're not going to go out and have the 150 metres or the 100 metres, when you do get across, all the little things need to be squeaky clean. I do think he's plugged a hole there defensively.
He's not been bad.
Yeah, but if you're looking at a premiership side, you just need to take that next step. But I hope he can grow into it, because he is relatively young and he's new to the system. So I think he's been better than I thought he would. At the start of the year in the preseason trials, I thought, I don't know if he's up to NRL standard. He's done a job, but I agree with you. Probably need to just inject yourself a little bit more. And maybe that's a confidence thing. Sometimes when you're a rookie coming to a new team, you don't want to overcall people. Hate to be a negative Nancy, but Fletcher Baker, I think, needs a bit of time in New South Wales Cup, Queensland Cup.
Yes.
I think Willison, if Haas is still injured, I think Willison needs to start. I think you're probably looking at, obviously, Jensen starting with Willison. And then on the bench, you would probably have to bring in, I think, Ben Takura to play less minutes and Wilson play more minutes.
Haas is due back within the next fortnight. Pia Kura due back, I think, within the next fortnight. Oh, it's a strong team.
When you look at the guys come back in, you go, oh, shit.
Yeah, Haas, Picora, and Reynolds all back around 8, according to NRL.com.
Wow. And I do think, I understand we're going to be patient with Ben Takura, but if you can get a game plan where he only has to play 10 to 15 minutes or even 20 max, I think he could handle it. 10 each side of half time, maybe.
Especially at this point of his career, he's an Adonis.
Yeah.
The mobility around the ruck, the speed of the NRL, the rigours, what it takes on your body, it's super fascinating to see if he's going to be up to it, week in, week out.
Yep.
As you said, Kemp, if he's playing 15-minute stints, maybe 1 or 2 of them a game, and you've got big minute forwards in Payne Haas, in Carrigan, who can play anywhere from 60 to 80 a week, and you don't need big minutes out of him.
Yeah. Look, Tristan Sailor is a gun. I don't like him on the bench, though. I think you've got to make a tough call there. Yes, he's good enough to play first grade, but I just, bringing Ezra off at the end of the game, putting him in there, almost a bit pointless, to be honest.
I was going to ask you about that and having him and Smoothie there.
Yeah, I
spoke
don't
about
like
maybe
it.
having Oates there. I don't know.
When it was named like that on Tuesday, I thought, surely they don't run this bench out as they have.
Yeah, I just don't like it. I don't like it. Just quickly, Reece Walsh is aware of it. He even kind of, I think he even said it after the game, or one of the boys said it. Like, he's aware of, I think Paddy maybe. Anyway, just sometimes when you come, but just take a couple steps back and build into the crazy stuff. But it's Reece Walsh, so like we could sit here and crucify him for his errors, and then he'll come out, as we said earlier, and give you 5 try assists. So I just rein it in a little bit and then build up. But outside of that, like, you could see he was just a bit rusty. That's it. Like,
there's no in between. Is there? It's 1 or 100.
Yeah, really is.
When he's playing, it's 100.
It's very difficult to sit here and crucify the bloke when you've seen some of the stuff he's done.
Yeah.
But if you're being hypercritical and you want these boys to win a premiership, it's just about finding that balance and not allowing these kind of games to happen where, you've got 3 or 4 errors in you. But first game back, we all know he'll find his eye, and once he does find his eye, it's actually ridiculous. Now, onto the Dolphins. Look, I thought it was really gutsy. They lost their fullback. They lost front row. No, Jesse Bromwich went off, checking his jaw. They also lost someone else as well. They lost... who else did they lose? They lost a forward. I don't know. Maybe I'm... No, because Jared... Anyway, maybe it's the...
They lost Cody Nicarima late with the calf.
Maybe I'm just thinking Jesse Bromwich because I thought he stayed off with the jaw, but he didn't.
Because it looked like he was going to be
He was gone, yeah. But anyway, at the end of the day, they lost their fullback, definitely.
Yep.
So that moves their 6 to their fullback position, and it forces Milford to come on. And, Milford, I don't think he played that well, to be honest. And so I actually thought they were quite gutsy. I really did. I know the Broncos are a little bit undermanned, but so are they. They're losing Flegler. They lost Kofusi. They lost Herbie. I thought it was pretty good from the Dolphins. I really did.
Mate, I think with that injury toll, and then you lose the absolute key to your attack in Tabuai Fido 20 minutes into the game, they just cannot take a trick. And they haven't had opportunities to build momentum, build these combinations. It's been so hard on them, particularly in the forward pack. They've gotten away with it because they've got such depth in the roster that it's been okay. But like, they've lost so many strike weapons in their side. Some of their best players. They now lose Cody Nicarima, who'd been solid this year as well. They 28-14 against the Broncos. Not a bad result.
No, seriously not a bad result. And some positives. Isaiah Katoa for me is just so impressing. And I think the wider audience, because there isn't a noise around him right now, aren't really realising that we're watching this young guy build this game out so well. So 17 runs, 100 metres. Like, first of all, that's great for a 7. 2 tackle breaks, but 28 tackles, only 1 miss. Like, as a halfback, that's outstanding. As a 20-year-old halfback against the Brisbane Broncos, who are so hard to defend, I thought Katoa was outstanding. I really did. He's
just got all the makings of great. You don't want to heap too much pressure on the young fella early on, but, from international footy to, like, a debut at, what was he, 18 or 19 or something, at no point in his career, despite being thrown in the deep end for Tonga, for the Dolphins in year 1, he hasn't missed a beat. Like, he hasn't looked out of place at any point.
Yeah, and it's never looked like the moment has overwhelmed him.
No.
Like, I've never watched a game with Katoa. Now, he may have played poorly, but it hasn't been because he's looked rattled. It's just sometimes things don't go your way. I think we're watching the really, really early phases of a young gun centre that in 4 or 5 years, it's almost... We always say with the best halves, the game slows down for him. He's not there yet, but I think in 4 or 5 years, it's going to look like the game is... It's like Cleary, for example. Cleary had his first year or two was pretty good. Then he had a couple of years where he had to almost take 2 steps back to take a couple of steps forward. We talk about it all the time, but the year before they went on their crazy run, people were calling for Nathan Cleary's head. Like, this guy is not who he said he is. He's a pretender. And so he took a couple steps back and then came back a way more rounded version. And I think with Katoa, in 4 or 5 years, because he's been in first grade for so long, because he's had to steer around a side that isn't a top-tier side, when he does get a top-tier side around him, it's going to almost look like it's in slow-mo for him.
Yeah, and, he's got the super coach. He's got Wayne Bennett mentoring him every step of the way early on in his career. Didn't pick him round 1 despite us sort of saying...
That's got to be a tactic.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you look at it now and how good he looks. That's Wayne going, mate, you got to earn this spot. You got a long career, but like we mentioned before with Willison, yeah, you're a gun rookie, but you need to earn your spot like every other player in this team. I reckon that's what that was to Qatar, and the signs are so good. I mean, look at it. The Dolphins were leading the comp last week.
Yeah.
And
I understand it's been against lower tier sides that they've got their wins, but it's still getting wins. Like, look at other teams that are top tier right now that are, 1 from 4, 1 from 5. Like, win's a win. We're forgetting, guys, as well, the Dolphins are in their second year in first grade. Like, because they went so well to start the year last year, I think we've forgotten this is their second year as a club. And is anyone sitting there, before they came in, what was the constant headline or argument coming from everyone? There's not enough talent. Another club's not going to work. Is anyone doubting whether Dolphins deserve to be in the comp now?
No.
Listen to their current injury toll. Hammer, Nicarima from the weekend, Flegler, Farnworth, Kafusi, Lemuelu, Plath was suspended, Gilbert, Donahue suspended.
Mate. And Donahue would have probably been on the bench and he would have probably came on in that half role. So that's another, I thought they were great. I really did.
Just on their halves, I'm wondering what they kind of do now because obviously Nicarima went off.
It'll be Donahue, Katoa.
So he's back for suspension, Donahue?
He's 3 weeks. It's 2-3 weeks out, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
I was sending an SOS.
Yeah, because... Well, yeah, it might be. Might well be.
Sending SOS. That's one of your best there. I like that.
I thought so.
It took me a second, but yeah, it's a good point.
But you know what? The fact that it took a second, that shows how quality it was.
Those ones that you get on the way home, sometimes you've got to work for them. Maybe it will be SOS and Katoa because they're missing quite a few
I think
now.
it probably will be.
Oh, it definitely
Milford
will
on report as well.
Yeah, Donahue's not playing next week.
Let's talk about that, Milford. How he stayed in the current environment, how he stayed on the field. And I get it. I'm Broncos. I'm biased. We got smashed in the penalty count, like 9-2 or something like 9-3. How he stayed on the field, I'd love to get your thoughts. Am I being mental here?
I thought it was fine.
Not even a penalty?
I just throwing it out there. No.
Mate, that is in the current climate where you can't even touch halves as they pass the ball. Going behind, like, what?
Well, you look at, I know different scenarios, but Josh Alawai, who flicks the leg of Sean Johnson and is, I think, going to miss a week because of that.
That's insane. See, I thought it was a penalty, but missing weeks for that?
It's insane.
You don't think he was punished enough? He fucking draw the game for the team.
As you said, that is the current environment where you just can't touch kickers, basically. Milf smacks him off the ball, like, with
from
intent.
behind, like in his back.
And they didn't have the ball. Oh, jeez.
I think it's madness. I think it's madness he stayed on.
Yeah.
What?
It's like ridiculous. That was like so... couldn't believe it.
And what frustrates me, it's not for the Broncos game specifically, because we ended up winning, so you can kind of walk through it. What frustrates me is for other fans that have been dudded with calls way less harsh than that. Hits way less harsh than that. They get 10 in the bin, they lose a game, and yet you get tackled in the back, whiplash to the max. And it's just like... what are we doing here? Like, if we're going to set the standard of, like, we're going to protect ball players and dangerous contact is going to be... And then that happens and you're just like... It's same with the head high, the Clemmer did on the weekend, the first one. It's like...
Yeah.
What? Like, so all these games, and I'm not just talking about Broncos games, I'm talking about all footy fans, where you've got to sit there and cop this rhetoric from the NRL going, we're trying to make the game safer. That's why he was sent for 10. That's why you potentially lost the game. And all of us NRL fans, we eat it down and we go, all right, I'm pissed off and I don't agree with it. But you know what? If you're trying to protect the players, I'll cop it. And then this happens and you go, hang on a sec. So you made us eat this whole yarn about safety, this, that, and blokes getting poleaxed. I don't know. I just think it's unfair on the fans.
I thought the Clemmer one was actually worse. I couldn't believe they didn't go for 10.
The what, sorry?
The Clemmer one I thought was worse than Milford's. Because that, like, we've seen since Magic Round 3 years ago, anything high is basically sin bin.
The only reason why
worse.
I would argue it's not worse is because Milford hit him in the back without the ball. Whereas, like, that was a tackle being made that can go wrong. Even though I'm not saying it's worse or better, I'm just saying mitigating.
I meant more surprising, only because we see head highs going all the time.
Sure. Like,
yeah,
I
thought they were both sin bins. For sure.
I'm not saying one's better or worse. I'm just saying, like, the mitigating factors for either can be different. But I agree with you in regards to clear cut, standard has been set. The Clemmer one was worse. When talking about standards and what we see week in, week out, the Clemmer one was definitely worse. Am I being crazy here saying this is unfair on the fans? For this
No.
kind of
No,
stuff?
God, no. I can't believe he
Well,
didn't go for 10.
Not to go back over a game we've just covered, but Pappenhausen got put in the bin for hip drop, but he didn't get 2 weeks like Lockie Galvin did. Not that you want to see kind of like players getting suspended, especially
Yep.
good ones like Pappy, but it's a little bit all over the place.
Well,
at
it's
the
just
moment,
unfair. It's unfair on it's unfair on Tigers fans. Like, what? So you've
We've
got
been
this
through enough.
It was a clear as day hip drop as well. Like,
Yeah.
very strange.
Good news, Hammy, though. Clemmer escapes with 2 fines and no suspension.
So Clemmer didn't get a fine or a suspension.
No, he got a fine for both of them.
Really?
So he didn't get suspended. I guess you can't really combine them, but yeah.
I mean, the first one's pretty.
I thought the first one was...
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Now, maybe they've got different angles where his shoulder just hit his neck because he kind of like hit him and wrapped around him and then hit him again. So maybe, look, in the NRL, like in the NRL's offence in this specific one, maybe they've got an angle which shows that he didn't make contact
yeah,
with the head.
I'm surprised he didn't, but I'm not hardcore against it and upset by it. I was like very much in the yeah. I'd need to see it again, but I'm not stunned.
Oh, the suspension for me, I'm not one for 2 wrongs make a right,
Yeah.
and we need to start suspending people. It's a 10 in the bin that I'm just mind blown at. But yeah, anyway, back to the Broncos game. Very, very strange that he didn't get 10 in the bin for that. Outside of that, good like a really gutsy performance, honestly, a really gutsy performance. And we talked about when Broncos get all their players back, when the Dolphins are full strength, I think they may make a run to that 8. Like, they should be challenging for the 8 at full strength.
You said, like, sure, they've beaten some softer opposition this year, but that's all you got to do. If they beat the teams that...
Look at the Sharks.
On paper that are below you or around you, you win those games, we can play finals footy.
Exactly. Look at the Sharkies. They've literally beaten bottom 8 sides and they've made the finals 2 years in a row. So it's like, as a Dolphins fan, in your second year of existence, you make the finals by beating bottom tier sides.
Yeah.
How's that a bad thing?
Yeah, they don't have to go out and beat Penrith and beat Brisbane.
No, absolutely not. So, not too bad. Okay, Warriors v the Sea Eagles. Match of the round?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
Pretty high
It was
quality.
a ripper because it was just because of the quality.
The quality was super high. I think both teams have put forward their case for being premiership threats this year. I was a bit iffy on Manly a couple of weeks ago. I was like, the wheels falling off. I think since then, they've been outstanding. Another great performance. If I had to be hypercritical, just these big leads that they just let go, they've got to sort that out. Because once they can get ruthless for a full 80, they'll be putting if they get ruthless for a full 80 against the Warriors, they put them away 13 plus because they're up 16-0, in 30 minutes or whatever. I thought it was a great performance from both teams. Warriors to stay in the fight and Manly to just withhold that momentum swing and somehow stay in the game.
Going from that loss to the Dragons where you're sitting there going, all right, are Manly pretenders or are they genuine title contenders? And to bounce back from that by beating Penrith quite comfortably, and then as you said, I know they didn't get there, but they could have 13 plus the Warriors in New Zealand, who, in my opinion, the 2 best teams in the comp at the moment. Penrith, and then Warriors / the Broncos once they get Cattle back. What a couple of weeks for the Manly Seagulls. And, we just mentioned the Dolphins to make the 8. They don't necessarily need to beat the best teams in the comp. Manly, we now know, can beat the best teams in the comp. So, phenomenal from them. And on the Warriors, I feel like we've said this so many times over the last 18 months, season and a half, but the Warriors of old, they fold over here, they don't show the ticker, and they just go, full confidence, bang, 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 a few quick tries back in the game, fight to the last minute.
Mate, the Warriors' patience in this game was some of the best I've seen. Like, I think that at the start of the year against the Sharks, they got impatient, whereas I think they learned a lot of lessons from that. And Sean Johnson, he just stuck to the game plan. Like, they're 16-0 down, they're going 4 hit-ups, kick high. 4 hit-ups, kick high. So the Warriors' patience, but also Manly's ability to withhold pressure, I was genuinely surprised by that. I thought that the mounting pressure from the Warriors, and look, eventually they did get the points, but especially in that first half, the ability just to withstand, and then hit back with some not length of the field, but half the field kind of tries. Like, look, the really exciting thing for Manly, and also it's a scary thing as well, the standard has been set now. All the ingredients are there for you guys to not only finish top 8, but maybe even top 4. So for you to fall off now, it's all on you. Unless there's a massive injury toll or whatever. But for them to not make the 8 right now, something's gone drastically wrong.
Big time.
Yeah, one thing with Manly, because I was hot on them at the start of the year. You remember the preview show, I was like, they could be banging on the door of the top 4 if they all stay fit. They've won it. They drew this game. They beat Penrith, we mentioned a minute ago, but they've lost a few games that they should win. So they lost to the Dragons and they lost to the Eels. This week they got the Titans, who are a lot better, over the weekend. So that for me, they've got to put them away. Got to come out and put them away to keep that standard high, as you say. If they lose another one that they're supposed to win here, I don't know. It is a little bit hard to place them, to be honest, because they have got the footy in them. But I don't know. I don't think they've been consistent enough just yet to be kind of a real premiership threat.
Desi's going to be fired up for that one.
Oh, massively.
Jesus.
Backflip cup.
Ironically, Sexton booed again. In
Can't
place
catch
of
a break.
DCE.
Yeah.
Poor bloke, he's about five halfbacks after DCE.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't have left. So.
And then you look at the one question mark, obviously, leading into the season was Tom Trbojevic, and can he stay fit? We're 6 rounds in, and he's looking
better than ever.
Yeah, looks outstanding, and just confidence in his body with every full game that he plays. He's going to get better and better and better. Daly Cherry Evans.
Freak.
End of his career, twilight of his career, I should say. Was he 35 or something? Arguably the best footy he's ever played.
Here's a good question. And sorry, just before we get to that question, in regards to Manly, I think you even that inability to put away those teams they should have beat.
Yep.
You even see that in games that they win, where their inability to put aside, like for example against the Warriors, they should have put them away. They didn't, and so it's quite patchy. So I agree with you. When I talk about premiership threats, I'm not there. I actually think Warriors are more of a premiership threat at the moment.
Yep.
But in regards to top 4 and top 8, I think that if they don't make at least the top 8, that's a disaster.
Yeah.
Where they've shown.
Absolutely.
The thing is, if the wheels finally fall off the Panthers for whatever reason, whether that's injuries, whether that's them running out of steam, whatever, because I think we've all obviously got them as premiership favourites still at the moment, it's wide open.
It's super wide open. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So with Manly, you're right. It is about the ruthless nature of you've got the team, boys. It's about just putting teams away. Question for you both. DCE, free agent, if he's a free agent, how long of a contract are you offering him to get him and how much you're paying him per year? At 35 years old.
I can't see him leaving Manly for what it's worth.
Oh, for sure. This is more actually from Manly's perspective.
Okay. Oh, from Manly.
As in, from everyone's perspective,
Yep.
but to put into context how hard they'll have to fight to keep him. For example, there's been talks about, I think an official at Manly said, reportedly said, contract negotiations with DCE might be a bit awkward.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm just trying to put in context what that is. The negotiation, is it about he's 35 years old,
Yep.
please take a pay cut for everyone else? Or is the negotiation, mate, he's the best 7 in the comp right now, outside of obviously Cleary, you're paying what he's worth?
Has he not already taken a haircut to stay at this stage?
He's still on about, I think, 800, 900K.
That's pretty good.
What would you offer him right now on the open market?
For an extra 2 years to stay at Manly?
No, open market.
Open market, he'd be getting over $1 million at a team that's wants to win a comp.
So, for example, let's say Tigers.
Tigers would have. Well, we just
What would
paid
you offer him?
Luai 1.2.
What would you offer him to get him to the club? What would you be willing to offer?
At least that, I would think.
How many years?
2. I think
2?
he's got 2 good ones in him.
Yeah, I was thinking 1.1, 1.2 over 2 years.
Would you go 3 for him? 3 years?
The reality is that if Ches wants to play that long, and he very well may, someone is going to have to do that, aren't they? And look, mate, he's 35 and he's looked as good as ever.
What do you reckon?
I don't know if I'd go 2. 3. There is clubs that would do that. What I think Manly would do is they won't give him a pay cut, but they'll just go year on year on year. So he doesn't have to take a hit. That's what I think will happen.
Because the reason why I say that is that, and I hate to bring this up, someone left a really funny comment actually on I think it was a South post. Real good time to ask Demetrio, you could have used Reynolds, could you? Anyway, sorry. I hate to use this to kick a rabbit while it's down. I've always said that, never kick a rabbit while it's down.
Classic camp.
But in contract negotiations with Reynolds, they negotiated with him having his age being the biggest priority rather than his form. So Reynolds obviously wanted 2 years and they refused to offer. They offered 1 year. And so I think that Manly can't make the same mistake of looking at his age and having that weigh too heavily on their keenness to keep him. So, for example, some might look at it and go, he's 35 years old. Well, okay, you've got to take a pay cut to stay here. You're 35 years old. You're at the end of his career. But if you didn't know how old he was, would you say that? You wouldn't, would you? If you didn't know how old he was and you just looked at his form, you'd be saying, pretty much fucking write your own check right now.
Yeah, if you didn't know what his age was, you'd be going, give him 1.3 a year.
Especially because the older halfbacks not look like they're slowing down. SJ Reynolds, DCE.
Also, his longevity, durability, I should say. Touch wood, he's hardly been injured his whole career. So
and that's why I ask you the question. It's because it's like when you're sitting there, I think a lot of people almost subconsciously just go, oh, yeah, you can just expect DCE to take a massive pay cut. But it's like, well, hang on a sec. No, you shouldn't. Like, maybe he should out of the goodwill of his heart to the club. But at the end of the day...
I don't think he should.
No
way.
But I'll get to that. That's what I'm saying, is that he shouldn't take a pay cut. He is worth $1.2 million.
Yep.
And his age at 35 is irrelevant right now. There's been no evidence that he's injury prone or getting close to it. He doesn't look any slower. Doesn't look like he's not enjoying the contact anymore. And so this idea that he should have to take a pay cut down, because again, that's what's been said, is that there might be awkward conversations. I don't think there's any awkward conversations. No. You give him a 2-year deal worth $1.2 million a year.
You'd go up to that amount for him at Manly.
If he demanded that, 100%. Now, if he is willing to take less, then obviously you go as low as you can. But if he was willing, if he said, I want $1.2 million, I'm paying him that.
If anything, he's at the end of his career, cash in. He doesn't know what the future's going to hold after the NRL, what salary he's going to be on, what work he's going to be doing. Get the money now. You've earned every bit of it, and on top of it, your form's holding up. So there's no reason why.
I reckon he would rather stay where he is on what he's on now to win a comp at the club that he loves than go to a cellar dweller on $400,000 a year more. He's the most articulate rugby league player I've ever heard. He will slip straight into a media gig afterwards. If he could finish his career, bookending his career with another premiership at Manly, wouldn't that be don't you reckon that's what he'd be after?
Oh, I'm not sitting here saying that he's even going to even consider leaving.
Yeah.
What I more mean is that if he goes into Manly negotiations and they say, you're on 800 or 900 now, we need you to go to 600, I think that he should go.
Oh, yeah.
No chance.
I don't think they would do that to him.
I hope not.
Could you try and get the article up where it was reported that they said there might be some awkward conversations? Because then you look at even deeper into the Schuster situation and you go, why are they so obviously we know why they're aggressively trying to release him. It's form, it's everything that's going on there, but it also could be they need that money to
retain him,
to keep DC in the side.
Yeah, and look, you're literally re-signing a top 2 halfback in the NRL. There's no chance.
They don't grow on trees there.
There's no pay cut. There's no way he should be going on less than what he is on now. If anything, he could ask for more.
Even if he got his 3 years, as a club, you're going, and particularly if you're a club, and you're trying to get him on the open market, all right, the way things are going, he's going to be outstanding next year. There's no reason why at 37 in 2 years' time he still can't be one of the better halfbacks at the worst in the game. Maybe by that 3rd year, if he really starts to slow down and the body starts to go, it's that's the slight risk. You're still probably getting, worst case, 1 to 2 great years out of one of the best halves in the game.
And also, his 7 out of 10 is better than probably 85% of the competition.
Yep.
Basically, it was Lockyer and Joey actually saying that they expect that he would have to take a haircut, but in the same breath, they were saying there is absolutely no way they can afford to lose him because he's not slowing down.
Yeah, I do think there's an article out there saying it was reported that. But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The subconscious thought process is, of course, DC should take a pay cut. He's older, but it's I don't think he should take a pay cut at all. No, no way.
Cash in.
His form is outstanding. Okay. Quickly about the Schuster situation. What are your boys' thoughts? I think that I've already spoken about it a little bit. I understand. Look, administration, them re-signing him last year, I thought that was crazy at the time. It's clearly come back to bite them. But in saying that, they've also done some great things as well. So, that's a loss in that department for the administration for Manly, but they've done some good things as well. In regards to the Schuster situation, these reports that there's these clauses in the contract about, fitness and all this kind of stuff. A person may sign that, and I'm not a lawyer, guys. Couldn't tell. But look, I'd have to guess, and this is purely guesswork, but just because a player, let's say they are in it. Now, the manager's come out and said those clauses aren't in it, but let's say they are in it. Just because someone signs it doesn't mean there aren't regulations from like fair work and stuff. I don't know how you could get past workers' rights or whatever by saying a bloke has to be under a certain amount of weight to keep his contract. I think that is a nightmare Manly aren't want to. Like, do you reckon that holds up in court? Because we signed him on this massive deal, but because we said he should be on 100 kilos, he's 110 kilos, we're going to terminate the contract. I don't know if that holds up.
I don't know about stuff like that, specifically like weight targets, but if there's like you've got to hit some of the fitness benchmarking or stuff like that, if there's some specific metrics around that, that might fly.
No, I don't think it would. So? I don't think it would because it's like, okay, well, do the other players have to hit that? Is he not able to perform his job? His job is to play rugby league.
Yep.
So it's like, can he perform his job? Yes, he can. Just because he's doing it poorly doesn't mean his contract should be terminated. I don't know how...
Firstly, I have no idea. But secondly, if there was like weight-related or fitness test-related targets that he had to be hitting, KPIs, he's also had, was it health issues and injury issues in the chicken pox?
Torn calf and a broken wrist.
So he's a big boy who I'm going to assume probably fluctuates weight quite a bit. If he hasn't had the opportunity to train properly, how's he going to hit those KPIs? So it's like he'd have genuine excuses too.
Yeah, I don't know if it would hold up. So what I think is happening right now, Manly are being super aggressive about this situation so that when they do come to negotiation table and say, all right, mate, we won't go down the path of all the legal stuff, but we'll give you $200,000 a year. Then it feels like it's a typical negotiation tactic where you offer such an absurd thing initially so that the second and third offer, the opposing people think that you've moved. Oh, wow, they've moved. So they're being reasonable. But the first offer was so absurd, they haven't really, they're giving you something you're already entitled to. So I that's what I reckon is happening here. Manly's being super aggressive so they don't have to pay out such a large portion of his contract because I just don't know for the life of me how that would hold up in a court of sitting there going, he didn't hit his fitness target, so we terminate his contract. Like,
whatever way you look at it, messy.
Disaster.
Just had a look. So obviously we haven't even started this part of the contract extension yet, but equally, he's played 7 games since he re-signed. Only 7 games.
And they would nearly all would have been off the bench too.
No.
Back in the last year.
Oh, look, there's no one sitting up here saying that he doesn't deserve pressure on his spot. Like Schuster has not been good for the Manly Seagulls and he hasn't put his best foot forward. And also even with his injuries in regards to his weight fluctuation, that's also not an excuse in my opinion. You're a professional athlete.
Agreed.
You should stay fit. But I'm just talking from a legal perspective. If he is fit and able to work, how can you say you're going to terminate his contract? So I think that's really messy. But I understand why Manly are wanting to move him on because it's like, mate, how many chances have they given this kid?
Yeah.
He hasn't played a full season since 2021. The problem is you re-signed him. So
less than 6-8 months ago or something.
So it's like you got to live with the consequences now. Unfortunately, it sucks. So hopefully they can come to a middle ground.
So interesting to see where that all ends up because it looks like
it looks going to be ugly.
Riding on the wall at the Seagulls. Hopefully it's a clean exit and everyone's happy and he goes and kills another club. But it's like Schuster's on a massive contract there. You know, he's not going to give that up easily. Who's going to re-sign anyone anywhere near that money? I don't know.
If I'm a club, I'd only take him at minimum as just a chance that he'll be able to work in our environment. I wouldn't.
That's what I mean. Like if a club's only, let's say a club goes and he's re-signed for 800 a year or 900 a year or something stupid at Manly. So then if a club, let's say a club does back him, we'll give you 400 or 500, still taking an enormous pay cut to leave the Manly one. So it's just got mess written all over it.
Oh, for sure. Look, if I'm Schuster's manager, I'm saying to him, mate, you've got 2 options here. We can dig our heels in and it can be an absolute nightmare. You can get your money, but you'll get a lot of money. That's great stuff for the next 3 or 4 years. But then your footy career is potentially, I wouldn't say over, but there's a chance that, it's not going to end well. Or you can take a massive pay cut, reset your career. He's 21 years old. You've got so long, mate. You can do that. But they're the 2 options you have. There's going to be no in between, really. Yeah. There's really not going to be any in between. And, look, I hope Josh's mental health is okay because, often, when people become overweight or whatever, it's usually a reflection, something's going wrong for them personally. But at the same time, at the end of the day, you are a professional athlete and there are expectations, and hopefully at his new club, wherever he does end up, we can see the best of Schuster, because the best of Schuster is actually insane. Now, some positives in the side. Jake Trbojevic worked his absolute backside off. It was actually probably probably the best game I've seen Jake Trbojevic play in a while, to be honest. I thought he was absolutely incredible. He had 17 runs, 158 metres, 49 post-contact, tackle break, 49 tackles, only one miss. I have got to give a massive shout-out to the Manly Sea Eagles front row.
Yeah.
Their rotation has been so much better than I thought it was going to be this year.
Without Nathan Brown on the weekend, it was laid out.
Paseka should be. He needs to play a few more games like this, but in my opinion, smoky for Origin.
Yep.
Against that Warriors pack over there, almost 200 metres, 82 post-contact.
And as I said, I'm talking smoky. So you've got guys that are in contention, and then obviously underneath that, you've got guys that could pop out of nowhere and go, oh, okay, yeah, he's...
So many smokies for the Blues, you could swear they've elected a new pope over there at the moment, couldn't you? Seriously, that front row.
Put it this way, the Blues selectors would be sitting there crying out for someone to put their hand up.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Tommy Talau was great too. I really think he looks the fittest he's ever looked. He looked engaged. He looked ready to go. I think he's going to reach his potential there. Again, we talked about the negative stuff that's happened at Manly, but look at all the players that have gone there and they're playing good footy. You've got to give Seabold a rap for that. You've got to give Manly a rap for that.
Even Corey Waddell came in on the weekend and had some damaging runs and looked right, slotting in on the edge there.
The big fella had a bloody line break.
He did.
Unbelievable. So a lot of good things going on at Manly. It's just about, it's where you kind of place them. Are you happy they're in the top 8? If so, you go, okay, satisfactory start to the year. Do you expect more out of them? Then you go, okay, it's been a good start, but there's actually more in this team and we need to be a bit more ruthless. But, good stuff. What about Tommy? We haven't even really talked about it. 2 try assists, 25 runs, 241 metres, 77 post-contact, 3 tackle breaks, line break, assist, offload, 6 tackles, no misses. You don't even talk about it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
2 outstanding weeks against, as we said, probably the 2 form teams in the competition.
Yeah. Ola Kawatu, thought was great as well. 11 tackle breaks. Unbelievable. So, really good stuff for Manly. Now, onto the Warriors. Slow start to the game, obviously. Well, not slow start. They built pressure and they allowed little moments, lapses in defence. And look, to be fair, was a Tom Trbojevic flick out the back quite fluky? Yes, it came off some feet. But even little things, the play down the short side, I think Brooks came down that short side and they made that line break to score. It was a kick inside, so you could say that's not fluky, but a very low percentage play. But at the end of the day, they scored 16 points without answering. But outside of that, outstanding. And my moment of the game, for me, was this for the Warriors. And this is why Barnett is Origin made. So you're 60 minutes in, you're 8 points down. They're getting a lot of tough calls against them at this time, the Warriors. And the Warriors defend their set line, set after set on their line. Barnett forces an error on Paseka, which is a great shot. And so basically they're under the pump. The game is looking like it's going to be out of their reach. So 8 points down. Barnett makes a great play, hits Paseka. They make an error. Completely relieves the pressure. Then he goes down the other end of the field and he drags the Manly outside back into the in goal with good contact. So at one end of the field, a match-saving play. Another end of the field, the match-saving play, and it all happens within 2 to 3 minutes of itself. That's why Mitch Barnett, will he play Origin, won't he play Origin? I'm not sure. But when we talk about Origin-made players, that's the plays that make an Origin-made player.
I had jotted down the momentum swinger as well. The part 2 of that, it's great to hear both of them put together. Makes it even more special. But Kohler, coming off his own line, just the way he did it, Kohler hits and he tries to go straight to ground like they often do, and he just goes, nah. And he just wrangled him back up, lifted him up, waited till he had 2 blokes coming to support, put him over the line and go, we're back here, boys.
Oh, mate. And to think, that's the mental toughness to be getting line speed when you're in the 60-minute mark, 65-minute mark around there. You're the front rower getting line speed after you've just made the try-saving tackle back up the other end. It's just... That's what Origin's about. That's what Origin is about. And that's what the Warriors jersey is about as well this year. That's what that's, at times with all the talent that the Warriors have had over the years, at times that is what's been missing is the guy in a jersey to have that real warrior energy, the mana. I think it's called the mana. They call it mana over there. That's what he had. I know he's not a Kiwi, but he was channeling that inner Kiwi spirit. It was toughness.
Yeah.
We call it origin spirit. They call it mana. It's essentially the same thing.
Origin mana.
Origin mana. There you go. And that's what these channeling.
And you look at it, talk about Origin, like 50 tackles in that one, played 64 minutes through the middle, but he's got mongrel about him.
Yeah.
He has got so much mongrel about him. He's a competitor. He's aggressive. He just looks made for the arena, doesn't he? And as we said at the top of the show, Payne Haas will be one Blues prop. Who's the next one? Like, there are 10 different blokes that could be in that spot. There's going to be question marks over all of them. Why not Mitch Barnett?
Well, he does complement Payne really well as well, because Payne Haas is your meter eater. He's, you're going to bend the line. He's going to have these big plays. Whereas sometimes you need balance in the front row. And Barnett, he's the dog. He's the guy that's doing all the cleanup work. He's nowhere near as big as Payne Haas, so he's a bit more mobile laterally. Like, a few weeks ago when we were talking Barnett Origin Smoky Chat, I was like, yeah, I can kind of see it. With every week that goes on, okay, does his stats get beaten by Adam Fanua-Blake? Yes, they do. But can Adam Fanua-Blake do what he does without the partner of Barnett? It's kind of like Payne Haas could probably do what he does without Paddy Carrigan, but Paddy does help him quite a bit. And I think that, your Barnett, your Haas pairing, I think they do complement each other quite well.
And you just know, going back to the mongrel, but 5-10 minutes into Origin 1 and there'll be a blow up and there'll be jerseys grabbed. You just know he's going to be bloke flying saying, get off my halfback or whoever it is.
Well, he's such a dog. They've had to pull him back a little bit.
Yeah.
Because when he left the Knights, it was like he couldn't help himself. He was literally in everything and, getting suspended, and gets to the Warriors and he's channeling it in the right direction. You're not seeing any silly stuff. You're seeing it's all in the right direction. So Barnett for me has just been, probably... He was great last year, but he's one of the most improved players year on year, I think.
Yeah, agree. Get him in there.
Oh, mate. So, at the very least, get him in the squad. Look, Michael Maguire, when you talk about players that would suit his style of footy, it's Mitch Barnett. Mitch Barnett. I thought Sean Johnson was really good, especially his patience, but in that second half, him going tit for tat with DCE.
Oh.
DCE gets a repeat set. They find a way to stop it. Sean Johnson gets a repeat set. They find a way to stop it. Then... Like DC has these big plays. He has a couple of tries. So what does Sean Johnson do? Individual effort, scores a try. Like, it's one of the best battles of sevens that I've seen in a very long time.
Matty mentioned it before show, but 2011, these two go toe-to-toe as young bucks in the halves in a grand final. And what are we, 13 years on? They're doing the exact same thing with Cleary out at the moment, probably the two best halfbacks in the game. How special was that?
Yeah.
Like, how fortunate are we to have these two blokes at the top of their game, and you have all these young halves coming through that kill the juniors. You think they'll come in the NRL and kill it? Nah, like, we've been there, done it. We're still the best in the game.
Yep. Charles Nichols-Klukstad, mate. Like, it's almost... I get it. RTS offers so much at fullback, but the disrespect to my boy CNK. Like... Are we forgetting this bloke? Yes, is RTS a better fullback? I would say he is a better fullback, for sure. Does he offer something quite different to Chance? Yes, he does. But CNK literally got him to a prelim. And it was like, RTS gets back there for one game and so many people willing to go, nah, he shouldn't be there. Chance shouldn't be a fullback. It's like, what? And he was vital.
Yeah, and he was vital at Canberra as well when he was there in 19.
Mate, the disrespect to my boy.
2 games back from, I'm pretty certain it was a hamstring injury, 346 metres.
33 runs.
One's a random stats guy, but 4 people to hit 300 metres this week? Like, I can't remember that happening.
Yeah, so Kiraz, Tarpane, CNK, Manu.
There's actually a cross promo for UFC 300. Collab with the NRL. Worked a treat. The whole back five, though, for the Warriors, very impressive. I think 4 out of the 5 got at least 180 run meters. Just, gets them on the front foot so often. So, absolute handful.
Yeah, so great stuff. Adam Fanua-Blake, he does it so much, you just don't even talk about it anymore.
Nah.
20 runs, 196 metres, 78 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, 47 tackles. So good. Jackson Ford, a couple of really poor errors to start the game. 2 essentially cold drops. I know he was running a tough line, but we speak about it quite a lot. This is the one thing holding Jackson Ford back from being one of the better back rowers in the comp. It's the game every now and then where he has a couple of drop balls, and you could tell as soon as he had those drop balls, he was like, "Oh, this is my Achilles heel." He did fight his way back into the game, but he's just got to make sure he sorts
He'd
that.
been so good for 2 or 3 weeks, all season really, but the last 2 or 3 weeks in particular, you got sorted out.
Also, RTS, got to say, not his best game. Not his best game. Those couple of errors really, really hurt the team, especially in key moments. He wasn't bad by any stretch. Still got through a bunch of work. Still ran for over 201 metres. It's just the errors that RTS doesn't usually have.
Yep.
On top of that, if there's one bloke you can forgive an error, but that last one with Tohu Harris when they could have had that easy field goal, just a tough one. Now, look, is the bloke hanging by a thread and puts his heart and soul into everything? If there's one bloke you go, you know what, you can have that error, it's Tohu Harris in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, but between Roger and Tohu, it could be the last off game they have this year. They're so few and far between. It's going to happen at some point, even to the best.
Yep. So, look, incredible game. Warriors still looking absolutely red hot. Egan was great again. Yeah, great stuff.
Just quickly, how do we feel about the penalty?
Oh, yeah. Look, in this current environment, that's a penalty every day of the week. We've got to remember, like, James Graham got done for this penalty like 10 years ago. So, look, was it soft? Yeah, it was soft, for sure. But that's been a penalty for how long now? I don't understand.
I didn't like we'll just let it go out, then send it up and check on it. Like maybe they called it at the time. It just felt like a bit of a weird way to end the game.
It is a penalty because you can't attack.
Like, I hate it.
Yeah.
But that's been a penalty for ages.
The thing that made me hate this one particularly, and it is the rule and it should have been a penalty, he's like running across him, not at him, and he gets the leg once it's up and just flicks it on the way through. It wasn't like directly going at him or diving down at legs. He's running across him and he clips the leg. It's like nothing dangerous is going to come of this, but it's the rule.
It's just a rule. Last week, Freddie Lussick just got 4 weeks or something.
Yeah.
He broke Lockie Ellis's leg. I understand it's different. It's way worse. What I do think is absolutely insane. The 1 to 2. Are you serious? We're going to suspend a bloke for that?
That's a joke.
Yeah.
That is an absolute joke. If you're going to give a penalty, I get it. I don't agree with it, but it's the environment we've created. Okay. Was that on the... if there's a scale of 1 to 10 of how bad those can be, that was 0.5. It was so minor, not an issue. But at the end of the day, we've said that's a penalty. It's a penalty. What I can't cop is suspending a bloke. What are suspensions all about? It's about punishing the player and everyone. So everyone knows not to do that. That's what the intention behind suspension is. You don't think Aloye is punished enough? You don't think he's punished enough? Come on, bro. Ridiculous.
Josh Alloway, grade 2, dangerous contact. Anthony Milford, grade 2, dangerous contact.
Yep.
So you're telling me Aloye's
Jesus.
was as dangerous as Anthony Milford's?
That's horrific.
Shocking call. And that's where I feel like sometimes they just dig their heels in to prove a point.
I know it's tough to go to the judiciary these days and get off or get downgraded, but I'd be throwing the dice at that one if I was Manly.
Yeah.
So get downgraded to grade 1.
It was a penalty. I'd never say it wasn't a penalty. Is it soft? Yeah, it's soft. But at the same time, it's been the rules. You just cannot hit the leg. It's just the way it is.
Yeah. Sorry, you already took the early play. My bad.
And also, to be fair, I really have a sneaking suspicion that when Tohu Harris dropped that ball, he got a call from the bunker.
Yeah.
Because that was super late. That was super late when Harris dropped that ball, which it ended up being the right call, but it's it's not necessarily what the bunker can jump in play now. Because that was so late. Unless he got a late call from a touchy, which I don't understand. That was super late.
Maybe touchy. I don't know.
I don't know, but it seemed like he might have got something from the bunker because it was so late. But who knows? Who knows? And also, there were a couple of knock-ons that were missed from the Warriors' perspective as well. So I got to say, hate to say it, the reffing on the weekend wasn't the best. But anyway, incredible game. To be fair, though, 22 all is probably a fair result for both teams. Could you soundly say one team was better than the other?
No, probably not. Well, yeah.
Game of 2 halves, wasn't it? They all Manly early, all Warriors late.
Yep.
I don't hate it.
Okay, now on to the Eels versus the Cowboys. But some store shout-outs to grab some Bloke beer. Paddington Tavern Bottle Shop. Aussie World Bottle Shop. Black Sheep Bottle Shop, Kingscliff, Royal Hotel, Toowoomba, Logan City Tavern, Woodridge, Celebrations, Cameron Park, Terrigal Hotel, drive-through, Harrigan's in Cameron Park with their footy and a fade during the Thursday night game. $30 will get you a schooner of Bloke and a haircut.
What a game this week for a fade as well. Storm versus the Chooks.
Oh, yeah.
Probably the game of the round.
Great game. Getting your haircut while you're watching some of the best footy there is. You're kidding. Mosh bounce back. This week's bounce back, brought to you by Mosh, is the Parramatta Eels. They got absolutely dominated by the Raiders last week. Bounce back with an impressive win over the Cowboys. Mosh is the place to go for smarter hair loss treatment. Most men think that the only option to try and combat hair loss is to spend thousands at clinics, and many don't want to go all the way to doctors about it. Well, times have changed. Mosh is 100% online, so there's no travelling to a doctor's clinic or pharmacies. Mosh deals with every bloke on a case-by-case basis. Their Aussie doctors will give you real advice as to where you are in your hair regrowth journey, prescribe you what works for you over 90 treatment variations that are delivered straight to your door. Join over 30,000 other guys in Mosh Hair Regrowth family and $50 off your first treatment plan with code Bloke in a Bar, all one word, Bloke in a Bar. You get $50 off your first treatment, completely customized, totally online, and cheap hair regrowth solutions for $45 a month. Smarter hair loss treatment all starts with a quiz at getmosh.com.au. Para Eels get the job done against the Cowboys. Great win. Really good win. Lost Miss Moses. Really poor performance last week. This is exactly what the Eels needed to get their season back on track, because if they go out and lose this match, all of a sudden the idea or the little voice in the back of all the Eels boys' heads says, oh, we can't win without Mitchell Moses. We're done without Mitchell Moses. Dylan Brown looked so much better this game, and I think it's actually due to the fact that he just ran the ball. It seemed like he was running the ball more. He just said, you know what, my strength's running the ball. I'm just going to do that. And more opportunities seem to be created around him. This is exactly what the Eels needed.
Awesome bounce back. And look, I expected no less, because I do have a lot of respect for Parramatta as a team and their squad, and they've got so much experience there. They've got so much talent. They have an outstanding forward pack on their day. So anything less than this would have been a disappointing performance. Like, really impressive. We spoke about him. I'm so glad he lifted up after the hype we gave him last month. But Down Arcee came in. Yeah. Just looked like he took a lot of pressure off Brown. And as you said with Brown, he went back to what he's good at, and that is running the football, and good things happen around him. He attacking opportunities come off the back of it. The last few weeks, he's been trying to find that balance of, right, I'm the number 7 now. I have to run this team, get him around the park. Because you know what? I don't have to necessarily create with my ball playing that. It all comes off the back of my running game. And he did that. Down Arcee took a lot of pressure off him as well, getting him around the park. Clinched it late with that field goal as well. I really like the combination. Yeah,
much better than putting a rookie in there. And I do think that, probably the wrong call. I mean, definitely the wrong call from Brad Arthur to, I don't know, does Arcee not kill it down in New South Wales Cup? Is that why? Is he quite quiet down in New South Wales Cup? Surely he would have been first man up. I need to double check, but I thought he'd been playing fullback and stuff in Cup as well as a bit of the halves. I thought his stats had all been quite good, so I don't know. It just seems like Brad Arthur is reluctant to put him in. You know what I mean? Always. He seems like quite every time there's an injury, he'll bring in multiple other people before eventually giving Arcee a go. Yeah, the thing now is they come out and got this win. Mitchy Moses still isn't due back for a while, so he should get an extended stint at it. He's also extremely versatile. Fullback, halves, centre. He's played a lot of centre in New South Wales Cup and I believe NRL last year as well. So there are a lot of different spots you can put him in this team. We know, Morgan Harper, had a few defensive issues on the weekend. There's a spot there at centre for Down Arcee if he can win this spot with Mitchy Moses out. And I feel like they're a better team with him in it. I agree. I've always felt like he offers quite a bit. Defensively, sometimes he can lack a little bit, but I think the difference is with Dylan Brown, he needs someone else that's a genuine half. And I do think Arcee is a genuine half. Now, not a 7, probably a 6. Whereas putting Blaze Talangi there, not only is he a rookie, but is he even a half? I think he's probably more of a fullback than anything. Yeah. And so that was always going to be a really hard task, especially when NRL, when you're going into a game versus the Eels, even if Blaze is the best rookie we've ever seen in our lives, what's the game plan? it's run straight at the rookie and put pressure on him, talk to him, rub, all the little dirty, niggly things that you can do. Get him off his game. Whereas you put Arce in there, yes, he's still a rookie, but he's way less of a rookie than Blaze is. And so, I just think that putting DeJean, Arce there, yes, he's not an out-and-out 7, but at the same time, Dylan Brown can kind of go, okay, I don't have a full-on rookie with me. I don't have to do absolutely everything. In certain sets, I can say to Arce, look, can you just take care of this for us? You know what I mean? You can't really... It'd be almost irresponsible for Brown to do that with Talangi, to go, oh, mate, I need you to take this set. It'd be like, mate, I'm fucking my third game.
And also, ideally speaking, in the more traditional halves combos, you do have an out-and-out number 7 who steers them around the park. That's their job. Possibly a bad example, but, 2-5-8s can work in the right system. And
Hughes and Munster,
that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Hughes and Munster, Munster is an out-and-out 6, ball runner. Jerome Hughes came from fullback, and they made that work. Again, I know they've got a star in Harry Grant there, and they've got an incredible football team and an incredible spine, but there's no reason why they two more traditional 5'8" can't play together and make it work.
Yeah. So, I like the combination. I thought Dylan Brown was outstanding. I really did. His ball running, just for defence, it must be a nightmare. Yeah. It must be a nightmare because he is just relentless with it too. He might make 2 or 3 runs that do nothing, but it just will not deter him. He'll just keep coming at you. And that the right and left foot step that he has, the strength in contact, the speed off the mark, I thought he was great. What do you think of
He's got those big kind of hips, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Big, strong boy. Hey, they were a lot better this week, and they needed a win, which, you've obviously touched on there. But, yeah, Arce, I thought was the key thing for me was when the game was, kind of on the line. He sunk the field goal. He kind of wanted the pill and kind of made that happen as well. He was really good. I thought Gutho was good again. In fact, right the way through these last couple of weeks where they've been a bit patchy, I don't know. He just he has a real good crack, Gutho. I thought
it's a leader's knock. No, he knew he needed to be the one to lift him.
Yeah.
Whether it's with performance or energy.
Well, you just see him out there. He's always been yelling at guys, getting up there, trying to keep their energy up. But he was really good again.
He's a coach's gift, Gutho, isn't he? Just gives everything he's got every time he steps out on that field.
I know I've said this a few times. I know there's probably better fullbacks out there, but I would love to see Gutho play fullback for the Blues. I reckon his effort on effort play just suits that Origin arena.
Great defender too. Really good.
That too, yeah.
Defensive centre. Defensive
if Tommy Turbo went down, I don't mind it after that. We threw up Drinkies before and Edwards. Why not Gutho?
Just back to the Jean Arce point, put it this way, to further my point of, although Arce's a rookie, he's a genuine half, but he's not as much of a rookie as Blaze. Do you really think Gutho's setting up a field goal to give to Blaze Talangi on his second or third game?
Not a chance.
Of course he's not going to do that. And so that filters further into just the whole game plan. The amount of different decisions you have to make as a spine with a rookie with you that isn't necessarily an out-and-out 6. And that's why I just think that decision from Brad Arthur was just very... I don't actually think it was fair on Blaze either.
Yeah.
Blaze is the next man up at the Eels. He's got so much potential. He can be, they're desperate for a great outside back. Now, Lomax looks like he's coming, but they're desperate for an outside back. So if we talked about earlier Wilson not starting the year. So if you're Brad, you go, okay, I've got games to win for sure, but what's more important? This guy's young development and putting in a position that he's going to be in long term, or moving around all these different positions because he's one of our better players. I think the better thing for Blaze's long-term career is deciding, okay, what position is he? Is he a fullback? Put him in New South Wales Cup, give him heaps of responsibility, and then if we move either Gutho to 6 and we put him at fullback. But I just didn't understand the idea of it's just too much to ask of the young fella.
Yeah, my early signs of him, haven't seen a lot of him in lower grades, but he looks like a fullback to me. And just to add to that, it's just who your halves partner is. Let's say it was Brown that went down and not Mitch Moses, and you've got an out-and-out number 7 who can organise the team and get around. Then you can put him in at 5'8", because his job's a lot easier and there's not this pressure to organise. But with Brown, it sort of is there and it stunts him. So, I think Arce was the play. Arce in New South Wales Cup this year, at least 4 out of 5 games at 5'8". He was named at fullback in 1, but looking at his stats, they look like stats over 5'8". 5 games, he scored 3 tries, 1 try assist, 4 line breaks. Tackle busting, all nothing mesmerising, but not pretty solid numbers,
Okay, other players. Junior Polo, when he just started running hard and direct, was outstanding. I thought Sean Lane on the edge there, some really big bollocking runs. but yeah, Junior, I thought had when he really straightened things up, because that's the hard thing with Junior is like he's so gifted that sometimes the team asks too much of him. Like, okay, mate, we need you to be a ball player now, and so he takes away from his own game, becomes a ball player, and we go, oh wow, that's incredible. But then sometimes it's like 1 week they want him to be a ball player, and the next week they want him to be hard, and so it'd be a hard balance to find for Junior. I really do, and I think once he straightened everything up, he was outstanding.
We speak about it often, but isn't it fascinating that more so a ball playing lock, and we've said it time and time again with Cam Murray, with Isaiah Yeo, it is finding that balance between ball playing too much and no, like you're at this level because you're a big, strong ball runner, and maybe you're right with Bolo. Like maybe he does focus at times a bit too much on the ball playing because it is an integral part of their structure and the way they attack as that link man through the middle. Obviously, Hopgood does it as well from 13, but you've got Hopgood who can be the interchange between the halves, and with Joey Lussick, maybe June should just go, mate, don't worry about it as much, just bust, we'll knock him dead.
I get the feeling he's being told to. Like,
definitely, yeah.
So I think
100%
you've got to be fair on Junior and go, mate, like be really clear about, because how many times have we seen in Junior's career where he'll play a certain way and then, the next 4 weeks he'll play a different way. And I just think he's probably getting mixed directions as to what they want from him. I think you've got to be really fair on him and go, mate, this is exactly what you want you for the whole season. Because when he does get his plan quite succinct, he kills it. Kills it.
And that's the thing. I can see why, because his ball playing is so good for a big fella, why some teams would need that. But with Hopgood there, he doesn't need to be the link man.
Doesn't at all. The only link that he needs to maybe do is maybe with Regan Campbell-Gillard just to tip on.
Oh, they're fine. And like the going line and his short passing game there's brilliant. So just keep it at that.
Cowboys. Let's get to the Cowboys. Mate, wasn't this you get what you deserve after a while. You get what you deserve. You're coming in and out of games. You're patchy. You think you're just going to outscore the opposition even if you have a bad 20 minutes. But eventually, it always catches up to you. And I think it caught up to the Cowboys on the weekend. Yeah,
it'll be a game that they will feel like they lost. Like they had a few tries disallowed. There was the Nanai one as a lead runner for the Felt try. Well, no try, I should say. There was the Taulungi one where he just had his toe on the line that he finishes 9 times out of 10. They left points out there, but at the same time, like their back five are making a lot of mistakes, and they need to round out these edges because they're just making putting too much pressure on the pack.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. And so when you look at the top tier, sides, like their backs are so. I mean, what do we talk about the Roosters? Their whole game plan changed from expansive to just high pace football through the middle, and that all starts with your back five. And at the moment, it's probably really only Gutho. Pensini's been okay to start the year, but they are just screaming out for some outside backs. Screaming out for outside backs. What do you got there, Matty?
No, all good.
What do you reckon about the... Oh, not screaming out, sorry. The Cowboys. What did I say?
Yeah, you
Gutho.
confused.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I don't know why I said Gutho. They're screaming out for consistency from their outside backs. Apologies.
Okay, I
don't know what the fuck happened there.
Yeah, I was about to say
in your brain.
I was about to say something, and then you were like, "You got anything?" I'm like, "I think maybe I've not been paying attention."
I don't know what. Like my brain just went on a different track.
I was like, I'm sure we were talking about the Cowboys.
What I meant to say was consistency. They've got Val Holmes, for example, who one game this year. I know he's been consistent for most of his career, but this year he's just been like this. He's just been like that. They've got Taulungi as well, who just been like that this year. They're screaming for consistency from the outside back.
Well, in that case, I do have something to say. I find it really, really interesting and perplexing even that the Cowboys' defense this year so far has been terrible, really, really bad. They've got I know it's pretty skewed with the buys and they've had a week off, but they've got the most points against of anyone in the top 12. 2 years ago, that's what they were known for. They had that tough preseason. They were known for their defense. They had the second best defense in the comp throughout the whole year. So what's happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You look at this. So basically, Nanai, he's on an edge, so you could consider that an error. But Scotty Drinkwater, an error. Kyle Felt, 2 errors. Holmes, 1 error. Tom Chester, 1 error. Taulungi, 1 error. And Dearden, 2 errors. So you're looking at 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're looking at 8 errors in their back line.
And then, might have been a couple of weeks ago, they had 15 or something ridiculous.
Yeah. And so it's just as backs, they've got all the ingredients. They can make a bunch of meters. They've got, can score tries from anywhere. like even Val only had 100 metres on the weekend. When he's been running for like 200 plus.
Yeah, 250 plus in a couple of
Been
games.
incredible.
Well, you mentioned some of the metres. It obviously makes it hard when there's so many errors, particularly from the backs, but only one forward ran for over 100 metres for the Cowboys on the weekend as well. That was Jordan McLean with 133. No one else broke triple figures.
Not even Taumalolo.
Yeah.
Jesus. Taumalolo played 42 minutes and he only made 99 metres.
Yeah.
That's tough. I will say though, it does all start from your backs these days.
Yeah.
Like if they don't get you good momentum off the start of a set, you're basically running against a brick wall.
Like, what have we said about? I feel like I'm very critical on Nanai sometimes, but it's because of this. He can be the best player on an Origin field, just about, until we've seen it.
Sure.
So I like 8 runs for 62 metres in a 80-minute performance. 58-minute performance. I just again the difference between his best game and his worst game needs to get closer because the highs and lows. I think he typifies it for the Cows.
Yeah, I mean, you could make that argument about a lot of their players.
Yeah.
Their best game is like Origin level, unbelievable, and their worst game is just like nowhere near that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nowhere near that. Super consistent. I wonder. I'd love to. I mean, really, the most consistent guys, like Dearden had 2 errors, but the most consistent guys are your Cotters, your Deardens,
Robson.
and Robson. Outside of that, usually, I mean,
Normally Val, but
normally Val this year, not so much. Drinky, he had one bad game this year, but outside of that, he's actually been quite good.
yeah.
But I don't think he's never bad in attack. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
he's
freak.
never bad in
How
attack.
about that try that he got right at the end there? The quick hands, a little back inside, and then a little wave to the family.
was
Just
insane.
the cherry on top.
He can get found out just because he's so small, Jinky.
Yeah.
He can get found out just defending his line at that A marker. When they isolate him with a big boy, it's like he gets steamrolled a bit.
Yeah.
Not even a massive knock on him, but we're talking about him in the Origin frame.
Yeah.
And when I look at Origin and I'm going, look, I wouldn't have Teddy there, but use Teddy as a defensive example, or like Tommy Turbo, when they're that A defender on the line, they're just such bigger, stronger bodies defensively.
Yeah. What are you going to say, Matty?
Oh, I was just going to say, that Brisbane game, and obviously no excuses, but he was up against a monsoon and Adam Reynolds' boot, so
yeah.
that was one to just put in the back pocket.
Yeah.
Otherwise, has been good.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, the biggest concern for me is clearly their defence. We've spoken about it a lot, but the biggest takeaway: 22 ineffective tackles compared to 4 from the Eels. Like that's bad first contact. That's like the numbers are right there. Like you can look at all this other stuff and errors, which we've already spoken about, but that is pure want and desire. Yep. Like 22 bad ineffective tackles means you've most likely lost the first contact or your patterns are bad.
And that's why I like just the more and more rugby league I watch, it's just the bounce back factor with Parramatta. That is just a great indicator of how much more like Parramatta needed this after that Raiders game. They were fired up, and it's a great sign. Well,
Yeah. So only 4 from Para, but Cowboys, I mean, I don't know if I said it this week or last week, the week before, but like you almost go, all right, we're not doing any more attacking training for the rest of the season. All we're going to train is our defence. Because like their attack is amazing. Like that Drinkwater try was like Globetrotter stuff. Unbelievable.
Like, arguably the best attack in the comp, if like more conservatively, top 3-4.
Yeah,
not
like
an
maybe
issue.
Broncos only one that can be a little bit better. But even then you could make the argument that the Cowboys. Yeah. So just defence, man.
They've scored the most points by quite a significant way.
Well, there you go. Then there you go. Number one attacking team in the comp. Just got to sort their defence out. But it's been that issue for a while. So you go, I mean, not a while. It's been a year and a bit now. I just wonder what changed,
I know.
Because they were known for their defence a couple of years ago. Peyton, not necessarily known for his flashiness either.
Didn't he vote? I could be wrong here. Did he vocally come out like when he signed? Was like, I'm turning them into a defensive line.
Very strange. Very strange.
Okay, so here's the stats, like averaged out with buys. Most points scored per game, Cowboys, 29.5. Most points conceded per game, Cowboys at third, 24.
Jeez.
So, the positive for Cowboys fan, the problem is right there for everyone to see. It's not a fucking puzzle. It's not a mystery. Just sort the defence out, and then sort the defence out. They're literally a premiership threat.
Yeah.
That's how good their attack
Definitely.
is. to the Sharks. But before we do that, make sure to grab a case of Bloke beer from your local. In every celebrations, IGA Plus Liquor Bottle, New South Wales, Queensland. And it's a beautiful, easy drinking beer. Trust me, guys. If you haven't given it a crack, give it a crack. And plus, it's a small battle of beer just trying to do its best against huge conglomerates. Support the Aussie beer, boys and girls. And it's beer for blokes that turn up, for family, mates, and good times. Sharks defeat the South. But before we get into that, a package has arrived. And I'm not talking about a package in your pants. I'm talking about, well, that was unnecessary. I'm talking about a package from the Bulldogs. Holy.
Oh my God.
I'm going to be honest with you, a package has just arrived in my pants as well. See one of these up close like that?
Oh, wow.
It is a thing of beauty, isn't it?
How good's the touch on the collar of the 16-13-04 grand final?
Ooh, there is a little touch there. That is delicate. I
Well
didn't see
spotted,
that.
Timmy.
3rd of October, 2004. Bulldogs defeat the Roosters, 16-13.
No wonder Guru didn't want to turn up today.
Wow. Look at that. And then it's even got the little logo there on the collar. Oh. I mean, it doesn't get much better. It really doesn't get much better than that. Massive thank you to the Bulldogs for sending us this jersey. And also, whenever I see this jersey, I just think like Sonny Bill, Rennie, Ray.
Tony
Harris.
Grimaldi for me.
Grimaldi?
Yeah.
Ben Harris for me.
What about, I can't forget his name. Sherwin?
Shifty Sherwin.
Shifty Sherwin.
Handy Holdsworth. Shout out to him.
Big bad,
Also got a
big
note
bad
here.
Jamal Alessi.
Hey, Kempy and Bloke team, thanks for all the jersey love. Stay patient. They get it. They're staying patient. That's what they're doing. Stay patient. They get it. They understand it. A massive thank you to the Bulldogs. What a jersey. Oh,
Yeah.
man. Looks good. Looks hot. Looks
good,
sexy. There we go.
Whack it on.
Look, I'm a Broncos man, so I'm sure that will not be happening. But I can respect a good jersey when I see it.
It's a great jersey.
Big Marco Mealy,
yeah.
propping that side, debuted in the NRL at 16 years old as a front rower.
Oh,
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
16? Holy heckers.
they don't make him like Shrek anymore, do they?
They don't.
Oh, no, they don't. No, they don't.
Look at that. It's going right up there behind Timmy.
Oh, it feels good as well. I feel warm all of a sudden.
Is that because you're a Bulldogs fan, Timmy?
Oh, I've just got a soft spot for him, mate.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, the Ogre debuted for the North Sydney Bears, played 22 games for him in his debut season. How good was that?
Yeah, massive thank you, Bulldogs. Appreciate it. And that is one sexy jersey. So we even put the note on the...
I think it's the best heritage jersey. It's my favourite
It
anyway.
is.
I know.
That's the chip leader. And also shout out to whoever wrote in that card from the Dogs. Just the eyes up to whack a bit of stay patient in there.
For sure.
That's just a little cherry on top. The Bronson cherry on top, if you will.
the Bronson share on top. So, other clubs out there, if you want to grease us up, just send some nice stuff. So for the rest of the year, we won't say anything negative about the Bulldogs.
It's that simple.
It's literally that simple.
Not rocket science, folks.
And we're cheap. We're cheap. We'll take a jersey. We'll take a jersey. Now, appreciate it, Bulldogs. Really do. And we stay patient. You stayed patient. And hopefully some good things around the corner.
Also,
Sharks.
just to, before we get on to that, I think I was given false information and he was 18, so.
Oh, no.
Oh, Timmy.
That's all you're good for, mate, is misinformation.
Hey, at least I corrected it.
You know what?
I got told it during the week by a trustworthy source.
He's a journo.
Bit of mayo.
A bit of mayo, eh?
Took
They can't
10%
help it.
off.
If you get your journo degree, they inject you with mayo.
Hey, don't let the truth get in the way of a good yarn, Timmy. 16-year-old Marco Mealy playing the full season.
What an
In the front
animal.
row.
What an ogre.
Oh, all right. That segment's over. Sharks defeat...
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Getting to the good stuff. At the end of we're all a bit delirious. We get to the good stuff.
Yep.
That's when the good stuff comes out. Sharks defeat the South Sydney Rabbitohs 34-22. Let's get straight to the big talking point. Yarns about Dimitrio's job being on the line, 80 minutes. I've always been of the mind of that's ridiculous. You've got one game to save your job. It's going to sound harsh. I still think that it's probably done, that relationship, Dimitrio and South. To think that it's just like this one performance that matters, I don't think so. And I've said that before this game as well. This has been quite a while where they haven't been performing. It was an incredibly brave effort from South. They deserve a lot of praise for that. They have reacted to their coach to a degree. But I still think look, it makes me feel sick talking about another man's job being lost or whatever. But this is the game we're in. We're in rugby league and we have to give our opinion on this situation. I still think it's done. I would be very surprised if things can turn around. No one would be more happy if things do turn around and he gets to stay. It'll be one of the great redemption arcs. As you guys know on this show, we are more than happy to say we got it wrong. We love a redemption arc. But unfortunately, I think it is. I think the dance is done. I think the dance is done, regardless of how well they play. Not how well they play, but how much ticker they showed on the weekend.
Yeah, win, lose or draw on the weekend. I don't think that result was going to impact, whether he does indeed keep his job or if he does get the boot. Look, I think if it was a side that was rebuilding and, expected to be sort of, bottom half of the table, even potentially bottom 4, it's different, and you give them long, and you're all right, well, what have they got to work with here? Give the coach more time. It's not going to happen in the blink of an eye. But with the roster that South Sydney had coming into this season, off the back of the capitulation last year, off the back of the noise that seems to be coming out of the club, there's disruption, players, whatever it is, aren't happy. It's too good a roster to be performing the way they are, even with injuries and whatnot. So, yeah, look, I do think it is probably time for a sea change and to change up the coaching role.
Yeah, and you can't even really look at it and go, oh, well, it's a young roster. It's not. It's a roster that's supposed to be in a premiership window.
It's got close to every ingredient you need.
Okay, yes, is the forward pack as good as we thought it was compared to the start of the season? Maybe not. But in saying that, Totola, Burgess, these guys are good front rowers.
Cam Murray, Kangaroos. Jai Arrow, obviously injured at the moment, but Origin. You've got, and Kangaroos. Burgess, England International. Totola, has been talked about in the frame for a long time for the Blues. There's some good forward. Look, Kalamatangi, Blues. It's a good pack, man.
Yeah, it's a good pack.
Damien Cook, incumbent number 9.
Yeah. So, look, in regards to the performance, it was a really gutsy performance from South. But, yeah, I don't think that changes much because it's not even about the losses because they actually have had a hard start to the year. But has this South side played anywhere near, literally, aside from maybe, 20 minutes in round 1, have they played anywhere near where they should be playing?
There hasn't been a moment of them this year I've been like, oh, yeah, there we go. There's the bunnies we know.
So that's the concern. It's not necessarily the losses on the board. It's like this team is nowhere near. We always go back to, but when the Warriors were 0-2, we were sitting going, these guys are looking good. These guys are looking good. So, and you look at the Broncos. Before last week, they only had one more win than the Rabbitohs. But it was the way that they were playing. You go, okay, it's all right. You have time. It's unfortunately the Rabbitohs is just, yes, they were gutsy as they had, barely any players on the bench, but at the same time, there is a lot on the line. Crazier things have happened. Teams have beaten sides with crazier things happen to them than the South's beaten the Sharkies. For example, at the start of this year, before everything that's happened, if everything that happened on the weekend happened, but the South beat Sharks, you could see that happening.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? Because they're a top-tier side. I think, as the weeks have gone on and we've kind of lowered our expectations, you're kind of happy with less than you would have been at the start of the year. Not to take away anything from the grit that they showed, because they were tough. What do you think, Matty?
They were tough, yeah, but we're 5 from 19. So I agree with you on all fronts about the coach. Yes, it was, I'd say, the most impressive performance of the year purely because, Totola out, Cam Murray failed his HIA, Munro did his collarbone again, which absolutely sucks. Jai Gray got HIA. But at the end of the day, they still lost by 12 points. So... yeah, you're right. It's unfortunate how low the bar is right now. That I walked away pretty happy with it, just because they were so tough. But at the end of the day, we're not winning games, and we haven't been winning games for almost 12 months now. So, yeah, it's a low standard, and that's not the standard of the South Sydney Rabbitohs.
Well, I mean, a really good way to look at it is Bulldogs have only won one more game than the Rabbitohs, but we're sitting here going, "Geez, there's a lot to build off here." And so, the Rabbitohs, even with their roster, I don't think have looked as... I know they beat Bulldogs but they haven't looked as good consistently as the Bulldogs.
Bulldogs, you can take... They played 6 games. Except for the first game against Para, I think you can take positives out of the remaining 5 games. The first half against the Sharks, obviously their 2 wins, the game against South, and then yesterday. You can't take anything, really, out of any of South's games.
South to beat the Dogs had to complete it 95% or 90%
Yep.
or something ridiculous.
And get like some tough calls go their way. So yeah, I still think that it's probably too much damage has been done to recover from. It's just a matter of, look, unless a miracle happens and they come out after the bye and he's still got his job and they kill it, and you go, well, how can you suck a bloke that's gone out and beaten Penrith or Melbourne?
then Melbourne.
Even just like, seems like an eon ago, and you blokes would have spoken about it on Packer Up Boys and DMP and that, but like Cookie getting dropped of all people in that team, I was just like, mate, what are you doing? A bloke who gives everything every time he goes out there, loved by the club, loved by the fans, like the players. Damien Cook was not your issue and you drop him. It's like the one bloke you know that's not going to blow up and you'll cop it on the chin because he's such a legend.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, mate, I could not believe the dropping of Damien Cook, because you go through his stats, he's the best defensive 9 in the comp right now. Like, what I don't get is, like, if you're talking about attitude, defense is all attitude.
Yeah.
So, okay, yes, is Cookie, setting the world alight, at the moment in attack? No, but I think he's like 5th or something for run meters for 9s.
And no one running with him as well, as we touched
Literally
on.
no one running with him. He's got a forward pack getting absolutely dominated.
Yep.
The week he got dropped, he made 45 tackles with 1 miss.
Yeah, they missed 47 tackles on the weekend.
Yeah,
they could have used a bit of grit and defence there, couldn't they?
I couldn't believe it.
And so, like, what I don't get it with it as well, like, what have we been talking about this whole episode? It's about the development of your younger players. How is it good for Peter Mamazelis to now have this massive pressure on him of the guy that replaces Cookie? Like, surely you do what I was hoping at the start of the year, is you have Cookie to start and you bring Mamazelis on for 20 minutes, for 10 minutes, and you build him into it. But to just go, not only am I dropping Cookie, so that's the massive headline, the guy that replaces him, I'm going to throw you in there and I'm going to make you play 80. Just like...
Yeah, after playing, 7 minutes last week.
I don't get the logic behind that.
It's right there, isn't it? Just Cook and Mamazelis.
Cook, like Havili, like, okay, if you say, okay, well, we want to find a place for Havili on the bench. Surely Havili, like, you look at this bench, you've got Cheekham, Havili, Mitchell, Moali. Surely you would go probably Havili over Cheekham on the bench if you're so desperate to get...
I think Havili's been great in his chances this year. Set up another great try on the weekend, the Burgess one, I think it was.
I'd fit them both on the bench.
Yeah.
100%.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
though. Like, if your argument is you can't have Mamazelis on the bench because you need Havili there, it's like, well, there's probably like Cheekham. He's solid. He's a veteran. He fills a hole in a team. But you're telling me Havili can't fill? I don't know.
My ideal team would be Colmatungi, Tallis Duncan on the edges, obviously Cam in the middle, and then on the bench, Mamazelis, Havili, and then 2 of the gun front rollers, be it Moali or Shaq, or both.
For me, I don't understand it. Another guy that's a name that's been lost in this was Tallis Duncan getting dropped.
They just kept giving him 15, 20 minutes. Just get him out there, give him a crack, and he was going okay in those.
Has he even played that bad?
No.
I didn't think so.
I don't get it. I do not like when you talk about the development of young players. How is that? And then you look at Moali, another young guy, dropped, brought back in. I think maybe even dropped again. Was he dropped twice this year?
Moali was dropped once.
He's dropped once and he's brought back in. I just don't get it.
Maybe they must see Tallis Duncan as just a middle player. That has to be it. Because why else would he not be playing over Host or Cheekham? It makes no sense. They must see him as a middle player.
Then why is he coming on and playing on the edge then?
In reserve grade, he played lock 66 minutes, 181 metres, made the most tackles for the team, so he ripped in.
But like when you're trying to build culture and build a team back up, regardless of where they play, you need to put him in the side. A guy like that's willing to make 40 tackles, 180 metres, get him on the edge. Like surely, I've not watched Tallis Duncan play on the edge and gone, oh geez, his defensive reads aren't that great. Like I haven't seen that. Maybe they've got more footage that we don't have access to. But anyway, let's talk about the positives, I guess. Mamazelis was solid. I do think Hawkins and Mamazelis in contact, it's going to take him a little bit to get used to that first grade contact. They do get bumped off it quite a bit. Like just in that first, they don't go soft by any stretch. Like they put their bodies in front, which is really, really good. I do think it's going to take time though to get used to those big bodies in first grade. Because there were a couple of times where they were kind of getting targeted. But I thought Mamazelis was, he did what we thought he was going to do at the start of the year, which is some really good service, a bit of creativity around dummy half. that's great for you put Cookie on for your 20, 30 minutes in the first half. You bring Mamazelis on, get some creativity around the ruck, and then you bring Cookie back on. So he was all right. I thought Burgess' second stint was outstanding. His second stint. He missed a few tackles in the first stint, but his second stint got his back into the game, I think.
Especially when Totola was injured, like Murray came off. Like he had a lot of... Like he had to fill a lot of boots in that middle area there, so yeah, he did really well.
And you mentioned like obviously the pressure on Mamazelis coming in, but Dean Hawkins as well sitting there trying to sort out this shit show at the moment. I thought he was much improved. They built a lot of pressure, 4 repeat
Good
sets,
kicking
kicked well.
Yeah.
I thought he held
500
well.
kicking metres.
Yeah,
It's just the hard thing now. If you're currently in that squad, it's like you don't really know. What is the standard? What is the expectation? Like guys are getting dropped that they maybe didn't do this or maybe did that. Guys are getting selected. Like you can't really see what the logic is behind the selection sometimes. What do you think, Hammy?
Yeah, one player I wanted to shout out on debut, Jai Gray. I thought he was pretty good for a first hit out. Didn't make an error, which was key at fullback. 172 metres. He just looked involved, interested. Gave a good bit of energy there. Obviously had to go off with an injury towards the end, but I thought he slipped in pretty well. And if he can keep playing well there, we spoke about it a little bit earlier in the show, but maybe you can bring Latrell back in, just pop him in at the centres, and again, just take away some of that kind of game management and organising the line from the back. Just let him have his 8 to 10 runs or whatever it might be, and be a little bit more damaging. But I liked what I saw from Jai Gray.
Yeah, look, as long as Jai Gray keeps it up, depending how if Trell comes back and he is fully zoned in and he is ready to go, you put him at fullback because he's arguably one of the best fullbacks in the game when he's on. But if he's a little bit like you can kind of tell he's still trying to find his feet, find his happiness again and enjoying the game, chuck him in centre and say, mate, just enjoy it. We're going to get you some good ball. Cody Walker's going to hit you on early ball and all we want you to have fun. Like, put it this way. If Jai Gray kills it, this team, with Hawkins continuing to play like he did on the weekend, which is quite solid, with Cody Walker trying to find his form again, with Jack White and Trell in the centres,
best defensive centres in the NRL.
All of a sudden you got great defensive centres in the game. You can get a bunch of metres, can break the game open. You've got Jai Gray who can get through a bunch of work. Then it's just about sorting out the forward pack.
And then suddenly when Campbell Graham comes back, you've got plenty of options.
Yeah, heaps of options. So, yeah, look, it's definitely their best performance of the year. Definitely.
Yeah, it is. Cody Walker, I'm Cody's biggest fan, but 6 games this year, he's had 3 try assists and 3 line assists. He's had no tries, no line breaks. He's had 1 forced dropout, averaging 56 run metres per game.
And quite a few. He's had 6 errors in the last 2 games as well. Yeah, I think the problem for the Rabbitohs right now is who's the replacement?
I know.
You
can't. Not that you want to drop him, but if anyone's going to be given a rev up with a dropping, well, it'd be Cody. But who do you bring in?
Who do you bring in? And yeah, there has to be pressure on his spot. There has to be right now.
Unless, imagine if they did it, they're jacked to 5'8". And the problem is it's a short-term solution. It's not something you want to do long-term moving forward. You still want Cody as your number 6. Be a short-term rev up, but.
Well, I mean, you're looking at, let's say you think that, let's say he's played 15 bad games in a row, even though he hasn't, but let's just give him the 15 games that haven't been great. For literally 90% of his career, he's been in the top 3 sixes in the game. So to suggest he can't get back or at least get better is crazy. So I agree with you. Long term, it's not the play because there's only 1 6 at that club that's going to get them to where they need to be. It's Cody Walker. But at the same time, a message does need to be sent mate, 6 errors in and look, I understand not all errors are equal, but eventually you need to go, mate, 6 errors,
got to be better.
As a leader of the club, you're a key ingredient in this club. You're a big reason for the last success over the last 5 years. But at the same time, what am I supposed to say to everyone else if I'm just going to be yep, no worries, just go in again. So I do think that if he comes out after this break, you'd go, boys, go away, come back, and we're getting to work. The
Couldn't
season
have come
starts.
at a better time, could it?
The season starts when we come back, boys, and then I'd be saying to Cody, look, everything that happened before this, it's gone. Doesn't matter. It's immaterial. But now it's a fresh start. You've got this 80 minutes and the next 80 minutes. Otherwise, I'll have to make some tough calls.
The one shining light for the Bunnies at the moment is that with players returning, they've still got a squad that can go on a run and win a lot of games in a row, because when they're on and they're firing, they can be near unbeatable. They're obviously a long way from that at the moment, but they can make runs.
So you got to, if Jai Arrow should be back by the time.
Very close, yeah.
Surely he's around that time. Geez, haven't they missed him? Oh my God. I don't think, we've spoken about quite a lot with the Rabbitohs. I don't think he gets anywhere near the appreciation for what he delivers for that side.
It says TBC, but I remember Demetrio saying he's a couple of weeks off, and the next game is Anzac Day.
When it happened, they were saying 4 to 6 or around about that frame, so it's got to be close.
You know, because he's in a forward pack with Cam Murray, you know, he gets a lot of the raps. Geez, Jai Arrow has been missed, like unbelievably missed.
I think the bye's come at a good time for the Rabbitohs, because the next game is against Melbourne. It's on Anzac Day, so it's quite a big event, quite a big game for, you know, the big dogs to really think about it. And Souths have never won in Melbourne, so yeah, there's a lot riding on this game. They've got a long time to think about it. I think it's...
What are your thoughts on, like, me and Timmy are saying, like, you know, we're not eager to have that conversation with Walker, but surely the conversation has to come up soon. What are your thoughts on that with Cody Walker?
Yeah, I wouldn't be dropping him, not a chance. But you're right, his form has been concerning. However, he's been South's top 2, top 3 best players for the better part of 5 years now. So I'm willing to give him way more than 5 or 6 games. Look, if it's round 22 or maybe round 18 and it's still like this, then maybe I'll shift my mindset a bit. But no, I'm definitely not willing to drop Cody Walker, especially not against Storm next and then Penrith.
If it was a dropping, it'd be like a 1 week.
1 week. You're not talking about. You're not talking about drop. No, I don't think any sane person.
Oh no, of course. But
is sitting here saying drop him for the year.
Well, I wasn't stoked with Cookie being dropped for 1 week either. So yeah, he's just got to step up. Same as all the senior players. I wouldn't be dropping him out. I'd have a conversation with him, saying, "Come, like, let's pull this together." But nah, not a chance.
I'd be for look. Both, we all agree, like, you're an actual insane person if you're thinking of dropping him for a whole year. But I would be saying to him, mate, these next 2 games against Melbourne and Penrith, just give me something to hold on to here. Otherwise, we have to, like, you can't just keep. Is that what is also insanity? Is doing the same thing, expecting different results. Yeah. What do you think, Timmy?
Yeah, there's no real other options except if they were shifting Jack to 5'8". So it makes it very difficult. But I'd be the same. I'd give him a couple more weeks. Again, in those tough opposition coming up, as Matty mentioned, if he keeps dishing up the same, find a way to give it a shake up for 1 week.
Yeah, just 1 week. You wouldn't go any longer than that. No. Jeez Louise. Like, he is too good, too much a part of that side. And also, he's done too much for the club to just immediately be going, oh, mate, see you later. You've had 6 bad games. You're out of here. Like, give me a break. But it is one of those... We see this all the time, like a player as good as Cody Walker, sometimes they just have a bad run, they needed a little refresher or wake-up call, and then boom, they just click straight back.
Exactly what they need, just a wake-up call to come back fire. Like,
maybe the buy could almost work like that with Cody. Maybe he goes away, resets, and comes again. I think, you know, footy fans, our memories are so short, we have to remember this guy's probably been... If not, he's probably been your most consistent player for 5 years.
We spoke about him last year. 'Cause remember, I did a reel for it that went bonkers, and it was talking about his numbers, and I think it was across the last 5 seasons, and his try assists and line assists, and they were like mesmerising how consistently and how many he had every year.
Well, he was essentially the best statistically attacking player in the competition for 5 years.
Yeah, so because we sat down, we worked it out. It was like how many try contributions he'd had over the past 5 or so years. Basically, since that reel went out and we spoke about it, it's been downhill. Yeah. But
outside of Cam Murray, I'd say, I mean, you could even argue on the same level as Cam Murray.
Yeah, especially in a key position where you're making 1,000 decisions.
He's been so consistent. Yeah. So you've got to sit there and go, this bloke has earned more than 5 or 6 games before getting dropped, in my opinion. He's earned the right to go away in the bye, regather himself, come back in, and who knows? Like, another thing that we have to give him, not credit, but like give him a bit of slack, it's a new halves pairing. That may take a little bit of time to... It's just the last 2 games with the 3 errors in each game that I'm just like, if we could just get rid of that, we can build on everything else. But he's absolutely earned the right to get more than 6 games before you have conversations about, you know... And if I'm being totally honest, I think Cookie had earned the right as well. That's why I was so shocked.
Yeah, I didn't like
Cookie getting dropped. Like, he has earned the right he hasn't even had 5 bad games. That's what I'm not understanding.
I thought he's been pretty good.
Anyway, is what it is. Okay, so yeah, Jai great that he went well. Tom Burgess coming back on going well. But it's just, this bye could not have come at a better time. To the Sharkies. Weird one. Super weird. Like, they got the job done. They definitely got the job done. But probably could have been more ruthless in how they got the job done. I do feel like they got ahead and then they just put it away. They just said, all right, we're going to win this. Yeah, okay, there's a little bit of a comeback, but we're going to win this. And I think that's the one thing that the Sharks have probably lacked over the last few years is that killer instinct.
I was waiting to hear that word, yeah.
But killer instinct.
No, they're not the foot to the throat where you go, let's turn this into 50.
Yeah. And so they probably should have ran away with that. And look, granted, the Rabbitohs fought really, really hard, but I do think the Sharkies missed an opportunity to just send a real strong message of like, we're ruthless.
It's the 80-minute performance, isn't it? We know their defence is okay. We know they've got a shitload of points in them, but the best teams in the competition, Penrith, Melbourne, when they're anywhere near their best, whether it's round 1 or round 27, they play the game for 80 minutes and they don't give it any opportunity to let up. You always speak, Kempy, about Cam Smith saying it's these habits that are learned, and come finals time, it's if you're not playing for 80 minutes now, why are you playing for 80 minutes come finals time when it matters? Like, what will change?
Yeah. And, like, I mean, even little things like Rabbitohs had more possession of the ball. Like, in a game like that, with such a strong squad compared to the Rabbitohs with so many injuries, and also so many injuries that happened in the game, you should be completely dominating, ball possession, field possession.
Yeah. They did, they completed 84%, the Bunnies, so control was decent enough.
But what I mean is like, with the roster that they've got compared to what happened with the Rabbitohs, you should be getting down to their own and getting repeat sets, and just pouring it on them, And that's coming from a perspective of if you want to win a premiership. Put it this way, what do you reckon Penrith would have done?
Yeah, foot to the throat.
They wouldn't have seen the ball, pretty much, because they just would have rolled them all the way up the park, repeat set.
Yeah, 3 tries, all back end of the second half,
I think if Ronaldo and Mulatalo didn't play, we could be having a much different conversation.
No, he was outstanding. I stand by it. Their backline is the most underrated backline in the competition. So good.
I agree, and I think if I was putting an NRL best team at the moment, Ronnie would be one of my wingers with Toto. I reckon for me he's the second best winger in the comp at the moment.
Form-wise?
Yep.
Trying to think. Wingers. I mean, it's not a bad shout. It's not a bad shout. And he does everything too. It's not just like, he's scoring a bunch of tries or he's great at try assists. Probably be between him and Coates, I'd say.
Yep.
Him and Coates, you reckon?
In form wingers in the comp.
Form wingers, as in on that, obviously
Toto's still in his... Even if
Toto's his own wing.
Even if Toto's not scoring tries, it's just like what he does, coming out of his end and all that. It doesn't
Control
matter,
C, Control V.
Yeah.
Lomax in the convo there? Ish?
Yeah, he'd be in the combo. I'd probably have Mulatalo just a little bit above, but Lomax for sure in the combo. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yep.
I thought their centres as well, in attack at the very least, had some really good meters gained. Jesse Ramian, 169 metres, 58 post contact, 5 tackle breaks.
Well, that was my big thing. Aside from the freakish plays that we know Mulatalo is capable of doing, he's averaging 152 metres per game, which is the most of his career. Averaged 136 last year. So obviously it's only early on, but just the week-on-week effort and the effort coming out of his end, that's the effort areas that you want to see.
What are our thoughts on Ito looking like he's got that centre spot and they're going to start bringing Talakai off the bench?
I'm torn because I thought Seafa was going so good at centre.
Yeah.
Iro has been impressive in 2 games. I would be willing to persist with it for a couple more weeks. And it's not to sound harsh on Iro because he has been good, but God, I thought Seafa was settling into that left centre role so nicely.
It's a tough one because you look at Ito, 18 tackles, 0 misses.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's what it is, like the defence. But I thought Talakai had been kind of sorting that out a little bit.
Do you get a bit more value out of him as an impact player, though, Talakai?
He was great. When he come on, he had 2 crazy runs off the bat and just swung momentum back into their favour.
When players are tired and stuff, him coming out there. Chaos.
I reckon when Finucane's back, Hammond-Welle's back, then there's too many spots for Talakai not to be centre then.
I'll get off the fence and follow you into it, Matty. I'm with you.
I think when those boys come back, I reckon he'll go back to centre.
They'll go back to centre?
Yeah.
You got to have him on for longer than 16 minutes, though.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Absolutely you
underusing
do.
an absolute gun like Talakai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably agree with you, boys. I think once they get all their troops back. Look, to be fair, they do have a few injuries, so maybe we're being a little bit harsh on them in regards to being ruthless, but...
few injuries, but also, again, incredible depth in their forwards.
Yep. So, the Talakai situation is going to be interesting to see what they do there. And, if you're Ido, you've just got to probably make the tough call of, go to Fitzgibbon and go, mate, I'm an NRL player. Mm. If I'm not going to be playing NRL for the next few years, he's probably have to go somewhere else.
Yeah. And he hasn't really put a foot wrong. So, in Fitzy's defence, he's come up, he's had an opportunity, he's taken it with both hands. Give him a couple more weeks and go, you've got 2 weeks to make this spot your own.
Yeah. I thought Trindle, I think he's been growing each week. I think they're really starting to find their balance with each other, him and Nico. But, as I said, we've just been talking about how they need to be ruthless. They're the two key players that need to be the most ruthless and just put teams away.
I love watching their combination evolve each week.
Oh, mate.
It's getting better and better.
Yeah, if it keeps on this trajectory, by the end of the year, it should be like a primetime combo.
Yeah.
If it keeps going this way. But it's just, again, it's that ruthless nature the Sharks just need to sort out a little bit. Anyone else stand out for you boys in the Sharkies?
Oh, look, I could speak about big Tommy Hazelton all day, but I've done it each and every week, so...
Little shout out to Blake Brayley. Geez, he gets through his work and just never looks tired, never looks fatigued, very classy. 45 tackles, only 2 misses, a line break, 73 run meters from 5 runs, which is good.
Teague Wilton, 2 tries, 38 tackles, 1 miss.
Yep.
The tackle is a good one. The defence there is the big one. We know Teague can attack. He runs one of the best lines as a back row in the game, which is frightening because the best line runner in the game for a back row is on the other edge in Nikora. But just the defence and 1 miss there, great sign for him.
Well, and then you go to the other edge, Nikora. So 9 runs, 74 metres, 47 tackles on the edge and 0 misses.
Oh, God.
On the edge.
Yeah.
That is...
elite.
Unheard of. In the middle, it's not easy to not miss a tackle, but your spacing with the guys beside you is totally different. In the middle, let's say you get up off the line and a player almost hits you and bounces a little bit to the right. Usually there's another body that bounces him back into you.
Yeah.
On the edge with that spacing, where they can bounce anywhere, where you've got wingers scooting at you, you've got line runners, everything. You've got halves coming at you. 47 tackles, 0 miss from Britton Nicola.
Wow, the whole Sharks forward pack missed 7 tackles combined.
And that's where, even though Nico Hines and Trindle have been improving each week, that's where I kind of feel like if your forward packs are giving you that foundation, you should probably be putting teams to the sword. And they did. For the first, minutes, they put them to the sword, but then they just took the gas.
Job done.
Yeah, job done. Queue in the rack, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, the good thing is another win for the Sharkies. They moved to the next. And it was still 34-22.
Top of the ladder, the Sharkies.
Top of the ladder. And that's why they're such a hard team to talk about because... Okay, we talk ad nauseum about the big games against the big teams, but they're at top of the table. They finished in the top 8 for the last couple of years.
They beat the Warriors in New Zealand.
They beat the Warriors in New Zealand.
Beat the Raiders, who are, 3rd on the table or something.
Yeah.
Only lost to the Tigers, quality side. So,
and so it's very hard to be critical of Craig Fitzgibbon and the Sharkies. They're in their 3rd year under him as a coach. Yes, do they need to be better to win comps? And yes, is the goal of a season 2 win comp? For sure. It's very hard to be hypercritical of them. It really is.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, we probably came off a bit negative there, but yeah, top of the column, put on, 34 points. It's pretty good going.
Okay, now, Dragons v. the Tigers. Don't forget to give us a follow on Sportsbet feed. You press more. Give us a follow. You type Bloke in a bar or Denon. And you can see what I'm putting on. And you can also see the Bloke multi that's going to come out later this week. Don't forget also, watch all games on Kayo. Dragons v Tigers. Dragons get the job done 24-12. Look, Was it the highest quality game of the round? No, I don't think so. But was it a really good win for the Dragons to just keep ticking along, for a team that a lot of people picked to be wooden spooners? They got the job done. On the Tigers' perspective, very disappointing. But at least they hung in the fight. That's the one thing that I'm liking with the Tigers is that although they're missing key players and key positions, they are hanging in most of the fights. They're not getting as many blowouts as obviously, in the past. So for where both teams are at, good, okay win. Nothing too crazy, nothing too bad. Tigers, not a crazy loss, but also, they'd shown much better with Galvin being in the side. So wouldn't be too excited, wouldn't be too disappointed.
Yeah, look, it wasn't the prettiest of games. If we were marking this and critiquing it as two top 8 or top 4 bound sides, you could be very critical.
Yeah.
But we're not. We've got two sides who, very much rebuilding, and at the start of the year, the expectation was from them both to be down the bottom of the table, and, it's easy to see some good signs. As you said with the Tigers, conceded 1 try in the second half, so, slow out of the gates, but in the Dragons, they showed signs of professionalism. They did job. Zach Lomax has gone from strength to strength. They're all right.
What do you think?
Yeah, started slow again. Just these conceding a try in the first couple of minutes, last couple of weeks, just kills us. And we did a lot of that last year. Zach Lomax got one in the first minute yesterday, and that just made it really tough to come back from. It was a pretty clear game plan. Hunt kept going to the air. There was a really bad, you had the sun in your eyes real badly from just behind the stand there on the that side, on the broadcast side, and they kept going there all day, and it was a real handful. I think Lomax took 2 or 3, set up a couple of tries there as well. So look, disappointing. At least they hung in there. You said it, Kempy, probably last year we would have got absolutely rolled, but they hung in there. Had our chances. There was that one little passage where we had 2 or 3 scrums on the Dragons line, and we just knocked them on first play off the scrum. You can't do that. We had a great opportunity to get on the board there, but those errors really killed us. Disappointing. Looking forward to getting Galvin back. And hey, we play the Panthers in Bathurst this weekend, where we towed them up last year, so we'll be sweet. But a pretty tough watch yesterday, to be honest.
How much do you reckon Galvin's worth on the open market?
Oh, my God. How good has it made him look at being out these 2 weeks?
Yeah. Yesterday, I was watching yesterday, and I was going back and forth with myself. I was like, God, Galvin would straighten them up right now. But then I was like, no, pull your expectations back. He's played 2 games. It's so tough.
Hard not to, though.
Galvin plays yesterday, we win.
But even just the impact of the players around him, the impact he's had on Justin Olam for those couple of weeks, and then he's out for a couple of weeks, and Olam all of a sudden goes quiet. You're like, 18 years old.
Yeah. He's just a winner. He's a goer. He lifts people up around him because every play for him, he wants to win the game.
Yeah.
Apparently he won 10 grand finals straight, from under 8s.
Really?
Well, that's what Shane Richardson said on the Buy Round podcast. I don't know if there was any mail on that, but...
He's the Dragons of the 60s of the modern era.
But, it makes sense. What have I been talking, we've been talking about for the last few weeks, is it's not even about skill. He's got the skill for sure and the physicality, whatever. He's just a winner. He's trying to win the match, and in no part of his brain, when things go against the Tigers, there's no scar. There's no him sitting there going, oh, shit, the nightmare begins again.
Yeah.
He's going, no, I win games from here, so it's all good. And so they are missing that little edge of just competing to win rather than hanging in there.
Yep, agree.
But let's talk about the Tigers then. Who stood out for you, Hammy?
Dream Buller, thought was pretty good. Always lovely. Over 200 metres, he was great. Did probably the one negative maybe, or the nitpicky thing might be just a couple of times he looked a little bit suspect against Lomax under the high ball. They kind of went to the air a few times there.
Very hard that though. Zach Lomax is a full run up and you're standing on the ball.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean.
Yeah. So that was probably one area. Apart from his 1 or 2 little brain explosions from Clemmer, I don't know, he ripped and teared. At least he got going a little bit, gave us a little bit of kind of go forward across the game. Asu Kapoa I thought was pretty good off the bench as well.
I thought he was good.
Yeah.
I thought he was good.
Wonder whether he might... I had a few Tigers mates messaging me going, are we approaching a point where maybe he might get a start in the side? Is he giving us a bit more than...
For Tape?
Yeah, or maybe even, IPAP's been a little bit quiet as well for a little while.
Oh, you reckon?
I don't know. I'm a big IPAP fan, but just a few of the Tigers fans in the group chat.
I thought he worked He worked his dick off yesterday, and he was just gassed by into that game.
Yeah. Oh, see, I actually think that IPAP gets like unfairly basically like said that he's not playing that well. When I watch him and you look at his stats as well, like, okay, is he having the big moments he had at the Eels? Probably not, but I think he gets through quality work nearly every game. Nearly every game.
Yeah, if he was to start killing it, like, and you wanted to shake it up, the option would probably be to put Johnny Bateman to lock. I'm not saying I would do it, but I think that if they wanted to start him...
Was Bole injured? Because he obviously started at 13 and he played 27 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know.
So he must be injured.
Yeah.
So maybe you consider Bateman at 13 and just...
Maybe if they're happy enough with Kapoa and they want to start him on the edge, it's an option, but yeah.
I know he's been pigeoned as a forward now. Do you try him again in the centres, Kapoa, and see how it goes?
Maybe. He's had a lot of opportunities there.
No, the only thing I'm thinking of is like coming out of your own end. If you got Olam and Kapoa back to back, scoots coming at you, or one off the ruck, that is a tough gig to defend.
I know. Even like how some of the moments of Tupu yesterday, just, whether he's rounding out his full game and playing the whole 80 minutes, but he just has a moment each game where you go, oh, there's so much talent in this guy.
I mean, there's a reason why the Dolphins snapped him up.
Yeah.
Like when he goes to the Dolphins, like, I reckon he's just going to turn into an absolute beast.
I do too.
Yeah.
Who misses out there then, would you say, from the Dolphins? Bostock and Asako at the moment?
Probably putting pressure on Bostock, I'd say. You're not moving Asako as the goal kicker.
Yep.
Sarko staying, it'd be Bostock, but again, we keep saying about the depth of the Dolphins. It's only going to get better next year. I don't know who's leaving, but...
Can Bostock play centre?
He's big enough to, like... I don't know if he's done it before.
I wonder if he can play centre and you're putting pressure on maybe Averillo.
Yeah.
Anyway, it'd be interesting.
Exciting times for Dolphins fans.
I mean, again, look...
It's back.
Oh, it's the best.
One that when Stefano scored his...
Oh, no. What happened there? What was that?
I don't know. They just played through the next video.
When Stefano scored his steamrolling try earlier,
Yeah, he's on here.
I've been thinking all week about the second front row position at the Blues, if you haven't worked that out yet. And when he scored that try, and Stefano's been so good this year, and I'm like, there's an opportunity here for him. Benji's backing him. He's playing great footy. Played 60 minutes, went on to run for 93 metres from 9 runs, which I know the game didn't necessarily play out for him, but would have expected more. When he steamrolled through for that try, I'm like, yes, boy. Like, you want to see this bloke succeed.
He nearly did it the week before against the Dolphins too, but had a bit of a loose carry.
Yeah.
But, you just want to see a couple more of those kind of real threatening runs again.
The good thing with him is, like, the last few games, he has really had energy about him.
Yeah.
He's trying to... Whereas I feel like there's a period there where he just kind of get through the motions to a degree.
Yeah.
So hopefully... I feel like his last 2 games have been great. A bit quiet this game. But hopefully he can just pick that back up again.
Yeah, I agree.
Clemmer's played 29 games for the Tigers, and he's missed 8 tackles. Just throw that one out.
What?
The great Appy Coruscant. Oh, no. You know what? You've earned that absolute Barry Crocker goal kick. You've earned it, Appy. Played so well. You can have that Barry Crocker if you want.
And he's kicked so well.
I know.
Now, what was it? Because I was actually down in the opposite corner. So what we could see live was one flag up, one flag down. How did it actually miss? Did it go... What was it go? Did it hit the...
It went in front of the post. So it hit...
Post and then in front of the other one.
Gotcha. Just stayed out.
Do you reckon there's a debate to be had that it went over?
No, I don't. But we just couldn't tell live at the ground. Cause
I mean,
playing at that, that
Nor
was-
could one of the touchies, so I think you're sweet.
Yeah.
Well, I think it lost you the game, if I'm being honest. you should write a letter to the NRL.
I blame the touchies.
Does Appy get dropped next week?
Well, no. One touch.
Drop Happy next
One
week.
touch. You had the flag out. It should have been 1 point. I reckon. So.
Get your AFL rhetoric out of here, mate. Jeez Louise. Okay, so Tigers, look, they fought. Not too bad, not too good. Dragons. We won't stick too long on Lomax because we've spoken about him all year, but, mate, for a bloke that apparently hates life and doesn't want to play for the Dragons, I think let's get that narrative out of here, shall we? Like, the narrative that he was so filthy he couldn't play centre that he wants to leave the club, I think that's ridiculous.
Look at his face and emotion when he set up Flanagan. When he tapped it back for Flanagan. He was so pumped.
I think that's a narrative being pushed to make it, to push the guy towards leaving. Look, Was Zach Lomax wanting to play centre? Yes. What player doesn't want to play their preferred position? Like, that's normal. But to suggest that he is so upset with it, his actions say completely opposite. His actions say he wants to play for the team. His actions say that more than ever he wants to play for the team. So
he had last week against the Knights with 29 runs or something ridiculous over 200 metres, 27 runs. No one who, if you don't want to be there, not so much don't want to be there, but
you hate the
you're not going and putting in that much effort if you hate it and you don't want to be there and you don't want to be on the wing. Like, who's having 27 runs and they don't give a shit?
Yeah, look, I think that the reality of the situation is more along the lines of he's on a huge wicket.
He's got the most runs in the NRL this year.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. He's on a huge wicket, and the club's probably going, look, that's not where we want to spend our money at the moment. It hasn't really worked so far. So let's offload you to someone else that could use you, whereas we need that money for other places. I think that's what's happened. And Lomax has probably also said, you know what? Is this best for my footy to be at this club at the moment? Maybe not. And then it's a mutual agreement. But this idea that this is purely coming from Lomax, I don't buy it.
How good's he going to look for the Eels? Like we've been saying
how much
two years they need an outside back. They've got it.
As long as he rocks up and plays like this and has 25, 20 runs a game, my God.
Do the Eels have too many goatees in the back line if they got Gutho and is that a bit of an unbalance, or are we happy with two?
There's only one line in the jungle, only one goatee in the jungle in the Eels.
Yeah.
So maybe him and Gutho need to have a wrestle off to see who keeps the goatee.
Watch this space.
You've got a goatee.
Adjudicate?
You can adjudicate the goatee off.
I haven't quite. You've actually got a bit of. You've got it.
That's natural. That's a natural goatee.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not exactly a goatee, but when you look front on, you could claim it's a goatee.
Yeah.
Looks very Fleet Gutherson-esque.
My eyes are up here, thanks, Cam.
I've always said that the beard is the push-up bra for blokes.
Push-up bra?
Yeah, because it makes it look like you've got a really dominant alpha chin.
Yeah.
When in reality, probably not the case.
What's
not you personally.
What have you got down there, mate?
Yeah, what are you wearing?
I'm packing heat in the chin department.
Really?
Yeah.
You chinned
not
up?
Nathan Cleary areas, but
It looks square.
yeah.
Not like Cleary-esque.
Yeah.
Is it?
You chinned up.
I'm chinned up. Don't worry about that.
Shit. Why are you hiding that bad boy then? Get it out.
I don't want to. It's not about me. It's not about my chin. I want you got your chins to have a little bit of airtime.
Not much of a chin here, if I'm being honest, at all. Got a minus chin. Really goes inwards.
Yeah.
Peter Griffin, little.
Okay, onto the Dragons. Yeah, as we said, Lomax, really, really good. Sewer, I thought he was outstanding. And, we look at a guy like Sewer and he's had a struggle with a bit of injury, a bit of suspension. It wasn't long ago. Like, he was one of the best young and upcoming back rows in the competition. Still 26 years old, 26, I think. Mate, he's got plenty of footy left in him.
Doesn't he just look as fit and as explosive as he has in a long, long time, Jaden Sewer? And, we mentioned, so we touched on it last week, but just lacking X factor and any sort of explosive factor to their pack in recent years. The way Sewer's playing on one edge now, Luciano Leilua, who missed this game as well, coming back on another edge over, didn't say how long he was going to be out for, but all of a sudden the side looks a bit better, doesn't it? You've got Lomax eating metres on the wing. Some good signs for them.
What I like about this version of the Dragons of like, okay, will they finish in finals footy? Won't they? Probably not. But at least there's some excitement there. Watching the Dragons for years gone by, like especially the recent years, like I just didn't get excited about what was happening there. Whereas currently when I watch them, is it the best footy? No, probably not. But at the same time, there is dangerous footy in them.
Yeah.
I feel like back in the last couple of years, there hasn't been any danger or explosiveness, even from a purely just a fan perspective of rugby league. The signings were very, cookie cutter and safe, and whereas now they're going after players, they're moving and shaking in the market. Like, I like the fact that things are happening at the Dragons.
Even like you look at their backline movements now, Benny Hunt pulling the strings there, Kyle Flanagan's had some great moments this season, but you got particularly Benny Hunt going wide, and you've got these just bold, strong ball runners in Sully and Bird, throwing face balls and hitting these guys when at the same time they're running these lines. Then you've got Tyrell Sloan with his speed sweeping at the back. It's like very threatening.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to defend, whereas we haven't said that about them in recent years.
Sure. And like, what about Ravalawa? His meterage is like, he's been pretty consistent now for about a year and a half. And kind of flies under the radar down at the Dragons. But I tell you what, as a defence, he'd be the last person, one of the last people you want to tackle.
The other thing is as well, I don't know how many tries he has this year, but swapped wings, on the right where Lomax is doing all his damage. That was Ravalawa last year where he was going bonkers. He hasn't scored this year, but again, he's on the far less aggressive attacking edge.
Thoughts on Tyrell Sloan's bounce back game after last week?
One error is a very good sign.
Yeah.
I thought he was okay. He didn't look as threatening as he had, but again, I just don't want to see errors in his game. And to come out of it with one in a pretty tidy win for the Dragons, pass.
Yeah, I thought he was okay. One error is okay.
77 metres.
Yeah, it's 10 runs.
It's not a lot.
10 runs. That's what stings me a little bit. So
I want it to work so bad.
Oh, same. I do too. So the low error count's good. There were actually a couple of occasions where I thought he did put his body on the line. It's just, the 10 runs as a fullback in today's game is it's just not enough, but wasn't bad either.
Yeah.
So you can build on that.
Yeah.
He didn't just drop his head and play poorly again. He did his job to a degree. And, who knows? Maybe Zach Lomax taking so many runs, does take a lot of runs off him. And then you've also got Moses Sully, he has 15 runs, Lomax 15 runs, Ravalawa 19 runs. So maybe that's just taking
he doesn't need to do the hard yards for him. He can be that X factor in attack.
Yeah. Okay, on to the last game of the round. Raiders defeat the Titans 21-20. I don't know whether you sit here and go, Raiders were terrible or the Titans played easily their best game. Maybe a mixture of both. Titans absolutely played their best game. It's not even an argument. And I didn't think the Raiders played that bad. I just felt like the Titans were up for the contest. I felt like the Raiders went away from what was kind of working for them for a period there. I'm a bit on the fence with this one. Raiders obviously should have put them away, but at the same time, I did feel like the Titans played easily their best game of the year.
Yeah, I thought the Raiders were quite good, and they were fairly dominant for a lot of it. As you said, the Titans got up for it. They played some pretty good footy. They scored 2 late tries through Khan Pereira, which was just, you were chasing points, and they were throwing it around. And look, I know we haven't seen it entirely this year, but we know the Titans have points in them. They've got Dave Fafita there. They've got Kieran Foran got through the game. They have points there. And the 2 late tries, using the ball, throwing caution to the wind. Outside of that, I thought they were quite good. I would have been devastated if they got done because I did think they were the better side in the game. But, I think while Ricky would have been tearing his hair out and probably got to spray the boys after it.
Oh, mate, did you see his press conference after?
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Basically saying that the Titans were cheating by putting their hand on the ball, and that's why there were so many penalties against them. And if they want the Raiders to go back to that old style of footy with all this wrestle and that, then they will. And footy's been good recently.
I love how his exact words were, we'll cheat then. We'll just cheat next week.
Don't say that he only blows up when they lose.
But he blew up because a journo set him up.
The journo just good.
Bop. He's like, Desi said that the refs weren't good and didn't get any calls, and he just saw. Just gets
hook, line, sinker.
Like literally hook, line, and sinker. Just basically was like, they're cheating. Okay, here's why I say a bit of mixed performance by the Raiders. Because we saw glimpses of how much of a better attacking unit they are this year. We saw glimpses at the start. Okay, so this is how much the Raiders' attack has improved. They get a repeat set and absolutely nail the set for their second try. So basically, this is what happens. Tackle 1, they land on the Titans' right centre and foreign. Tackle 2, Tarpanair lands straight back on for Fermor and centre where foreign would have been. Tackle 3, it's a short kick for Young that bounces back to their half, I think. Next tackle, Young runs straight and hard directly back at foreign and Fermor. The next tackle, Smithy gets the ball and lands on the far right post. So basically, they've just attacked foreign. They spread it to the far right post. They then spread it back off that Smithies. Fogarty fakes to drop under. Then he picks up his pace to hold up Fermor. He hits Strange out the back, who then drops under Young. And the fact that Fogarty hit pace and held Fermor up made the space widen. Young goes straight into that space between Foran and Fermor, and that's something that the Raiders have not had in their game for years. Like a full-on set planned around a specific part of the footy field, at a specific set of defenders who, even as the ball was getting to Fogarty on the try assist set or play, the commentators go, the Titans' defence must be tired. So Foran has been targeted so much that he overchases, overcommits. Fermor gets held up. On top of Fermor getting held up, he's also fatigued as well, which creates the extra half metre to get Young across the line for a try. When I see that, that's exciting for the Raiders.
Just parted the seas perfectly.
Yeah.
And like in the past, I've been so critical of the Raiders' attack, in particular their backline and their use of the ball. And you just felt like it was so monotonous and slow when they'd go through the hands and we never achieve anything. A lot of our points have come through our powerful forward pack. But as you said, Kempy, like meticulous, like the planning around that and the way they've worked over that.
When's the last time you've seen something like that at the Raiders? It's more just been bash them through the middle and do your best.
This year, we've scored the second most points in the competition behind the Cowboys. We've got, I think, the second best points differential we've got the best points differential in the competition.
Yeah.
This is like going into when we did our big preview of the season at each club. I was sitting there just going, with the current spine we've got, where are the points going to come from? Look at this, 6 rounds into the comp.
Yeah, it's amazing. And so you see that's a full-on set that's been designed start to finish. Foran is the spot, Fermor is the spot, and they just go like 4 tackles, boom, 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 just keep going at him. Then not only like usually you'd go, we'll get to the middle because it's not really working here. No, they go, we're going to get to the far right post, which creates more space. Like that's a set play. And that's what excites me for the Raiders is we know their defense is good, we know their forward pack is good, but we're starting to see set plays, we're starting to see spaces being created. And yes, is Strange your typical ball playing 6? Maybe not. But at the same time, the line break at the end by Strange, that's what he can do. He just creates things. His energy is high, similar to Galvin to a degree. Yes, they don't fit the stereotypical 6 or 7 or whatever, but what they do is they have high energy, and every time they run the ball, they're trying to break the line.
He's Jack Whiten. It was Jack Whiten, your typical playmaking, ball playing.
See, I think he's Jack Whiten, but with a bit better ball playing. I think his ball playing is substantially better than
that's the thing. He's also so young that there's time to develop the ball playing. Like it'll come.
Yeah, for sure. And whereas Jackie Whiten probably a better ball runner, and so
definitely, yeah.
That's what's exciting for the Raiders. I can't. Obviously, they would have scored tries or set plays. I'm not sitting here pretending like they haven't, but just a methodical set like that, it didn't used to happen that often last year with the Raiders.
Yeah. And I thought his halves part, I thought the difference in the game was Jamal Fogarty's kicking game. It was
incredible.
So elite in this one.
So
and then to cap it, I think, remember last year when he kicked a field goal against the Dolphins to ice a game? That was like maybe the first run of his career, or they'd been bugger all. He's now done it, twice this season, starting to string him up a little bit. So starting to come up a little bit clutch, but his entire game, his kicking game was unbelievable.
Almost 700 metres he kicked yesterday, 4 forced dropouts as well. Very, very classy.
His kicking game, he must have spent the whole preseason just kick after kick after kick after kick. He's been absolutely outstanding. And what I love as well for the Raiders is both Strange and Stewart had game-defining plays that won you the match. So Stewart charges that drop goal down that looked like it was going to go over, and then Strange comes up with a line break that gets you in field position to win the game.
How happy would Ricky have been with those two? Like these two guys going, you've invested in these two as your future. Chevy, who we said at the start of the year, needs time in New South Wales Cup, needs to spend time playing against men, a little bit green, a little bit raw for the NRL just yet. He just looked unflustered the whole game.
The whole game. And what was my knock on Stewart in the trials was you need to show you want it. Run the ball back hard, get amongst it. And he was a bit quiet in the preseason trials. Mate, he was the complete opposite of that. He was running hard and straight every single run.
And hopefully he can come back and do it week in, week out. Because it's your NRL debut, you get up for it. I understand that there's a lot more to go with Chevy, but it's a great example, Kempy, of how often we say on this show, with these young, raw talents, they often just need some time in New South Wales Cup to fine-tune their game and just the week to week of playing against men. Chevy, 5-6 rounds in, perfect example of it.
He was outstanding, and honestly, he looked like a different player. Like
He did.
maybe he was injured or really nervous in the trials. I don't know, but he actually runs a little bit like Teddy, if I'm being honest. Like I'm not sure if he has the same tackling ability, but he has that like low center of gravity. But before we'll just quickly do our tips before you have to go, mate.
Oh, yep. You want me to do them now?
It's got to be at 2:30, correct?
Yes, correct. Dentist. All right, let's go. Sweet. All right, so Thursday night footy. The Cooper Cronk Cup. The traders can't split them here. $1.90 each for the Roosters and the Storm. Won't even bother with the line here because they're two of each. So what do you reckon?
Oh my God. I'll go Storm for a bounce back.
Yep.
God. I'll go Roosters.
I'll go Storm.
Storm for me as well, I think. Friday night, 6 p.m. St George, $2.63. Host the Warriors, $1.49. The line is 5.5 points.
Warriors to cover.
Yeah.
Warriors.
Warriors for me too.
Yeah, I think Warriors for me there too. All right, Friday night we got Parramatta, $1.50 when they host the Dolphins, $2.61. Line 5.5 points in that one as well.
Shit. This
Jeez,
one's
this is a
tough.
tough one.
God.
Yeah.
In Darwin.
Yes, correct.
Oh man, this is tough. You know what? I'm going Dolphins.
Dolphins head to head.
Dolphins are dead.
Okay.
I'll go Eels to win, Dolphins to cover.
Yeah, I don't mind that as well.
I'll go Eels just because Hammer's out.
I'm going Eels Dolphins. Nail biter up in Darwin,
Glad you're with me, mate.
which we love. This next game, the Shane Elford Cup. Penrith Panthers versus the West Tigers. Penrith $1.18, Tigers $4.95. The line, pretty big here, 13.5 points.
Penrith to cover.
Oh,
Pretty big. That line should be about 28. I'm going Penrith.
just rude.
Nah, I'll go Penrith head to head, but I'll give Tigers that 13 start.
Penrith off the bye.
Well, we towed them up last year at full strength. Lockie Gavin comes back in. That's why I'm going the Tigers head to head. And I'm going to take them with the plus 13.5 as well. So I'll give them a little insurance policy there. Then we've got Gold Coast, $3.48 when they host Manly, $1.31, 9.5 the line in this one.
Desi Hasler Cup.
Yeah.
This is the Des Hasler Cup. I'd also accept the Kieran Foran Cup. A few cups floating around on the day. So
Brian Kelly Cup.
yes,
It
exactly.
wasn't to be Daly Cherry Evans Cup.
The backflip cup.
What was the line again, sorry?
The line in the backflip cup is 9.5 points.
Manly to cover.
Manly.
Manly.
I'm going to go Manly. I'm going to go Titans plus 9.5 there. Didn't mind what I saw yesterday.
Ooh, Bronx versus Raiders.
Bronx Raiders. Yeah. The Timmy versus Kempy Cup.
Raiders upset him last year in this game.
Yeah.
The Travis Waddell Cup.
Now
Was
we're
this the game where Rapinoe just like split his head open? Was that last year? I think that
Yeah,
was this
it
game.
was. I think that's the year before. Anyway, let's go.
Whatever.
Tommy Leroy Lowe's Cup. Did he play for Broncos?
Yeah, he played for Broncos.
Yeah. So many cups. Broncos $1.39.
Ray Taylor Cup.
Yeah. Raiders $3. Line 7.5.
Broncos Raiders to cover.
Yep.
Do we know if Payne Haas is going to be back?
Can't tell you, mate. I know. I'm not telling you.
Oh.
I don't really know. You coward. Can't even back his own side. Unbelievable coward.
He's got the full kit on and everything today.
I know.
Full
Like,
kit
he's
wanker, and he won't even
literally
back
not
his own.
willing to tip his side in the kit. What a fucking joke.
Oh, boo.
Difference between you and I, Kempy. I don't let emotions get in the way of my professional rugby league analysis. And there are people who follow our tips out there, and I don't want to let them down with a
Reynolds
biased
is not
opinion.
even playing.
Broncos to win, Raiders to cover.
Wow.
In the kit and everything.
Goodness me.
Oh, goodness.
I'm here to
Bron-
find winners for the tipsters.
Broncos to win, Raiders to cover. Oh, Raiders with the stars.
Yeah, Broncos and the Raiders plus for me as well. Close game, that one. All right, then we got Sunday, the Todd Polglaze Cup. Canterbury Bulldogs, $2.10 when they host the Knights, $1.75. 1.5 is the line in this one. Maybe give me a 1 to 12 or a 13 plus rather than the line. That's
Knights 1 to 12.
What Knights to win, Knights to cover.
Doggies 1 to 12.
You want a 1 to 12?
if possible.
We get it. Well, I did a 1 to 12, so
Oh well.
bloody hell.
Knights 13 plus.
Knights 13 plus. I got the Doggies 1 to 12 in this one. I think they win. Bit of value. And then to bring us home, the Josh Hannay Cup. Cronulla Sharks $1.59 when they host the Cowboys $2.38. 3.5 is
Val
the line.
Holmes Cup, mate.
The Val Holmes Cup.
I'm going Sharkies. What's the line?
3.5.
Sharks cover.
This is going to be a sick game. Sharks.
Sharks for me.
I think it's going to be a close one. I'm going to go Sharks, Cowboys with the plus. Maybe the total match points is the lookie. I reckon maybe plenty of points in this one, over 42.5. But we'll see how we go. That's round 7, Face the Music.
There you go. Thanks to Sportsbet. Massive thank you. And thanks to Hammy.
Pleasure.
Okay, back to the Raiders chat. Who else stood up for you for the Raiders? Tarpanen.
300 metres.
Wow.
Holy moly. Yeah, he was phenomenal. He's every week. He's in that territory. He doesn't play a bad game, Taps. I thought just Xavier Savage's work rate.
137
really
post contact. Sorry, I just had to say that. 137 post contact.
Yeah, he had I don't know. I'll find it now, but he had 14 runs at half time. The question marks leading to this season, where his effort areas, how many metres could he make? He finished with 22 runs, 222 metres. Since that one game where he got rattled a little bit early, had one of his worst games. I think it's about 3 weeks in a row now. He's been terrific.
Mate, I know. I totally respect, the Kiwi jersey is the pinnacle for him, so I'm not trying to take anything away from that, but bloody hell, I would love to see him in Origin. You know what I mean? Or a test equivalent, like Australia versus New Zealand, 3 matches in the middle of the year, something like that. At Suncorp Stadium, sold out. Far out.
He's been great. The whole side, just impressed me so much. Sebi Chris has been rock solid. Timoko's one of the informed strike centres of the comp. James Schiller, again, a few defensive issues, but he's scoring tries for fun.
Mate, if he can sort his defence out, he's a gun.
Yeah.
It's just his defence where he just kind of loses his way a little bit. But yeah, if he can sort that out. Did you say 10 minutes?
Oh, no, it's the same okay. Hammy.
Morgan Smithies, 90 minutes in the middle.
I know. Fuck. What a buy he's been. Just he wouldn't have broke the bank. 42 tackles, 0 misses, 16 runs, 160 metres, 68 post contact. A crazy 2 tackle breaks, so he's really
good. God,
he's really getting
he's
out of
evolving.
Mate, getting really big for his boots, if you ask me.
42 tackles without a miss in 90 minutes in the middle. This is a bloke who's spent his whole career, granted quite young, in the Super League, and he's come down here and you do that.
So good, such a good buy. They've nailed it. They've absolutely Ricky Stewart's ability to nail an English representative.
I love how his minutes started to drop off a little bit. He played big minutes early, then went down to 70, 60, whatever it might have been. Ricky's just gone, I don't need to take this bloke off. Just go the distance.
Just quickly, Chevy Stewart, debut, 22 runs, 205 metres, 57 post contact. No errors. He can sort that out for you. I mean, you genuinely, you might have Savage, Rapana, Timok or Sebastian Chris. Suddenly that back line looks pretty bloody good.
Ethan Strange has passed with flying colours at the moment so far this season. Rapana at fullback, he did a really good job, but I always felt like it was a short-term solution to an issue that we had. If Chevy can make this spot his own...
Do you keep him there? If Rapana's fit next week, you're going to...
No, Rapana's out for a while.
Okay.
He's about 6 weeks, I think.
Oh, what an opportunity then for Chevy.
Exactly. So if he can win this spot his own, Rapana goes back to the wing.
I tell you what, if these rookies, Stewart and Strange, and you make as Sanders next year as well...
I saw an article today that he's looking to try and get out early.
That's to come down. Yeah. I think they've been trying to do that for a while.
Yeah.
But if Chevy and Strange continue on this trajectory, Ricky Stewart, his ability to somehow, some way turn it looked like a disaster. It looked like all of your veterans are retired. It looked like you had no 9, no 1. Fogarty was okay last year, but not great. No 6. For him to be able to select not just one position correctly when it comes to the next big thing coming out, but 2, and then even potentially 3 if Saunders comes and kills it. It'd be, I say it all the time, but Ricky Stewart's coaching development over the last 15 years is one of the best in the competition.
And people sit there, he hasn't won a comp in this amount of time and only played this many finals games, whatever. Look at some of the rosters. I say it all the time, but the Raiders don't attract big name talent. He has to go to the UK or he has to go to the bush, whatever it might be. Like not the bush, but youth talent coming through and develop it himself, or get people that other clubs didn't want, and he's not dealing with a freaking Sydney Roosters roster each year. If he was, he probably would have 5 comps in the last 15 years.
One of the smallest clubs in the competition when it comes to like finances and all that kind of stuff, because you're in the ACT, all that kind of stuff. Imagine how hard it is for Ricky Stewart to walk into a lounge room to a 17, 18-year-old gun, not just a battler that wants a crack, a gun that has 10 other clubs after him and say, hey, mate, not only do we want you to move down to Canberra, which is, it's not Sydney, it's not Brisbane, it's not Gold Coast. It's going to be cold as shit when it's cold. It's going to be warm as anything when it's warm. We're not a big club. Oh, and on top of all that, I'm one of the hardest, toughest coaches in the competition. It's all the ingredients for a young man to go, fuck that shit. Like, I'd rather go to Brisbane and get called a hero before even playing NRL. I'd rather go to the Roosters and Nick Politis and Boris. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather go to the Storm. And if I'm going to work hard, like I'm going to do at the Raiders, at the moment, it looks like they could win a comp. Like, it's just the sell of getting a young guy there is almost impossible. Seriously, one of the great recruitments if these guys continue improving the way they're improving.
All spot on, mate, except Raiders are very wealthy. They're loaded.
Oh, really?
They've got an awesome, I believe it's like club and property portfolio.
Oh,
really well-run club.
I didn't know that.
Very a lot of cash to them, yeah.
Because whenever I see the most profitable clubs, I never see them in the top tier. But
no, they've got a very safe future. The Raiders, they're in a good spot.
Well, that's bloody good.
Yeah,
that's bloody good. Okay, on to the Titans. Move Brimson into 6. There you go. See that?
Who saw that coming?
Oh my God!
Imagine the former Queensland fullback being good in the spine.
Look, so Jaden Campbell's injured. The negative is Jaden Campbell is injured again. Unfortunately, the poor fella.
God.
The positive is you put Brimo at fullback and you never move him again. Never move him again.
Just Tanner back in the halves.
Tanner back in the halves. You put Brimo at fullback and you never move him again.
Yeah.
Like, it's really that simple.
It just changes this team so much, does it? Like we said, they've attacking-wise been pretty ordinary this season. Even the good attacking stuff they've done, a lot of it's been through Brimson at centre and like ball playing and tip-ons and that sort of stuff. They've always had points in them because they've had Brimson at fullback and he's a gun.
Yeah, like Jaden Campbell is a gun. Like, there's no denying that. He has the flash, the stepping, but when you watch a game, Brimo consistently impacts. Does he have the same footwork and the big plays like a Jaden Campbell may have? Probably not. Does he consistently impact every game that he's in? Yes, he does.
He's terrifying every time he has the ball.
Yeah, he has a knack for finding space and just hitting it at speed and being strong in contact. He's the best fullback at the club. We've said it since day dot. Now, that sucks for Jaden Campbell. It does. It really does. But unfortunately, that's rugby league. And so if you're Campbell, I'm sure there are plenty of clubs that would love to have Jaden Campbell at them, but I just don't know how it works. You've got to make a tough call.
Yeah, and that's it. Obviously, you can play him in the halves, but it just, Tanner Boyd's got a decent enough future. Like, he's shown plenty of promise, and he can hold up a spot there for a long time, especially when Foz retires. It allows you to keep Tanner in the halves, keep him happy, bring him up fullback where we agree he plays his best footy. They said it sucks for Jaden Campbell, but he's got a better fullback in front of him.
At the moment.
At the moment.
And he's been unfortunate because when he gets a chance, he gets injured. Unfortunate. So, maybe he just needed a few games to... he played outstanding last week, but it's just Brimo is unfortunate.
It's not even a knock on Campbell.
It's not a knock on
Campbell.
It's
a compliment to Brimo.
I personally, I want to see Campbell in another club playing regular first grade to see him develop into the player that we know he can. But at the moment, Brimo's the best fullback at the club. Yeah. And I get that he can play other positions, but when he's there, they're dangerous. They make line breaks and they score points.
Yeah.
And they do with Campbell to a degree, but I don't think as much. Now, look, if you can bulk Campbell up and put him at 6 when Foran's gone, maybe you consider that. But I personally think Campbell's a fullback and he's too good to be playing off the bench and he's too good to be playing out of position. I think there's other clubs that he would absolutely kill it at.
I reckon he's an out-and-out fullback. I love him there. I say it all the time. I hate when you get these super nimble, tackle-busting, lethal in attack fullbacks and they throw weight on top of him to move him into the halves. I'm like, what's got him to this point of his career is that it is his stature. He's so good at fullbacks. Keep him there.
Yeah, and I'm sure there are plenty of clubs right now I could use Jaden Campbell's electric ball playing, electric footwork. But yeah, Brimo, I think you get at the back there. Look, much better from the Titans. They looked like a completely different side. Like literally, they look like a different side that had ran out.
Well, all of a sudden, you get a fit Kieran Foran there. We know how important he is to that team. Dave Fafita, 2 games back from injury, arguably best back row in the competition. You now have Brimho sweeping at the back. Their left edge that did so much damage last year, all of a sudden that becomes one of the better attacking edges in the competition. Tino was... we don't need to speak about how big a loss Tino was. Jamin Jolliffe came in, playing big minutes at prop. Like, he was outstanding
Jamin
for
Jolliffe,
them.
he had a try, obviously. 9 runs, 103 metres, 30 post contact, 1 tackle break, 1 line break, 54 tackles and 1 miss. So they must have updated it. 54 tackles and 1 miss.
As soon as the Tino stuff came through, I went gut-wrenching for them. And Tino, really keen to see how... I was hoping Jolliffe would be the one given the opportunity. He has. They played enormous minutes in this game, obviously, with the additional time, but he's taken it with both hands.
Yeah.
It's been really good.
Fafita, hasn't he just matured so much as a player? 18 runs, 190 metres, 88 post contact, 3 offloads, 29 tackles, 0 errors. Like, who would have thought we'd have a Fafita that would round out his game so well? Because he was... It's almost like you almost wouldn't be able to believe if someone showed you Fafita now compared to what he was 2 years ago. And like statistically, you could make the argument 2 years ago he was a better player. Bunch of tries, bunch of tackle breaks, bunch of try assists. But he is a much better player now with what he does. Much more straight running, mature, does his job for the team. And then every now and then he'll throw in that crazy play or that extra play. I think he's incredible.
Yeah. Josh Schuster.
Sorry, just quickly. How old is he? 23, 24? Like, he's still so young. Sorry,
Josh Schuster.
24.
Yeah,
Fuck, out.
There's your example for Josh Schuster. Just look at Feed and go, what's he done? He's a flamboyant tackle buster with errors in his game. Just look at what Fafita's done the last 2 years and use that as your blueprint back up to the NRL.
Yeah, just straight, hard running. But then the big plays, they'll come when you need them to come.
Because you're supremely talented. They will 100% come.
Yeah, for sure. I think Fafita's been outstanding. I thought Brian Kelly, that conversion from the sideline, doesn't that sum up Brian Kelly?
He's played 151 NRL games. That was his first conversion.
Second one. That was his second one. He missed the first one.
No, yeah. Sorry, first one that he's gotten.
Yeah. Apologies. Yeah.
He hit it okay, the first one, but missed by a fair way. When I saw that was his first conversion attempt, then he was from the sideline. I've gone, I was nervous, but I was so confident he wasn't going to hit it.
Same. I was like, no, there's no way.
And then he angled it out to the left. I'm like, sweet. And then just starts bending, reverse bending, coming back. I was like, oh, no.
Doesn't that sum up Brian Kelly, though? At his best, he is a gun. Like an absolute gun. And then every now and then... So the first kick is much closer. Misses it by a mile. Yeah. Second kick, the game is literally on the line, on the sideline, and he nails it. It's just like... That's
so
what he's
Brian
got in
Kelly.
him. Who else stood out for you for the Titans?
Probably covered the main ones there, mate. Good to see it was late in the game, but Lofty Khan-Pereira, after being dropped last week, bouncing back with a double. A couple of key late tries to get him back into it. So
he had some moments where I was like, ooh,
there's a lot to do, but it'll do him, if nothing else, the world of confidence. Yep. But again, it's also no shock to see that so much of his success last year was because of how good Foran and Fafita were, who were back on his inside, Foran and Fafita after having injury-plagued starts. So
I will say, the Titans can take so much confidence out of this. They basically had 40% possession of the ball. The Raiders basically had 60% for the entire game. And what I find so impressive about this performance, and what's so shocking, it's where did this mentality come from? This was not here 2 weeks ago. Foran, 37 tackles. Randall, 61 tackles. Jolliffe, 54 tackles. Beau Fermor. I struggle to say that so much. Unbelievable. It's so easy, but I just struggle. 60 tackles. Haas, 41 tackles.
Wow.
That is blokes ripping and tearing to stay in a game. That's something to build off right there. I know they didn't win. I know they still had 21 points put on them. But that is blokes that are dedicated, that are working for each other.
They play, as I said, bad start to the year. They look like they're playing for their coach. Yep. All right, they haven't been great this year, but there was a very spirited effort.
And that's the thing, and that's what, like, Foran's been quite confident not confident, but not panicked in interviews, and basically saying, look, Desi usually takes a while to warm into, but eventually it sorts itself out. The positive about this is in the last few games, I haven't seen them react to Desi. This was a game for Desi.
Yeah, finally.
And that's what's good for the Titans right now.
Yeah.
That's us. Done and doosted. Make sure to grab a case of a Bloke beer from your local. Give us a follow on feed, guys. Takes 2 seconds, and it is a really good metric to go to Sportsbet and say, look, we're the most followed on feed. This is why you should be partnered with the Bloke. It's the best community to be partnered with. It literally takes 2 seconds and costs you nothing. Give Timmy a follow. SC Playbook 1. Anything else going on for you, mate?
SC Playbook podcast back tomorrow night, mate. Anyone that's interested in their Supercoach, scplaybook.com.au. Got a ton of contributors, past champions, all that good stuff, articles on the site, and also the halfback punting podcast. Myself, my brother Sam, ex-NRL player, and a data analyst there as well. Finding a few winners. That drops on a Thursday, so check that one out as well.
There you go. As usual, we'll go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.